PAMIC IT seminar. It's exciting for a number of reasons. Number one, we're in person, which we love, and we'll probably say that for the next 3 years. So I really, really like that. And after talking with some of you this morning, I think you share the same feelings. Nice to see each other. Nice to see each other smile, and be in person again. There's nothing that's irreplaceable. Number two, it's the first time for the IT seminar that we're having a hybrid event where you can participate in person or virtually. And that's also exciting because, as you know better than anyone, maybe on the planet, we have shifted in how we work. So we've got a number of participants, a nice number of participants virtually as well, which is great. Number three, we have a great day and a great agenda ahead of us. A number of speakers with expertise. You're going to find that we try to focus the morning in the cloud technologies, the new models, delivery services, approach to cloud. And we have worked diligently to get non-sales people, non-marketing people to speak. And we've succeeded in that. And we also wanted to give our PAMIC constituencies the chance to compare between what we might call the big three, which would be Microsoft Azure, AWS from Amazon, and then Google Cloud. And I wanted to mention at the offset that one of the guys in the Google Cloud team who had arranged to be here had a death in his family. So then they had to cover a huge client situation today. So we're going to break that out in a webinar format in about a week. So we'll still have the equivalency of the three to compare and hear from, but Google Cloud will be in about a week or two, and Brittany will send out a promotional about that. But that's exciting for us to have all three. Maybe not so exciting for the standing players in the marketplace, but great to have the three to talk through and learn from each other. Okay, so in that time slot, we're going to have a great presentation on how to use the cloud and other new technologies for making the claims customer experience outstanding. Okay, we call it making the Amazon customer experience in claims. And so we have Tim and Liz, who you may know from our PAMIC membership from Climatic. They have a great technology and a great story to tell and a lot to learn from. So we'll do that at 11 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, and this is Frank Gianarda, and Frank is going to talk to us about sponsorship and some other great things. Welcome.
Thank you, Peter. And again, thanks everybody for attending today. We appreciate it. Just some housekeeping things. Make sure that you take an attendee list from the back. There's event materials back on the desk. Please pick them up. For your CE credits, they're provided. If you're attending in person, make sure you sign in and you sign out. If you're virtual, there's going to be questionnaires and polls that'll pop up intermittently during the virtual session. Please make sure that you answer those. Also, we have our COVID-19 protocols that are in place. Masks are optional. On behalf of PAMIC, I'd like to thank our premium sponsors, Baker Tilly, Donegal Insurance Group, Gen Re, Encron, HSB Munich Re, Boiler Mutual Re, Pennsylvania Lumbermen's Mutual Insurance Company, Guy Carpenter, Willis Re, our flex sponsors, Westmont Associates, Tuscarora Wayne Group of Insurance Companies, and our gold sponsor for today is Biz Dynamics, a cloud division of Value Momentum. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Lastly, there's going to be a happy hour after the sessions are over today, sponsored by Biz Dynamics over at O'Reilly's Pub in the back. So please, if you have time and you can join us, that would be great. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Peter to introduce our first speaker. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank, especially the part about the happy hour. Okay, our first speaker is going to represent Microsoft, Microsoft Azure Solutions approach, as well as the partnership perspective with Microsoft. And I feel very blessed that we have him here, as well as all the speakers, specifically in this case because Chris Bavasso brings an authoritative knowledge of Microsoft solutions and the most modern of them, but also an objectivity because his company, Araya Solutions, is a partner, full Microsoft partner solution company for cloud services. So it'd be very great to hear what Chris has to say. Chris Bavassa was born and raised in Princeton. He attended Drexel and started in the Linux space in financial services, which is a good start to where he is today and us in this room. He worked in the IT landscape in probably every role, building data centers, helping companies go mobile, IT policies and procedure development. He built applications. He's been a CTO, a CIO, understands process maturity, communication requirements. His work is over 20 years of diverse IT roles, including industries of pharmaceutical, retail, warehousing, not just financial services, which is great for us insurance because we can get a chance to see things a little objectively. Chris has certifications over the years and with HP, ITIL, VMware, Microsoft Salesforce even, and he's the Director of Application Services at Araya Solutions. He helps clients leverage the Microsoft Cloud to modernize their ecosystem, analytics, and everything else. In his spare time, I don't think he has any. He has 3 children. He tries to golf, he said, and then he likes to read, and he likes talking about the greatest actor who ever lived. And we want to learn about that this morning. So everyone, Chris Bavassa.
Thank you, Peter. And we can just talk for the next hour about the greatest living actor if you want instead. And it's not lost on me that I'm up here talking about Microsoft with a MacBook in front of me as well. So I hope that's not lost on you. So thank you for having me. I do appreciate it. I want to kind of go over my agenda with you today. So I'm going to I'll introduce myself as Peter's kind of already done. We're going to talk about the benefits of what I'll call application modernization. And I want to introduce you to some of the Microsoft products that can help you kind of do that. We're going to talk about Power Platform. We're going to talk about modern applications hosted in Azure. And then as Peter mentioned, kind of in my background, I'm very heavy on business process. I have a consultative approach to these things. And so I really want to talk about the process to get you there too. I want to say, look, all these pieces of technology are great, but unless you know what to do with them or how to start or where to start, you're just not going to get the full value out of it. And then we'll leave some time at the end for questions and answers. And let me say this too, I've got a lot of information in the slides. I prefer interactivity. Put your hand up. I'll ask a question. I'll answer it for you. Please make this as engaging as you feel the need for. So again, as Peter mentioned, my name is Chris Bavasso. I'm the Director of Application Services for Araya Solutions. I have a very diverse background in IT, from Linux admin to data center racking, stacking servers, to working for very large financial services companies, Citigroup as exchange admin, things of that nature. And really what brought me to application services was this kind of business analyst and automation and becoming more efficient. So I have a development background with a combination of this kind of idea for process and automation, which really coalesces very well into kind of what we're talking about today. So when talking about application modernizations, the question I get asked the most are, how will my application modernization save me money? And what is application modernization? And it always comes in that exact way. The answer is give me 1 second here. So let me explain what application modernization is. So application modernization is the process to convert, rewrite, or port a legacy application to a modern computer programming language, architecture, software libraries, protocols, or hardware platforms. In most cases, when having this conversation, a company has just gone through a lift and shift migration to the cloud, which means they have implemented a new hardware platform, but have kind of dragged their applications along with it. Now that their infrastructure is in the cloud, the obvious question is, how do I get the most benefit out of this new paradigm? Most usually that answer is application modernization. So application modernization will allow an organization to realize cost savings in a few different ways. Number one, reduction in operational or capital costs. By creating a more efficient application ecosystem, we can reduce the overall monthly consumption spend on cloud resources. We can consolidate virtual servers, storage, and connectivity resources. Increasing developer productivity by automating DevOps processes such as vulnerability scanning, deployment management, and regression testing. We can reduce the time it takes for developers to write production-worthy code. This will also allow our developers to focus on optimizing their code. They'll spend less time doing mundane tasks and more time focusing on their application. Operational standardization. So when we automate mundane tasks, such as creating unit tests, deployment scripts, and health checks, we reduce the probability for human error and reduce negatively impactful events. By reducing negatively impactful events, we greatly reduce the need for time spent in firefighting, retrospectives, and audits. As we reduce the complexity of our infrastructure via consolidation of virtual resources and reduce negatively impactful events due to increasing developer productivity and operational standardization, we will reduce the time spent supporting and maintaining our infrastructure. Now, all that's great, but how much actually can we save? So based on mid-market case studies that we have analyzed, we can expect a cost reduction of 50% for impacted application infrastructure, a 65% drop in time to production, a 75% drop in production incidents, and an 80% drop in IT admin time. These are bold numbers, but obtainable if we do our proper due diligence. And I hope that this presentation provides you with enough context across all aspects of modernization to ensure a successful project. Now, let me say this too about the numbers that you're seeing on the screen here. They require that you're tracking these numbers. So as a person who has a business analyst background and comes from a consultative approach, make sure that you're managing these numbers beforehand. There needs to be a line in the sand to say, we were at X numbers before, and now we expect it to be at Y. So I put these numbers up here. Some of them are more objective than others, cost savings, consumption costs, things of that nature. But if you're not tracking time, and trust me, I know no IT person on the planet wants to put in their time. No one wants to track their time. I get it. But if you're not doing that, you're not gonna be able to track these metrics. So I just like to say that as a precursor to make sure that you can realize these savings. Yes.
How do you get the dialogue with the president or CEO? All they want to talk about is the cost side of the investment. But how do you put this into terms?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, to me, they're two halves of the same equation, right? So if our main objective is to reduce costs, well, we can reduce costs in a couple of different ways by just reducing our spend in Azure or cloud services, but also by saving our people time and money. And perhaps that means we're being more efficient with the people that we have on staff, or perhaps that means we don't have to hire people as we grow and expand. We can take that money and invest more into the business. Absolutely. That can be a challenge, but I think what the best answer to that question would be have the dialogue of what's our objective? What are we trying to do? And the question that I always like in those conversations is, how do we know as an IT organization that we had a successful month? What's our measurement? What's our metric? Exactly. And let's talk through it. Let's be goal-oriented in our IT and our IT operations. And to me, that if you guys are familiar with ITIL and things of that nature, that idea, that organizational concept, I think works really well in that context as well. But good question. So to me, the modern application landscape includes two categories of application ecosystems: the applications that can be built and maintained by citizen developers, and the applications that require a professional developer. So a citizen developer is a power user who has advanced skills with business applications. Usually these applications have a UI and are designed to be low or no code. A good example of this type of person would be an advanced user of Excel. I always say, look, if you can handle pivot tables in Excel, you can be a citizen developer. A professional developer, of course, is someone who can write code. They can build database schemas. They can leverage modern frameworks to scale and automate their application. The professional developer is someone who understands the full stack that supports their application and has the skills to build and maintain that full stack. Microsoft has provided tools for both categories. Today, I will walk you through both the Microsoft Citizen Development Platform, the Power Platform, and Azure services focused on professional developers. The goal is to understand the cloud landscape for both so you can then identify a path forward for your organization based on your current technical expertise and experience. So on the graphic, what you're looking at now is the top line is our Power Platform. Below that are the things that some of the things we're going to talk about in terms of being a professional developer. I'm not going to dive too deeply into the data structures and data warehouse and data lakes. I'm going to stay at the Azure functions. I'm going to talk about Azure Kubernetes service. I don't know if anybody in here knows what Kubernetes is by raise of hand. Okay. So I'll go in that to a little bit more detail. And I want to talk about kind of the Azure Fabric service too. So containerization, monitoring your infrastructure, your architecture of these applications. So I want you to meet Power Platform. You know, as I was saying earlier, I'm always amazed at how many people are using Office 365 and are licensed for this, but have no idea it exists. So again, I'm curious in terms of a show of hands, how many of you guys are on Office 365 to some flavor? Okay. Good thing the Google guys aren't here yet, I guess, right? So most of you, if you guys are on E3 licenses or above, you have full access to the Power Platform. I want to let that sink in for a second. That means you have no additional licensing needed. So the Power Platform is a line of business intelligence, app development, and app connectivity software applications. The Power Platform is designed to be a low-code solution for application development and integration. So again, I've mentioned the term low code here a few times. It's a term to define the method by which applications and automations are created. Rather than having to write actual code and be a professional developer, low code allows organizations to leverage pre-built connectors and mechanisms to stitch together an application, automation, or integration. The four high-level applications that comprise Power Platform are Power BI, which is used for data visualization, Power Apps, which is designed to reduce custom development costs, Power Virtual Agents, which is a framework for chatbots, and Power Automate, which allows for automation across the Microsoft stack. Now, I think one of the things that's really important here to understand with Power Platform is that if you're on Office 365, you've put time and energy into creating your Azure Active Directory, right? You put time into creating groups, permissions, security. You have controls around all of those things that you're spending money on, that you've invested in. Power Platform can leverage all of those things already. This does not have to be a discrete level of security, permissions, access, grouping, all of those things that you have to manage and maintain can just be extended into the Power Platform because it is on a native stack. If you are on Dynamics 365, again, I don't mean to keep asking questions, but is anybody using Dynamics 365? Usually it's much less than Office 365. Okay, yeah, thank you. 2 people, okay, that's good. If you're using Dynamics 365, your data is already using Power Apps. Dynamics 365 online is basically the back end is just Power Apps, right? So you're already leveraging these things. You already have access to it, which again, I think is a key differentiator for the Microsoft ecosystem. We all know that everybody kind of jumped to Office 365 because of email, and that's fine. And Exchange and Excel, Word, PowerPoint, that's all great. But how can we extend it? How can you get the most amount of money for that? The thing that always gets me is if you're already paying for it and you're not using it. So let's talk a little bit about these 4 applications. I think most people here probably have heard of Power BI, right? It's that always conversation, Power BI versus Tableau. Well, what does Power BI do? So Power BI is a business analytics service that aims to provide interactive visualizations and business intelligence capabilities with an interface simple enough for end users to create their own reports and dashboards. So again, we're taking data, we're visualizing it, we're representing it in a few different ways. Now, that into and of itself is not very unique, I'll say. But what Power BI can provide to you is that it is part of that ecosystem, part of that stack that allows you to extend your permissions, your group membership, your access control to your dashboards, to your reports, without having to completely create a connector. You're not doing any type of integration with Active Directory or Azure Active Directory. It's all natively integrated. So what does that allow us to do? It allows us to collaborate and share our dashboards and our interactive reports with only the people who are supposed to see them natively. You have an HR group, an HR permission set. You can create a Power BI report or dashboard and just allow those people to see it. You don't have to worry about making sure you're maintaining 2 different lists, 2 different permission sets, because it's all natively integrated. And again, because this is a service, as this is a software as a service that's hosted by Microsoft, you have scale. You know, Tableau, and a lot of times you have to install it. You know, I love Salesforce for a lot of different things, but you need a Tableau server, and you can do Tableau as a service, but then it's fragmented. Power BI is a service. And again, if you're on the Office 365 platform, You already have licensing for it. Now, there are licenses that are above and beyond the standard licensing, pro license and things of that nature, but the base license to just be able to use it and view it, you already have. Let's talk about Power Apps. This is really interesting to me, again, being in the development space. So Power Apps is a suite of apps, services, and connectors, as well as a data platform that provides a rapid development environment to build custom apps for your business needs. Using Power Apps, you can quickly build custom business apps that connect to your data stored either in the underlying data or in various online on-premise data sources such as SharePoint, Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, SQL Server, and so on. Apps built using Power Apps provide rich business logic and workflow capabilities to transform your manual business operations into digital automated processes. What's more, apps built using Power Apps have a responsive design and can run seamlessly in browser and on mobile devices. Power Apps democratizes the business app building experience by enabling users to create feature-rich custom business apps without writing code. So going back to this idea of a citizen developer, if I'm a Power user, if I'm someone who knows, again, using the example of pivot tables in Excel really well, I can jump into Power Apps. Again, if I have an E3 license, I already have access to this, and I can build myself an application that maybe automates a job function of mine that is mundane and takes me too long every week to do. One of the examples that we use often is note taking. So our project managers have to take a lot of notes, and they are stacked back to back to back with meetings. So when are they setting up the agenda for these notes? How are they setting up OneNote to take their notes and things like that? So we created an app for them. And that app, all it does is pull in their calendar and then allows them to write notes. And then it takes that notes and sends it out to everybody's in the meeting. So how much time did we save our 9 project managers in the span of a week? It's just a simple example of what you can do with something like Power Apps without being a professional developer, without writing a single line of code. So let's talk about a few of the different types of Power Apps. So Canvas apps start with your user experience, crafting a highly tailored interface with the power of a blank canvas and connecting it to your choice of more than 400 data sources. You can build Canvas apps for the web, mobile, and tablet applications. So model-driven apps start with your data model and building up from the shape of your core business data and processes in the Dataverse to model forms, views, and other components. Model-driven apps automatically generate great UI that's responsive across devices. Portals help you create external-facing websites that allow users outside your organization to sign in with a wide variety of identities, create and view data in their Dataverse, or even browse content anonymously. So again, I want you to understand that Power Apps is a tool for you guys to build applications for either your internal users, for your external users, or for people anonymously on the web. Because the Power Apps is natively integrated with the rest of your Microsoft tenant, you can pull in data from other systems that are natively integrated with it. So for our Dynamics users, you can take information from Dynamics and display it to people via a portal. You want a customer portal. We all know how much those things cost to build from scratch. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to write code. You don't have to have a team of developers that spend a year writing a portal. We can use these templates that have already been provided for you. Let's talk about Power Virtual Agents. This is I think, a unique offering that Microsoft provides as part of this ecosystem. So Power Virtual Agents allows you to create chatbots that can answer questions posed by your customers, other employees, or website visitors. These bots can be created easily without the need for data scientists or developers. The beautiful thing with Power Virtual Agents is that you can natively leverage other Microsoft products that use your organization on a daily basis. For example, you could create a chatbot to answer human resource questions and embed it into Microsoft Teams. Anybody using Microsoft Teams right now? Yeah, that's great. So if you have this chatbot in Microsoft Teams, when anyone wants to ask a question to HR, they can ask the HR bot first. Because the chatbot is built with a virtual agent framework, we can leverage other Power Platform applications to pull and push data. We can connect to third-party applications to present data as answers to questions. We can even use Power BI as a dashboard to display the efficacy of our conversations, all without writing a single line of code. So if you're using Paychex, PeopleSoft, ADP for your HR software, and your HR department is flooded with people asking about vacation days and time off and what's this and what's that, you can create a virtual chatbot that will reach out to PeopleSoft and give the person the answer that they ask without having to engage with an actual human being at all. The thing I love about this slide is the UI. So when we're looking at this UI, we can see exactly what this idea of citizen developer looks like in 2 dimensions. So anybody here who has an understanding of, I'll say, the logic that they need, which is the most critical piece of this, can sit here and write a chatbot. So we have triggers. We have the question, and then the question will then query PeopleSoft as an example, or ADP or Paychex or any one of 400 other. If you're on SuccessFactors on SAP, you can reach out, pull in information, and then present it to a user in line in a chat. I guarantee everybody in this room has used these virtual chat agents without realizing it. You talk to Verizon, T-Mobile, Comcast, the first interaction, this is most likely what they're using or some flavor of this. What this allows you to do is take that from the enterprise level and brings it down to be able to be managed and maintained at a kind of mid-market level by citizen developers without having to write a piece of code. This screenshot is available to you if you're on Office 365. If you have an E3 license or greater, you have access to this already. So again, I love this slide just because it shows you how accessible this is. This isn't something to be afraid of. For those of you that are using Microsoft Teams, you build a chatbot and then you just embed it into Microsoft Teams. And I say that kind of off the cuff because that's what it is. You basically just publish it to Microsoft Teams because they're all natively integrated. So if you have a project or a Teams channel for a business unit, you can create a chatbot that allows them to schedule themselves, or rather to organize themselves, to take notes, all different types of things natively in Microsoft Teams without having to write any code. The most challenging part of this, and again, I appreciate that I'm not a Microsoft employee. The most challenging part of this is the business logic. When someone says no, what happens? When someone says yes, what happens? When someone says, I don't know, what happens then? That's the most challenging part of this. But if you are a subject matter expert, if you're a product owner, if you're a business process owner, you more than likely have a grasp of that already. So it's just a matter of getting you up to speed on how to use this interface to get to those answers. The thing that I'll say about this the most is don't be afraid of it. It's not scary in any way, to me at least. Let's talk about business process automation. So Power Automate is Microsoft's orchestration platform. And really, process automation comes in, we'll say 3 flavors. I'm going to talk about 2 of them today. We're going to talk about digital process automation and robotic process automation. So digital process automation mostly requires the third-party system or the source system to have an API. When I say API, do people know what I mean? Yeah? Okay, good. So in order to stitch together these processes, we have to ensure that we have a way to connect to these different systems. The way that we connect to these systems is via APIs. So if we have a process that handles, again, using the example of Paychex or PeopleSoft, those have APIs where we can reach out to them and say, hey, give me Chris's tenure information. When we reach out to that, we are reaching out and grabbing an API. When we take that idea and stitch them together, that's referred to as process orchestration, right? Power Automate is a process orchestration platform. I'm going to show you the interface again, because I want to show you that this is, again, not something to be afraid of. So in the example, we're looking at a Microsoft Access insert a table or a record is being created. And with Power Automate, we're saying, hey, if this record is created with this type, let's do this or let's not do this. If it's yes, let's send an email to a person. If it's no, let's do another function. So as you can see, we're creating this process automation. We're creating these steps in this interface. And you'll notice I use Microsoft Access as an example, because not only are these Microsoft products, these Office products that you guys use every day, natively integrated, but Microsoft has provided individual connectors for functions within each of those applications. So for example, on OneNote, if you want to reach out into OneNote and create a new note page with this automation, you don't have to worry about writing code. There's no create.new, and none of that stuff. All you have to do is go into the OneNote, the connector, and then search for create page. You click create page and it'll create a page. It's as simple as that. We can stitch together any number of business logic or business processes that you need or that you're currently using within any of your Microsoft Office 365 applications. That goes all the way through Dynamics 365, Exchange, and everything in between. Excel, Word, Access, PowerPoint, OneDrive, the entire stack is natively integrated into Power Automate. Now, I'm sure most of you use all non-Microsoft products as well. So what Power Automate allows you to do is to also connect to 400 other third-party applications. And I'll say, if you can dream it up, it exists. Salesforce, SAP, Google Cloud, AWS, everything, it exists. These connectors are provided to you so that you don't have to hire developers to build these connectors out. You just in the UI search for Salesforce objects. You put in your information to connect to Salesforce, and now you can create an automated workflow using that Salesforce data. It's as simple as that. Microsoft is constantly adding more of these. I think that the total number now, last time I checked, was about 380. It might be over 400 at this point now. And I'll say the beauty about this is most of these are free. Not all of them are free. Most of them are free. I know, as an example, SAP, their connectors, they cost money, which I guess is kind of par for the course for SAP, which is fine. Most of these connectors are free. So when you're thinking about automating your processes from a citizen developer perspective, a business user perspective, you can automate your applications in the Microsoft stack and beyond. Now, if you have applications that are custom made or that there are no pre-built connectors for, you can build your own. So if you have developers on staff, you can build your own connector to your own homegrown ERP system and then use Power Automate to leverage the flow of data back and forth through that. Yes.
Many of our members have legacy systems.
Mhm.
And for sure they're not in data.
Sure.
So maybe speak a little bit about that process of building.
Yeah.
Extending the functionality.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, if these core systems have APIs, or if you have the ability to update the code or pull into the database, you can always build an API layer on top of these applications. That's always something that you can do. Or you can use RPA. So RPA is robotic process automation. And really all RPA is a way to pull data and push data from systems that don't have an API. So essentially what we're doing is we are recording step-by-step actions such as mouse clicks, keyboard use, and data entry, and replaying those back. We're recording your screen. So Power Automate Desktop is Microsoft's solution for RPA. Again, if you have Office 365, if you have an E3 license or above, you'll already are paying for this. You're just not using it. Power Automate Desktop allows you to write a script that you can run on an individual desktop. So if you have an old application that's sitting there and it's a thick client and it's a green screen even, And there's no way any modern technology, there's no API hooks, connectors to it that you can touch it. You can use RPA to pull and push information to it. Now, this again, the screenshot that I'm showing you on your screen is how you create these recordings. And it's as simple as saying, record my screen and then record my actions. So if I'm a person who spends 2 hours a day taking information, that swivel screen integration that people love so much, or I've got one application on one screen, another application on the other, and I just swivel my chair back and forth, and that's the integration. Those people who spend 2 hours a day doing those things, you can automate it. You can automate adding data, pulling data, pushing data, removing data, editing data. The whole crud of the organization can be automated using RPA. Now, there are other vendors that do RPA. UiPath is another option, and it's great. It's really expensive. And I say that with complete confidence that it's really expensive. This is essentially free to you if you already are using Office 365. So yes, question. Yeah. So inherently, you don't. So sure. Sure. The question was essentially about scaling in terms of the efficiency of each process, and then just the amount of processing that it takes up. Yeah, the reality, honestly, truly, the reality is, and I deal with this on a daily basis for, client facing processes. I've never run into an issue where we have a limitation on anything as it relates to a Power Automate flow, or the only thing that, again, the biggest challenge here is business logic. And when I say that, I mean it in two different dimensions, meaning that it's too confusing or too complex, or it's unknown. And sometimes it can be a little bit of both. That's the problem. Mostly building the automations, building these process orchestrations is relatively straightforward once you understand what exactly you want it to do. So in terms of, are there any type of limitations? When we talk about Azure Functions, there's limitations there in terms of timing. It will time out. I've never run into an issue with a Power Automate script running out of resources. Does that answer your question? Right. Yeah. As far as I understand it, and Microsoft licensing can be complex, and I can say that because I'm not a Microsoft employee. We have people who are dedicated. That's all they do is Microsoft licensing. I've never run into a point where, if they have the correct Office licensing, that we've ever had to pay more for any more usage. As it relates to this, let me specify that. So again, Power BI has some licensing tiers. If you want to be able to build dashboards versus view dashboards, but it's the cost of it is a couple bucks a month per user. Yes. Sure. So the question was around security and what's the best way to configure the deployment on this. So there's a couple different things that you can do. Obviously, if you have subject matter expertise in-house, that's always the best idea. Microsoft has lots of best practices on security. And I think, again, as I mentioned before, because Power Apps is included in your stack of security controls in your Office 365 tenant, to make sure that is, as you have a security posture that provides security across all of your entities or all of your components in that sense, there is no need for kind of a secondary or discrete level of permission or security through this. I will talk about a little bit about security a little bit later on as it relates to kind of the Azure services at large and using Azure Security Center to manage that. But again, I think the answer is either Microsoft best practices. You could always use a vendor who can do this stuff for a living. You know, if you look at a lot of times people will provide center of excellences. If you guys are SAP shops or have heard of that, that's kind of a term that's around a lot. And really the center of excellence is not around building the actual automations or the flows or the dashboards, but more around giving you the pieces and the security and the structure from which to work. So I would say either you have subject matter expertise in-house. Microsoft has lots of best practices. I think Microsoft does a great job with documentation, or you can engage a Microsoft Cloud partner for that. But again, the key there is that it's not discrete. So the security postures that you're already investing in and using, you can leverage those. You can extend those into your Power Platform. Did that answer your question, or to a degree? I can give it further insight. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the individual security components would be, you know, specific to the use case. But I think that the overall idea, the concept would be to ensure that the security controls that you have in place across your Microsoft tenant include the controls for this type of data. Now, again, natively, as I said before, if you're saving data in your Microsoft tenant, those security controls are default applied. Now, whether or not they're holes or whether or not they're worth the salt, I can't speak to. You can always get a security firm to come in and audit them as well. But I would say, to your point, if you have a staff that is limited in expertise or experience in this, the center of excellence path forward is a really nice path, because it's not designed to do all the work for you. It's designed to give you all that structure around it, including DevOps and security and business logic and things of that nature, to make sure that you stay within those guardrails of security and audits. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. So to your question about data and securing data. So one of the things that Microsoft provides is the Dataverse, right? So Microsoft Dataverse, which used to be called the Common Data Service, is essentially a platform that allows you to store data in a normalized way. You know, one of the challenges for building custom applications or migrating to the cloud or migrating applications to the cloud is data quality and data normalization. So the Dataverse is a Microsoft product that sits underneath Dynamics 365, Power Apps, the Power Platform in general. And it provides you with templated tables and columns for the most normal use cases. As an example, if you want to save someone's salary data or their age or their social security number, things of that nature, the Dataverse provides you with a normalized field value and field type to store that information so that you can make sure that that piece of information is readable across your organization. So why is that important? When you're doing reporting and analytics, things of that nature, a lot of times you have to do transforms and crosswalks. I have month, day, year, and here I have day, month, day, year, so on and so forth, year, month, day, all those things that developers hate. The Dataverse normalizes that. So you don't have to pull in data, do that ETL, that extract, transform, and load function to get it into a normalized state. If you're using the Dataverse for all your applications, you can normalize all of that across your stack so that it makes your security posture less complex, less problematic. It makes reporting and analytics a lot more efficient because you don't have to manipulate the data at the point of entry into your data lake or data warehouse. So I mentioned earlier that I'm not going to dive too deeply into data warehousing or data lakes, things of that nature, because that's kind of to and of itself another another concept. But I wanted to at least mention the Dataverse because it really is something that sits below the things that we're talking about today. And it is something that if you have developers who are in-house, who are not aware of the Dataverse or not using the Dataverse, it's worth looking into because it can provide you with, again, a pre-built way to normalize your data so that you don't run into a fragmented data set and data structures, which makes analytics and dashboarding and reporting really problematic. So any other questions on any of the citizen developer Power Platform? We kind of talked about the 4 main pieces of it, kind of talked about their use cases. Again, for anyone who raised their hands with Dynamics or Office 365, you already have it. There's nothing stopping you from right now going to powerbi.com and creating a dashboard. Yeah.
Microsoft historically has been difficult when it comes to licensing for external facing applications. Has that changed with some of these tools that you can leverage for external use?
So external users or external applications?
External applications.
Okay. So in terms of third-party applications and integrating them, is that?
No, actually,
Yeah. Yep.
building the app and making it available to our customers.
To third parties, right? So the question was, what is the licensing structure around providing this data for kind of external, we'll call them anonymous people in that sense, right? So in Power Apps, there is a portal template that you can use that provides that functionality. So in terms of accessing that data, the licensing structure can be dependent on your use case and depending on where your data sits. But by default, you have the ability to present that information to the public. So using an analogy of like Salesforce communities, where you have to pay a Salesforce community license for every user and you buy in bulks of 500, you don't have to worry about that. And I will say internally though, for things like Power BI, there are tiers for it. So you get kind of a base default package, but if you want to be able to install Power BI desktop and do some manipulations with it, you might need a pro license. But the pro license I think is $10 a month. So reasonable, right? Yes.
There's a question from one of our virtual participants, a question from a virtual participant. And the question is, what is the experience like for versioning, backups, change control, and so forth?
If the question is, okay, so around Power Apps,
Right.
you version control as you would any other kind of interfaced application. So you were creating version 1.1, version 1.2 in the interface. I don't have a slide to show that,
Right.
But that's how you would do that. Now you can back that up like you would back up any data in your Microsoft tenant. So if you have any type of backup or DR application that is hooked into your tenant, you would just include that data in that as well. For something like Power BI, one of the challenges with Power BI can be migrating the data. So in Power BI, you're creating data sets. You're pulling in data from different data sources and creating kind of a single data set. Migrating that data set, tenant to tenant migration, can be somewhat problematic. It's kind of a lift and shift, unfortunately. But it is possible to do that. And again, because they're flat files, you do have the ability to just back it up with any other pre-existing backup solution.
And any tips for change control around that migration process, or any other tips about change control? Or
yeah, so change control, I'll talk a little bit about DevOps in a little bit. To me, change control is a people thing more so than an application thing, where you have to have very well-defined processes. But one of the beautiful things about Power Automate is that you can use it to provide change control to the organization. So with Power Automate, and you can do approval processes with Power Automate. So you could, not that you would use this for, Git or repositories and things of that nature, but if you wanted to allow your Power Automate flow to approve changes to an application, you can build that. So if you want to build something that is custom in terms of a flow or an automation or approval process, you can build that with Power Automate. It sends an email to your Outlook, you click approve, reject, or somewhere in between. That's all customizable.
Good.
So what I want to talk about now is more of the professional developer tools. So everything obviously I talked about earlier was things that are kind of citizen developer, power user type things. There's an interface. It's kind of meant to be user friendly. These things are not meant to be user-friendly in some ways. They're kind of complicated. So I think it's really important for you guys to understand what they are first, the concept of it, and then I'll talk about kind of the architecture in Azure, right? So what's the modern theory on some of these things, and then what does Azure provide to help support that? So I want to talk about three things: Azure Function Apps, the Azure Kubernetes Service, and the Microsoft Azure Service Fabric. So Azure Functions is a serverless, event-driven compute on-demand experience that extends the existing Azure application platform with capabilities to implement code triggered by events occurring in Azure or third-party services, as well as on-premise systems. Azure Functions allows developers to take action by connecting to data sources or messaging solutions, thus making it easy to process and react to events. Developers can leverage Azure Functions to build HTTP-based API endpoints accessible by a wide range of applications, mobile and IoT devices. Azure Functions is scale-based and on-demand, so you only pay for the resources that you consume. Azure Kubernetes Service simplifies deploying a managed Kubernetes cluster in Azure by offloading the operational overhead to Azure. As a hosted Kubernetes service, Azure handles critical tasks like health monitoring and maintenance. Since Kubernetes masters are managed by Azure, you only manage and maintain the agent nodes. Thus, AKS is free. You only pay for the agent nodes within your clusters, not the masters. Now, I'm going to talk about a little bit what Kubernetes is to give you some context to that. But again, the management of your Kubernetes environment in Azure using AKS is free. You only pay for the nodes that you need. So the Microsoft Azure Service Fabric is a distributed system platform that makes it easy to package and deploy and manage scalable and reliable microservices and containers. So let's talk about a little bit about each of those. So Azure Functions is essentially a way to host a single function in Azure. And when I say function, it can be any business requirement, any business operation that you need. The simple example I have here is colleagues using mobile banking to reimburse each other after lunch. So whomever pays for lunch requests payment through a mobile app, triggers a notification on colleagues' phones. Now, this is a very simple example. But what you see here is we have a mobile device. There's an HTTP API call. So our developers have written an API. That call precedes a function and then outputs to a data stored in a Cosmos DB. Data transform triggers a second function, which then emails a notification out. So it's a single function that we're trying to create for a single purpose. Now you can stitch function apps together. Usually they are single use. Usually they're small snippets of code. The purpose of this is to provide a platform that is scalable for a developer to write something simple and something small without having to have a server or infrastructure underneath it. So this is completely serverless. So if you need to scale this application to 10x, you can create 10x of them. If you need 5x, you drop it down to 5x. The beauty of function apps too is that it's natively integrated into our DevOps platform. We'll talk a little bit about what that means in a little bit, but I wanted you to understand that you can write code as you would historically, and you can publish it in Azure, and it can be serverless and it can scale to whatever degree that you need. Let's talk about microservices and containerization. So again, just by a show of hands, when I say microservices and containerization, does anybody have context into that? A couple? Okay. So let's talk about this. So historically, applications have been architected in a monolithic structure where the components of the application are hosted on one large server responsible for handling all requests. All the application components scale together, either by adding virtualized servers to a cluster or by adding layers of cache to manage utilization peaks. We all know the downfalls of this architecture. Adding virtual machines that run an entire application means we have more operating systems to manage and wasted resources due to the inability for the application to scale only the necessary components. We're forced to replicate server after server because we have no way of scaling just a piece of the application as necessary. Updating the application is also very challenging. We must deploy the new application version across all production servers only after we spend hours confirming any issues with interdependent systems and functions. Go live is always on a weekend for a reason. It takes 48 hours to push up the new application and confirm it didn't break anything. If something did break, then we must roll back the application using our deploy scripts and then reconfirm nothing is broken again. This is very labor intensive and stressful. A microservice architecture allows each component to individually expand or contract based on need. Scaling becomes more specific to that function that requires additional resources. We don't have to spin up more virtual machines with the entire application running on it just to handle more user registrations, as an example. We can scale the registration microservice separately from the payments or reporting services. We can now also update each microservice independently from the rest of the application. If we wanted to update the registration engine, we could just build and deploy just that one single piece. So containerization. Containers are a type of software that packages all the components required for an application into one isolated deployment. Containers eliminate the need for virtual machines by way of sharing access to an OS kernel. A container holds everything an application needs to run, including files, variables, dependencies, and libraries. A single host OS manages the container's access to physical resources such as RAM and CPU. Containers can be used to deploy multiple interdependent microservices or independent applications at scale. Basically, containers are virtual servers without the server. One of the most common containerization platforms that you'll hear of is Docker. Let's talk about some of the benefits of containerization. Agile application creation and deployment, which increases ease and efficiency of container image creation compared to VM image use. Continuous development, integration, and deployment provides for reliable and frequent container image build and deployment with quick and easy rollbacks. DevOps and separation of concerns, creating application containers image at build release time rather than deployment time, thereby decoupling applications from infrastructure. Cloud and OS distribution portability. Containers can run on any OS, on-premise, on major public clouds, or anywhere. Resource isolation creates predictable application performance across all scenarios of deployment. And resource utilization. Containers offer high efficiency and density related to other VM and physical hosting architecture. So if you remember, when I first started talking, I said we're going to realize savings as it relates to IT admin time. One of the ways that we're going to do that is with containers. You know, in the development world, we talk about pets and cattle, right? Pets are things that we want to manage and maintain and support and feed. Cattle are, if it's broken, we just get rid of it and get new ones. Container is basically making this application cattle. So if we're going to upgrade this version, we're not going to take this container and go from version 1.0 to version 1.1. We're just going to get rid of them and then deploy version 1.1, right? And we can do that without the need for building new virtual servers, without having to update runtime environments, without having to install .NET cores on all these servers, because all that information is encapsulated in the container. So IT admin, IT engineering, all they need to do is publish these new containers into the space, and then you're done. We're decoupling the deployment of this application version from its infrastructure. We're doing the same thing with that VMware did with infrastructure, where we're abstracting hardware from the server instance itself. In this, we're abstracting the application itself from the virtualized operating system underneath it. So let's talk about how Azure helps with containers and containerization. So managing containers can be a challenge. You need to handle rolling upgrades, self-healing, automatic scale, up and out events, and other infrastructure related items. Azure Service Fabric is an open source project and powers core Azure infrastructure as well as other Microsoft services, such as Skype for Business, Intune, Azure Event Hubs, Azure Data Factories, Cosmo DB, and Azure SQL databases, and Dynamics. Some of the high-level benefits to using Azure Service Fabric are fast time to market. Focus on building features that add business value to your application without the overhead of designing and writing additional code to deal with issues of reliability, scalability, management, or latency in the underlying infrastructure. Again, remember, we're disconnecting infrastructure from the application itself at level of deployment and during development. Containers and service orchestration in the same environment. You can bring your Docker containers on Linux or Windows and run them reliably at scale alongside other workloads and services. Take advantage of Azure Service Fabric's container hosting, cluster resource management, and workload orchestration capabilities. Choosing your architecture. Build stateless or stateful microservices, an architectural approach where complex applications are composed of small independent version services to power the most complex, low latency, data intensive scenarios and scale them into or across the cloud with Azure Service Fabric. Mix and match the programming models and languages from containers and guest executables to microservices and actors. So again, each container runs independently of the other containers. So if there is a language or an application that is best suited for a single container use, you can use that. And if there's another application or another programming language that best suits another function in a different container, you can use that. You don't have to stay on a single platform because the container technology is the thing that it's talking across. So there's that layer of abstraction, that API layer that allows you to say, I'm going to use WordPress over here, and I'm going to use some other thing over here because this functionality is better, and I'm going to let the API integrate between them. So our IDE integration, we can quickly and easily build, test, and deploy and upgrade Service Fabric applications in a single box, test, and production environments. You can do this using the IDE tools of your choice, Visual Studio, Eclipse, or even Command Line. And these run anywhere. Flexible deployment, you can flexibly deploy the same application code on public, hosted, or private clouds using consistent platform services and the same application programming models with a choice of Windows Server, Linux, Ubuntu, or Red Hat as the host operating system. So again, these containers can float on-premise and in the cloud. You can have some in AWS, you can have some in Azure, you can have some on your on-premise data center. Not only are they agnostic to the programming languages that they're being used, but they're agnostic to their position in where they are in space and time. Because again, where they're being orchestrated, we're using the Azure Service Fabric to manage our containerization. So when you have a lot of these containers, the next thing that you want to talk about is orchestration, right? How are we going to manage them, manipulating them, moving them around, doing these kind of things? This is where Kubernetes comes into play. So let's talk a little bit about Kubernetes. So in Kubernetes, we have a component that encapsulate our containers. Those are called pods, and pods can run one or many containers. Pods are run within a cluster by way of a cluster node. Cluster nodes are given an internal cluster IP address and ports so that the system can differentiate between nodes and so that we can manage communication between those nodes. The kubelet is the primary node agent that runs on each node. It can register the node with the API server using either the host name, a flag to override the host name, or specific logic for a cloud provider. The kubelet works in terms of a pod spec, and a pod spec is just a YAML or JSON object that describes a pod. A kube proxy is a type of load balancer meant to route traffic to the requested cluster IPs and ports. The API server allows the internal and external interfacing via JSON over HTTP. etcd is a key value data store that handles the real-time state of the cluster. etcd stores configuration values for the deployment, how many nodes need to be running, or how many pod instances are available in each node. As an example, the scheduler will use this information to create instances of pods to meet those requirements. The scheduler monitors the workload to ensure no resources over allocated. Kubernetes comes with a set of built-in controllers that run inside the controller manager. These native controllers include functions to manage replications, nodes, endpoints, and namespaces. So now not only are we removing the need for guest operating systems, but now we can automate management of our application as well. By telling the master what configuration we want, we are allowing the environment to self-heal. It will allocate resources, create new instances, and load balance based on your predefined requirements. We're now eliminating the need for expensive utilities designed to balance load, identify predictive failures, and maximize availability. We can do all those functions natively from Kubernetes from a single pane of glass admin access. So what you're seeing on your screen there is an example of a YAML file. And a YAML is just a configuration that defines the specific components of a pod. The most common resources to specify are CPU and memory, but there are many others. When you specify the request resource for containers in a pod, the scheduler uses this information to decide which node to place the pod on. When you specify a resource limit for a container, the kubelet enforces those limits so that the running container is not allowed to use more of that resource than the limit you set. The kubelet also reserves at least the request amount of that system resource specifically for that container to use. So again, we have this idea of microservices and containerization to allow our application to live across different platforms, around different technologies, different programming language. Now we can also eliminate the need for engineering or IT admin time to manage this application. The developers can sit down and say, I need 10 of these things to be running at all times. And if one of them fails, Kubernetes will identify it and build another one. And that's it. It's self-healing. So again, when I go back to talking about how we're going to reduce IT admin time, how we're going to reduce negatively impactful production events, how we're going to keep our service levels up high, that's how we're going to do it. Kubernetes is going to automate it for us. And again, I understand this is a lot of information for someone who 10 minutes ago didn't know what Kubernetes was. As I said, this is not going to be user-friendly to some degree. So I wanted to show you what an AKS, again, an Azure Kubernetes Service architecture looks like. Here's an example of one. So by default, AKS creates a virtual network into which agent nodes are connected. You can create the virtual network first for more advanced scenarios, which lets you control things like subnet configuration, on-premise connectivity, and IP addressing. So again, remember I just said on-premise connectivity. So we can have this in our Azure cloud and also have a section of this on-premise. It can live in both places at once. An ingress server exposes HTTP or HTTPS routes to services inside the cluster. Our load balancer, after creating an AKS cluster, the cluster is ready to use the load balancer. Then once the Nginx service is deployed, the load balancer will be configured with a new public IP that will front your ingress controller. This way, the load balancer routes internet traffic to the ingress. Microservices are typically stateless and write state to external data sources, such as Azure SQL Database or Cosmos DB. AKS uses Azure Active Directory identity to create and manage other Azure resources, such as Azure load balancers. Azure AD is also recommended for user authentication in client applications. As I said before, if you're in Office 365, you have Azure AD. You have these components. There is no need to have another secondary form of identity. Our Azure Container Registry, we can use our container registry to store private Docker images, which are deployed to the cluster. AKS can authenticate with Container Registry using its Azure AD identity. Note that AKS does not require Azure Container Registry. You can use other container registries, as I mentioned before, something like Docker Hub. Azure pipelines are part of the Azure DevOps service and run automated builds, tests, and deployments. And again, remember, we're reducing human error by automating some of these DevOps processes by using Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps pipelines. Helm is a package manager for Kubernetes, a way to bundle and generalize Kubernetes objects into a single unit that can be published, deployed, versioned, and upgraded. And then, of course, Azure Monitor. Azure Monitor collects and stores metrics and logs, application telemetry, and platform metrics for the Azure services. You can use this data to monitor the application, set up alerts, dashboards, and perform root cause analysis or failures. Azure Monitor integrates with AKS to collect metrics from controllers, nodes, and containers. And guess what? We can use Power BI to create those dashboards. And guess what? You don't have to write code to do it. So I like to use this slide because I like to show you what this Azure Kubernetes service can do, what the infrastructure can provide. Azure can make your infrastructure what you need it to be to ensure that your application is not only efficiently developed and published, but run and maintained. You know, someone had a question about security earlier. Let me talk about Azure Security Center. So to monitor images in your Azure Resource Manager based Azure container registries, you can enable Azure Defender for container registries. Security Center scans any images pulled within the last 30 days, pushed to your registry or imported. The integrated scanner is provided by the industry-leading vulnerability scanning vendor Qualys. When issues are found by Qualys or by Security Center, you'll get notified in the Azure Defender dashboard. For every vulnerability, Security Center provides actionable recommendations along with a severity classification and guidance for how to remediate the issue. So let's say we're using a container, we're using a third-party library that we pulled from Git, and there is a vulnerability found in the version that we use in that container. Security Center and Qualys will identify that and take it offline or tell you about it. And what it can do if we have version 1.1 containers and version 1.2 containers, and the version 1.1 containers have this vulnerability in it, they'll turn all those off and then add version 1.1 containers to scale out automatically. And then they'll provide reporting to you to show you this is what I did and this is why I did it. And again, I wanted to show how Azure can make sure that we're securing all these endpoints with Azure Security Center. Our containers, our microservices, our Kubernetes cluster, all within one single pane of glass dashboard because it's natively integrated. I know it's almost 10 o'clock. Am I okay with time? Yeah, I'd say cool. Yep. Let's talk about data modernization. One of the things that clients ask me the most is like, this is all great, but we use applications that don't support containers. We're not writing these applications ourselves. What do we do? Well, the answer to that question is let's focus on the database. Oftentimes when you do lift and shift database or lift and shift migrations to the cloud, you take a physical server, a physical SQL server, and just make a virtual server out of it. Those things cost a lot of money and they're never right-sized. You're always paying 2x what you need just in case, which is fine if you're okay with spending a bunch of money for nothing. Instead, what you can do is go to your vendor and ask them, do you support other Azure hosted databases? Those come in 3 flavors. The first one we all know about, the virtual SQL server. It's a SQL server. It's running your licensing. It's just in the cloud. That's it, right? You have the same functionality as you did as it was on premise because it's literally the same server. Microsoft also provides managed instances. So it's essentially the same concept as your virtual server, but without any of the management. Microsoft will maintain all of the patching, all the upgrades, all the version controls, everything for you. Now that can be good or bad, depending on what your security posture is, depending on your regulation, how often you need to install patches, so on and so forth. But it's a great way to reduce the time and complexity spent on saying, managing or administrating an application that you need to host because the vendor doesn't support a cloud, doesn't have a SaaS model, but you really don't want to maintain it. You can do a managed instance. It is the most direct one-to-one feature comparison to an on-premise virtual server or an on-premise SQL server, because it's essentially the same thing. Now, on the left-hand side of your screen is where we want to go. Left-hand side of the screen is the modern way of doing these things. That's our DB as a service. So everything is as a service, right? Everything is on demand. That's where we want to get to. On the right hand of your screen, those are instances. Those are virtual servers. They have an operating system. You need an antivirus. You need all those different layers that we've all come to love and or hate. On the left hand of our screen, it's just an instance, just a SQL server instance in the cloud. And they come in 2 flavors. A single database where you have a single database that has predefined amount of resources. Use them or not. The second type is an elastic pool, which is exactly what it sounds like. You have multiple databases that you can share resources across. There's no server. There's no operating system underneath. There's no issues with security. You don't have to manage any of those pieces. Now, I will say, if you have an application that was developed 10 years ago, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to jump right from an on-premise right into a SQL as a service, because most likely your developers required OS level access. They have things that are running on the operating system, scheduled tasks, stored procedures, things that require operating system level access. So most people do the lift and shift model right to the IaaS, but then they realize how much they're spending and they say, well, how can I do this better? And sometimes we can move it to a managed instance and save you some admin time. Sometimes we can move it further down to the SQL database as a service and save you not only admin time, but also server costs and processing and RAM and things like that. You're just scaling the database itself, which has all the functionality that you would expect from an Azure service that you can expand it up or out. So again, I think it's really important to understand your options here. Most of you are probably in the IaaS model, maybe a managed instance. Take the time and the due diligence. Ask your developers, ask your data engineers, ask your DBAs, what would it take for us to take our database and put it into a SQL as a service model? Because that's where you really want to be. So I've talked a lot about technology, right? We talked a lot about process automation, technology. What about the people? How can we affect them? How does this affect them? You know, if you have teams of developers, you have people, you have business analysts on staff, you have subject matter experts on staff. Let's talk about Azure DevOps. And I want to really just talk through what this is and how we're going to automate this. So if anybody's familiar with the DevOps process or the DevOps lifecycle, it can be very manual. I'm publishing my new version of my code, and then I have to remember to do testing, and then so on and so forth. And we have to do QA on it, and then we have to publish it. And there's all these moving parts. So Azure DevOps can automate those things. So let's talk through a scenario quickly about that. So step one, a developer changes application to the source code. Step two, the application code includes the web.config file and is committed to the source code repository in Azure repos. Step three, continuous integration triggers application build and unit tests using Azure test plans. Let me say that again. Continuous integration triggers application build and unit tests. So automatically we're creating build and unit tests based on a commit. Step four, our continuous deployment within Azure pipelines triggers an automated deployment of application artifacts with environment-specific configuration values. Step five, the artifacts are deployed to Azure App Service. Step six, Azure Application Insights collects and analyzes health, performance, and usage data. Step seven, developers monitor and manage health, performance, and usage information. And step eight, our backlog information is used to prioritize new features and bug fixes using Azure boards. All of these items are automated. The step previous will engage the next step, and so on and so forth, all the way through our build process, all the way through our backlogs. If I were to ask you folks with development teams right now, how are you managing your backlogs? God forbid someone says Excel. The key here is that we're taking the same idea and concepts in the cloud, our applications, whether we're a citizen developer or a professional developer, and applying it to our people themselves. So we're trying to automate those mundane processes that are just ripe with human error. Again, remember when I said we're saving money here, not just by reducing consumption costs in the cloud. We're saving money by reducing negatively impactful events, by reducing human error. You don't want developers on a Friday afternoon at 6 o'clock to publish their code. That's a recipe for disaster. And every place I've ever worked, we have read-only Fridays. Don't publish anything unless you're okay with spending the weekend managing it, right? This process won't allow that. So I think it's important for you to understand that Azure can provide to you your business units, your subject matter experts, your business users, a platform for application modernization. They can provide your developers a platform for application modernization. And they can also improve and automate your DevOps processes themselves. So the things that we're using to get to these applications, we can automate in Azure. So the last thing I want to talk about is great. This is all great. Where do you start? What do you do? Now, the steps on your screen here, I'm not going to say are unique in any way. And in fact, if you've done a lift and shift or a cloud migration, you probably have already seen these. And guess what? This process is no different. The first step always starts with an evaluation. And that evaluation is our readiness assessment. What is a readiness assessment? We're going to define what exactly it is going to feel like to modernize one of these applications. What is the business case? Why are we doing this? What's our migration plan? What's our project plan? How are we going to handle all these moving parts, all these impacted business units? Who do we need on the team? What's our skills? What's our experience? Do we even have the ability to do this? How is this going to impact our current environment? If we're already in Azure, what does our landing zone look like? Is our licensing cost going to go up 2x, 3x? What about our connectivity costs? What's our scope? What applications are we actually going to talk through? What do they do? Who uses them? What's our security and compliance? What's our RACI chart? How are we going to log it and monitor? What about cloud security and data protection? These are the kind of things we need to talk through. And what about our operating model? We have requirements for patching and backup and asset management, change control, BCP, DR, service catalogs, DevOps. How are we going to do all this stuff? The things that you're seeing on your screen here is step number 1. So if anything that I mentioned to you seems like would be valuable to your organization, I would suggest you start here. If you have a business analyst, if you have a subject matter expert on in-house, engage them and say, let's do a readiness assessment. Let's see what we can do and how we can do it. How is this going to fit our model? Before we can even start planning where we're going to put each individual application, because this is our decision. We have these applications that we have in-house, that we have hosted. We need to decide, are we going to re-platform them? Are we going to put them in Power Platform? Are we going to put them in Azure? Are we going to do microservices? Are we going to do Kubernetes? Are we just going to outsource it completely? This is the decision matrix that you need. And if you don't do that evaluate phase, you're not going to be able to answer these questions objectively and show your work. That's the key. Show your work, right? So again, if everything I've said, everything I've talked about, make sure you do that evaluation step. Make sure that you look at the details of each application and then filter it through this. Where is it going to fit and how are we going to get it there? Don't lose sight as that being just as important as the technology pieces that are provided to you. So I want to thank you for the time. Thank you for everything. I hope that this was helpful to you. I know I covered a lot of stuff. So if anybody has any questions, glad to take it. Otherwise, thank you for your time. And again, I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And Chris's slides will be available through our PAMIC website and as well as throughout the day. You know, for a few years now, I've because of Kubernetes, I've been sleeping with one eye open, and it's been bad. But I feel a lot better about Kubernetes now. They are our friends. And one other thing about backlog, Chris, is it okay to keep it on the refrigerator in the lunchroom? Little to-do list. Okay, 2 copies. Okay, excellent advice. All right, we're going to roll right into our next presentation, and this is Amazon's AWS. We're really lucky to have with us Troy Amey, and we have Amy Claire Wesser. And Troy is a solutions architect at Amazon in AWS, and Amy Claire is a lead in migration delivery in the professional services group. Both extremely deep, knowledgeable professionals. They came in from Texas, and we're really lucky to have them here today. Troy, as an architect with 26 years in IT, has been known for taking on challenges. He takes it on. He has grown his own technical expertise, and then he does it with customers in good partnership also. He loves working through issues with clients and collaboration, and he's leveraging his years of Linux, AWS networking, storage, containers, virtualization, architecting. He's great at complete data transformations and also working with your budget and technical constraints. Amy Claire has 20 plus years of experience in customer services, customer success, program management. She is great at figuring out what are the business needs, guides your client personnel through the programs to stay on schedule and accomplishing the goals and creating alignment. And I know from talking to her, she's great at gluing those pieces together. And she has expertise in migration to the cloud, modernization, and optimization. And they both have great enthusiasm. We love the change up that they bring to the table today. And we welcome Troy and Amy Claire presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany, for loading up our presentation, being our tech support and great coordinator. Thank you all so much for coming, and thank you for your great work in an industry that really supports folks through their most important milestones in life. We're very pleased to be here. And I know we didn't get a break. If you want to stand up and stretch like folks online, you can do the same thing in your business pajamas at home. You can get up and stretch out. So welcome, I'm Amy Claire Weiser. As you heard, a migration delivery consultant with professional services at AWS. And I have a lot of experience of getting those pieces of not only the right technical solution, but the people and processes, putting that together. Troy has also many years of experiences getting a really deep technical solution and bringing that to bear for his customers and solving problems. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about AWS, what it is, what it does, and how it can partner with you to help your cloud transformation and really take you to the next level, allowing you to kind of concentrate on your business needs instead of your infrastructure. And there's a clicker. So we're just going to overview of the platform. We're going to talk about automation, and then, infrastructure as code, our professional services, becoming a partner. We will take some questions at the end, but we are happy to interact in real time as well. So, and we will try to repeat the question so that the folks online can hear it. We'll try to remember to do that, but wave and remind us if we forget.
Hi, everybody. This is really nice. I'm used to doing this on a camera. So if I pace a little bit more than normal, it's because I'm used to sitting and my knees shaking because I really don't like doing these on video. But I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you all for being here. Let's talk a little bit about AWS. So one of the great things about AWS is our breadth and depth of services and features within those services. At Amazon, we've been doing this for over a decade. We ran Amazon.com this way, and we realized that we have a huge opportunity here to take what we've learned, the challenges we've gone through, and provide that out at a huge scale for our customers and our partners. And then, like all cloud models, it's a pay-as-you-go model, which we'll get into on the next slide. So what are the advantages of moving to the cloud? A lot of you probably still have legacy applications and data centers. Some of you may already have some stuff in the cloud. But let's talk about some of these advantages. Agility. Your teams can experiment and innovate more quickly when they move to the cloud because you can spin up the environment you need. You do the work you need to do. It works. Great. Let's move it to production. Then you take down that development environment if you want. Or if they're doing something and you realize, hey, this isn't going to work on EC2, maybe we look at Kubernetes or containers. You get rid of the EC2 instance. You're not paying for it anymore. You haven't put that money, that CapEx money, into buying a couple physical servers that now you're like scratching your head going, what do I do with these servers? This didn't work, right? So it gives you that flexibility. Cost savings. Look, everybody wants to move to the cloud for cost savings. It's a pay-as-you-go model. The best way to explain this, and the analogy I like to use, is think of it as renting a car, right? You and your spouse, your partner, maybe you're on a business trip for a week. So you get a little subcompact because it's all you need. There's just one or two of you. You're doing your thing. You turn it in at the end of the week. You paid for the car while you need it. Now, so you're taking the whole family or group of friends to Disney World somewhere. You need a minivan, right? So now you're paying for a bigger vehicle for the same week, what's the difference? Well, the little car, you paid less because it was all you needed. Pay a little bit more for the bigger car, but at the end of the week, you're still getting rid of it. So it's kind of how the cloud in general works a lot across all our services. All our services, you pay for what you use. When you're done with it, you turn it off. You don't pay for it anymore. If you need something else, you spin it up, you pay for it while you use it. And along with that, we have some other ways to save. So you have application that has to run long-term. It's a steady state app. There's a way to reserve instances that can even save you up to 90% on our on-demand pricing. So there's a lot of options out there. And when we get into the next couple of slides, you'll see a lot of these options. I will warn you, when you initially see a couple of these slides, they're going to be really scary. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Elasticity. Look, we can scale up, scale down the way you need to, whether it's in our version of Kubernetes, which is EKS, or if you're running Docker containers in Fargate, or if you just need to run flat instances because you did more of a lift and shift just to get over to the cloud and you're running our virtual servers. Using our auto scale feature, you can still scale up when you need that peak performance need. And then when that goes away, you can scale back down to your base model. And there again, you're only paying for what's running at that time. And you pay for the peak for a little bit and then you get rid of it. We also have the capability of, say you have a long running batch job in your market, there's currencies and stuff, there's end of month processing that needs to happen. You can run batch jobs using our spot instances. You can actually schedule those jobs to run at a time at a price point. If we go above that price point, your job will stop until we come back down below that price point, and then it'll pick back up again and keep running. You can innovate faster. We kind of already talked a little bit about it, so I'm not going to go back over it. And you can go global in minutes. Look, we're going to get into kind of our layout. We have 81 availability zones across 25 regions globally. The way to get to your impacted customers, whether you're a global company or even in the US, we have multiple regions within the US on the West Coast and the East Coast, along with our GovCloud partition that probably won't affect many of you. It may. Some of you may have a FedRAMP presence that you need to maintain. We have that capability. And we're also available in China for anybody that has any business or partner work they may do out of China. All right, so let's talk about industry leaders that are building on AWS. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this slide, but you can see here we have some big partners with Splunk, Trend Micro, Symantec that we all work with. A lot of these are also our partners. So we have a lot of their products available on AWS, and we work very closely with them. We have a lot of partners, as I stated. Here you can see a lot more. This is one of those scary slides. I know you can't see it really well. It's fine. It'll be in the PDF. Such as DataPipe, Accenture. We work with Red Hat as well, which I don't think is on here. There was one I wanted to point out, and now I can't for the life of me see it. So we'll move on because I can't see it. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. But we have a huge partner base, which is one of the things that kind of helps make AWS unique. We may not do everything for you just because we don't have the expertise in that field, right? But what we will do for you is we'll help you. And we're going to talk a little bit more later about becoming a partner, because some of you may have an interest in doing that and have a product that you won't think other companies like yourselves could use. But we have a vast partner ecosystem. We will work with you to get you in front of a couple of those partners. We're not going to tell you, go use this partner. We're going to give you a list. We're going to help you understand what you specifically need to make the decision on the best partner. And then we're going to let you make that decision. And then we're going to work with you and the partner to help you get that project or task done. All right, so let's talk about our global scale. As I stated, we have 25 regions, we have 81 availability zones, and we have 275 plus points of presence. Sounds like a lot. I know you can't really see it. There's some blue and orange dots up here. The blue are the current regions that are available. The orange are ones that are coming We've got announced regions in Australia, India, Indonesia, Israel, New Zealand, Spain, Switzerland, and the UAE, all coming up in the next 12 to 24 months as we get them built out. A region, simply put, is made up of a bunch of availability zones. And we're going to talk about what availability zones are made up of here in a second. The best thing about this is not only can you be global and have your products or your workloads deployed across multiple regions, but within that region, you can deploy them across multiple availability zones, which will help you maintain your data resiliency and your uptime. If you lose one availability zone, you're spread across multiple availability zones. You can have your application set up just to pick up in the other availability zone to take on the load till the one that went down comes back up. The other thing is a lot of our services are built this way. If you're running RDS, you have the ability to run in a multi-AZ environment.
Troy, what's RDS?
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I get going sometimes. I'm sorry. So if you're running in our relational database service, RDS, a lot of our other database offerings are this way too. Our EC2 instances and auto scaling can be across AZ as well. But they give you the ability to run in a multi-AZ mode where you have your one database and your main AZ, and then there's already a hot standby running in the other AZ. So if there's a problem, and then along with that, you can do read replicas, and we can get really down in the weeds, which we don't want to do today. But it gives you another level of reliability outside of having to be in multi-regions. And then what the availability zones are, they're just a group of data centers. There are Amazon data centers in a specific region, geoly located. And each availability zone is made up of a bunch of different data centers. So you can kind of see how, just from the way we've laid out our infrastructure, how a lot of that resilience is already built in to help you all get what you need to do. So you don't have to worry about it. All right. Okay, who's afraid of this slide? Raise your hand. Come on, don't be shy. All right. Yeah, I hate this slide, but we have to use it for one specific reason. So look, this again just kind of shows our breadth and depth. The couple things I want to point out here is, along with our core services, which is compute, storage, networking, database, and our CDN, we have a large amount of services and features across various.
What's a CDN?
You're killing me. So CDN is a content. This is why I have Amy with me, because she's going to help me. So yeah, a CDN is a content delivery network. Basically what it does is it gives you the ability to keep your most act upon data out on the edge of the network. So say I don't have a really good insurance example off the top of my head, but for like Amazon.com, right? Our top things that people buy, they're going to live out on the CDN, because people that get read, they get hit a lot of times. And then when they go through the purchase process, of course, it comes to the back, but it's a way to keep that
Near the edge, right? Or
Yeah.
available.
Yeah, they're near the edge of the your network, so that they're more available, they're more quickly accessed. And actually it gives you the ability to kind of spread that latency across to customers in those specific regions. Thank you. Keep it
Troy
straight.
or Amy Claire, would
Go
you mind just touching, just to read maybe the color shapes from at the highest level? Just
Yeah,
like,
that's what
just so we can see the highest
that's
level.
what I was getting ready to
Thank
do
you.
when
That's-
Amy Claire
that's
took
great.
me and reminded me. So the main thing on this slide, look, we have a lot of services across a lot of different areas. We have technical and business support, because look, any migration to the cloud, part of your biggest thing isn't the technology, it's the business aspects. You're going to have to rethink how you do business, right? Don't let that scare you. For some companies, it's really easy. For other companies that haven't updated in a while, can be a little bit harder. But like I said, AWS is here to help you with that. Our partners are here to help you with that, because it is a methodology change. And you're going to have some people that are like, really don't have the same job anymore. And you're going to have to figure out, okay, what do we have them do now? Right? I don't need the people in the data center unplugging cables and stuff. So what can I do with them now? And maybe you turn them into data analysts. Maybe you turn them into your level 1 support for your cloud infrastructure, right? But we're here to help you figure that out. The next one, we have our marketplace, which is where a lot of our apps and our partner apps live. It's a great way to access stuff. It's a great way to pay for some of the partner products you may use. Their licensing right through there onto your AWS bill. So now you have one bill, right? And you're even paying your partner licensing for another piece of software that we don't own. You're just paying it through AWS. We go across the middle. We have analytics, DevOps, mobile services, IoT, which is the Internet of Things, machine learning, enterprise apps. Read that next one. Hybrid architecture and migration, which Amy Claire is going to get into a little bit later. We have app services, our general infrastructure, which is the regions and availability zones, our core services, which we touched on, security and compliance, and then management tools. Look, when it comes to security and compliance, which is the one I wanted to point out on this slide, security is job zero at Amazon, right? We're going to help make sure that everything we do is secure and compliant for what you need to do. Doesn't automatically mean if you're running on Amazon and we have a HIPAA cert that your application is going to be HIPAA compliant, but we're going to work with you to do the couple things you need to do to leverage what we have already done to get your compliance, right? We're going to work with you to make sure that you have, and we're going to talk about the shared responsibility model next, but we're going to work with you to make sure that you have your data secure, you have your application secure above and beyond what we do for you. Okay, so let's get off the scary slide. All right, shared responsibility model. This is really kind of the core of the partnership here at AWS with you all. So if you look at the bottom, you have let me go back here real quick, sorry. If you look at the orange part, you have what Amazon does for you. We're going to maintain your compute environment. We're going to maintain the storage. We're going to maintain the database, networking, our regions, our edge locations, all that we're going to maintain, we're going to secure, and we're going to manage. Now, there are some things here where, yes, you can manage your own operating system if you want to, say on your EC2 instances or your databases, but then you also have the option to let us do it. So you don't have to worry about that aspect and you can just focus on the app. The other part of this in the blue is your part of the responsibility model. And here again, don't be afraid of it. We're going to help you with it. We have partners that are going to help you with this. But at the end of the day, your data is your data. So we want to give you the tools to make sure that you understand how to manage your data and how to secure your data, but we're not going to necessarily do it for you. At Amazon, we're not going to just move your data from one region to another, right? You have full say in that. Your platform applications, the way you do your identity and access management, which is one of our main security tools, we're going to help you with it, but it's going to be on you to make sure that those things are maintained and properly set up. Like I said, you do have the ability to do some of your own operating system stuff if you want to. There's also a way for us to do it. And then you can see here, the smaller boxes, which are hard to read, is client-side data encryption and integrity, server-side encryption and integrity, and then the network traffic protection and integrity. There again, we have all these great tools and all our services. I'm not going to go into them today because you'll all be like heads down on the desk asleep, because I know I would be. But we've got a lot of stuff there to help you guys get through this, and we're going to work through it with you. The best way to think about the shared responsibility model at AWS, and then I'll use another analogy and you can all roll your eyes at me, but I like using these. So is an apartment building. We're like the landlord, right? We give you the doors, we give you the locks, but we don't control who gets access. We don't know who's supposed to have access. It's on you to make sure that your doors are locked and your items behind the door are secure. But we're going to give you all the tools to do it. And we're going to help you understand how to do it, right? Or we're going to get you with a partner if it's something a little bit more unique that goes, hey, we're going to show you how to do this. We're going to help you get this set up and then you can roll.
Does that mean I can have one of those like revolving bookcases in my apartment?
Sure, why
You'll
not?
find a partner that helps me do
Yeah,
that?
why not?
Cool.
Why not? We can do that.
I'm in.
And the other thing is too, when it comes to security, real quick, I'll just mention, we do have the ability to generate our own encryption keys for you, but you also have the ability to bring your own keys.
Right.
So we don't even necessarily have to own the keys. And then there's some things around there that we want to make sure that you've got squared away when you do that, because if you lose that key, there is absolutely nothing we can do to help you recover it. But we're going to work with you to understand all that and make sure that you know how all that works and the impact and the risks that you have with that. All right. Another scary slide. I get it. It's hard to read, understand. The big thing with this slide is we just want to let you know all the global security and compliance controls that Amazon has met. I highlighted a couple here in yellow that are a little bit more toward the industry for you all, which is HIPAA, GDPR if you're operating in Germany, right? It's a big one. PCI if you're taking payments, right? And then some of the ISO 27000 ones, which govern healthcare and some of that stuff. At the end of the day, we have our AWS artifacts, which is where you go and you can pull down what compliance governance AWS already has. Those letters that your auditors love to see that your infrastructure is compliant. Those are all available there for you. And that's also where you can find some other information on how we're going to help you get your compliance on AWS above what we've already done. And it's great because your compliance person can just go out there at any time and pull down the new PCI letter. They can go out and pull down a new HIPAA letter, right? Or it'll tell them who to contact if they need information on it. So there, and again, it's an eye chart. The point here is we've got a lot of compliance and security controls that we've already met around the world. Do you have a question?
No.
Oh, I thought I saw you leaning in.
No, I
You're
was
like,
just going to say the odds are good that if you have a compliance need, the platform is not going to hold you back.
okay. So let's start getting into why we feel like we're here today. A lot of you out there, does anybody have any cloud presence already? Okay, cool. So we've got some of you already partway through the journey. This is awesome. So when we look at customers and we start looking at their journey to the cloud, of course, you have your value and your time, right? You have customers that go totally cloud native, which are great. We understand that. At the end of the day, that's where we want you all to be. But look, it's not realistic day one, right? Like you can't just take your mainframe application and overnight turn it into a cloud native app. It just doesn't happen that way. So to get you to have some of the benefits of the cloud, right? Such as the cost savings to pay as you go, which also lets you trade your CapEx into OpEx, which a lot of companies love, right? You're going to be more on the legacy application and data migration plan, right? There again, our professional services team and our partners are here to help you. But you may have a project, regardless of which one, that we're going to help you work through, right? And the other thing is, as we work through the legacy application and data migration pieces of this, you're going to understand how and see how your teams can go straight to cloud native, right? Whether it's maybe turning that one, modernizing that app into a cloud native, or maybe you have something else on your roadmap that you're like, you know what, if we make this totally cloud native, we could do this all serverlessly, save a ton of money. It could be a lot easier to manage and our customers are going to be a lot happier. So we're going to start with that project. We're going to define your requirements regardless of which path you're on. We're going to help you understand your requirements and how they relate to the cloud. From, because you may understand them from a data center and on-premises standpoint. We're going to help you make sure you understand them from that cloud standpoint and the AWS, right? And we're going to work on building that foundation, regardless of which path you're on, making sure that your people understand what's going on, work with you, because we're not going to necessarily make all the app changes for you. We do have partners that will help you with that if you need that resource. But that's not something that AWS really gets into. We don't want to get into the backbone of your app, which a lot of people like anyway. You don't want to always show us your secret sauce. We get it. And then migration, right? When we're talking about legacy applications, migration is the biggest part. Look, we have a lot of tools. We have containers. We can move you to EKS. I'm going to a little bit talk to you about some of the automation stuff we have that's going to make this migration a lot easier for you, even if you want to try to do it on your own, right? As well as Amy Claire is going to talk to you about some of the other options you have for migration. This is the scariest part of this whole process for anybody, and don't let anybody else tell you different, right? When it gets to the migration part, it's always best laid plans. And at some point, everybody's scrambling going, oh crap, it didn't work, right? We're going to be there to help you through that, right? Whether it's professional services, AWS support, or our partners, we're going to get you through it, right? We're going to get you up and running. You know, if you have VMware, a lot of companies have VMware now and on premises, really easy to migrate. VMware is one of our big partners. We have VMware on AWS. You can literally just move your containers over and start your VMware environment on AWS. Start getting some of that cost savings, right? Because you're not paying power, cooling, get rid of the servers, all that good stuff. And it's a good just lift and shift model, right? You get over, get everything running, and now you can go, okay, how do we modernize this app to be more cloud native, right? So that's where the kind of the power of the cloud and AWS comes in. We can get you over, right? Lift and shifts are never going to save you as much money as being cloud native. Totally honest about that, right? Still going to save you money over on premises, right? Especially when you partner with us and try not to go it on your own. It's very easy with all the options we have sometimes to go, hey, we think this is the best way to do it. And then you get your first bill and you're like, oh my Lord, what happened to my cost savings, right? Don't be afraid to ask for help. There's a lot of stuff out there. It's very confusing. But the main point is we're going to follow you through this whole process as much as you want us to, or as little as you want us to. You know, maybe you have a great staff of people that understand AWS and you don't need a ton of help. There's just a few things you need help with. Fine. We're going to be there to help you. Right. But even after we get you migrated, we have resources and capabilities to help you go, okay, you're up and running. You're saving a little bit. How do we get you that bonus savings? How do we modernize this onto AWS, right? Can we take it off of our EC2 compute instances and put it into Kubernetes, into EKS, which is our Elastic Kubernetes service, right? Can we go full serverless with it? You know, is it something that maybe we can tie machine learning into that gets rid of this whole analytics part over here that you guys are spending a ton of cycles on that we can do in a couple minutes using machine learning and AI? Okay.
I think we have to speed up a little bit.
Okay, I'll speed up a little bit, sorry. And then there's the continuous reinvention, right? We're going to help you keep going through things, making it better. You know, even cloud native apps have to be updated and move forward. So we're there to help you with that. All right, so the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework, look, these are the 6 things that over all our years of experience, whether it's internal or with customers, that we've come down to understanding. These are the 6 most important things when it comes to accelerating your cloud journey, right? Some are technical, some aren't. You have your business, your people, and your governance, right? Those aren't technical, but they're a huge part of this, right? If we don't have those right, then the platform, the security, and the operations are never going to be right. You're still going to be struggling. You're going to question your decisions. You still may save some money, but you're not getting the impact that you want, right? And look, when it comes to people moving to the cloud, you know, there's a lot of things you can do with people that maybe had data center jobs like we talked about before and move them around. So don't let that one scare you either. Our approach, like everything that AWS does, and I should have mentioned this on the first slide and I forgot, is customer focused. The majority of our service and features have come from customer feedback. We listen to our customers. We typically don't do anything that our customers haven't already told us they want. So what our main thing here is, because we're very customer obsessed, is your goals, right? Your goals are going to drive our approach. They're going to drive our approach to the migration and modernization. We're going to try to align what we're doing and our organization models to what you guys are doing to help you get over there. We want to help you figure out how you innovate on AWS. This is a little bit of a learning curve. You're gonna have some people that are gonna have to have some training and stuff, and we'll get you through there, right? Because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters to us is your business outcomes, right? If you don't do well, we don't do well. If you're not happy, then we can't be happy. And I will tell you, I've worked at a lot of companies, and AWS truly believes this. It's always day one. We're always talking about it. But this is just to show you our main approach, right? It all starts with you. It all ends with you. And we're just here to help you make that journey. I have a couple things here that are a little bit more specific to the insurance industry. I have some other use case, like if you want to get more in depth in these, we can. But we have some digital channels that John Hancock to improve their customer and employee experience by moving to AWS. Mutual Omaha has driven a ton of positive change and reduced costs by moving to AWS within their environments. Of course, we have API platforms. AXA built insurance as a service platform on AWS. Agile, Liberty Mutual has reduced a ton of costs and improved the market from their standpoint by moving to AWS serverless and getting off of even our EC2 offering and going to more of a fully serverless model. Sun Life's done a bunch in the data lakes industry and has been able to accelerate the launch of new capabilities by moving to AWS. They've been able to innovate a lot faster. And then in data science, you have HDFC. Standard Life uses AWS to make recommendations for how to improve and keep moving forward. Okay, you've all heard from me a lot. I'm going to let Amy Claire take the next slide.
Yeah, so like Troy said, right, all of those references are publicly available. We can tell you more about them if you're like, what are the details? Like, I don't get it, but and we share with a lot of our customer stories, like, because generalization's nice to hear, but specifics are good, right? Knowing how people in similar industry have innovated and had a good outcome. We also learn from our mistakes on that, and we will share those learnings with you too. So we have a huge ecosystem. The largest global ecosystem. And so we have a ton of partners, whether they're like, software vendors or integration specialists, right? You may have heard of a few of these, Microsoft, even Accenture or Deloitte. They're all here to help you because we know you have a ton of different applications and pieces of your business where you and they know a lot more about that than we do. And so we play nice with them. We want to bring them in and give you a seamless experience, right? We don't want you to have a bad time moving your stuff over where you're like, yeah, I don't know how that works. That's a black box. Sorry, we're not going to leave you that way. And so we'll bring these people in and co-create a plan to get you what you need out of those things. We also have the AWS Marketplace, and this is thousands of very familiar technologies that are one-click deploy, right? So you can go in there and say, okay, all my networking people, they're like Cisco people, and that's what they know, and they're comfortable with that. Okay, you can go deploy Cisco blessed and created images to run your stuff, and then it will talk nice to the things that remain on premise, and everybody's familiar with how it works, and it's a really nice experience. And we have a team of people who help you put these puzzle pieces together because every business is different, and you're going to need a different mix of those things. So we can help you get to the right formulation on that.
So I got my one slide break. Y'all are stuck with me for a couple more slides. Sorry. Look, like with the marketplace, AWS, because we're so big and we have so many partners, we have a lot of ways to automate things. The one I wanted to touch on today, because honestly, it's a little self-serving because my team develops it. But it's a great tool for everybody, whether you're already in the cloud and you just want to speed some things up, or maybe you want to try to get off the console and do more things as infrastructure as code. The other thing is, it's a great way for companies that are moving to the cloud to go try stuff. And then when it works, you can move straight into production with it with a few minor changes. So what we're going to talk about are AWS Quick Starts. They are ready to use accelerators that can fast track your deployments to key cloud workloads. They accelerate and reduce the hundreds of manual procedures into an automated workflow with a reference deployment. And a lot of these include partner technologies. So we do have some just for like the AWS VPC, for like a Linux Bastion, for the Aurora database. But what we use those for is we use those to build our partner ones. Yes, you can launch them individually. They're also built into the ones that we use with our partners. Our EKS Quick Start, for example, has not only do we have partners that build on top of it, we've integrated a lot of the partners into it. So just by launching the EKS Quick Start on the console, you can tell it to turn on New Relic. You can have it turn on Tigera Calico. You can have it turn on Sneak. Or if you don't want them, you don't have to turn them on. It's great. But what it does is, if anybody's ever been in our console, it's not the worst. Probably could always be better. We're always trying to make it better. There's still a lot of steps, right? To get something launched, you still have a lot of steps in the cloud. Not as many as maybe in a data center, but what quick starts do is they take those in the case of a VPC, right? If you want to launch a VPC for a fully production ready
What's a VPC?
virtual private cloud, thank you, which is our main networking component. This is why I love having Amy with me. It's about 100 steps in the console, right? So you get the VPC up, all the subnets divided out, all that great stuff. You launch the VPC Quick Start, 3 steps. You log into your account, you click on the link on the landing page, which pulls it up in CloudFormation. You answer a couple parameters, you hit a button. 10 minutes later, you have a fully production ready VPC in the cloud in the region you chose, right? The other great thing about quick starts are they're free.
What?
They're free. The
Dude,
only thing you pay for, this is awesome. The only thing you pay, I got to bring you to more talks.
I can do that.
The only thing you pay for are the services you use or the partner product. So like with some of the partner products, they have their own licensing fees.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know, everybody's got to make their money. So, but to use the quick start, it's free. If you want to become a partner and you have that product we kind of talked about, you think maybe could help the entire industry and you want to get it out there, we can build you a quick start to do it. There again, it's free to build. We will work with you. Our team is here to only work with partners and customers to help you get where you want to be. It's actually the integration and automation team. We have a lot of other great tools and stuff we'll do to help you get your automated ways that you want to be. But quick starts are a great way to touch and get into infrastructure as code. When we look at deployments across the spectrum, you have your PaaS, which is your platform as a service, right? Which is where you're running your app in the cloud. And then you have your IaaS, which is your infrastructure as a service, which is what, you know, initially a lot of companies, when they first move to the cloud, they move their infrastructure over. What quick starts do is it kind of is the ideal between both. It gives you the flexibility and control that you get with IaaS, but it also gives you the developer productivity you get with PaaS, right? Because it gives you that ability to do everything in a code model, whether it's CloudFormation, which is our bread and butter because it's an AWS product. We do Terraform and we do CDK as well for some of these quick starts. So we have that flexibility to use what's out in the industry and a lot of other people use to help make these. I will tell you let's see, we have like 231 quick starts available today. CDK is relatively new, so a few of them are that way, and probably about 5% are Terraform, with more coming every day. But they're flexible. They give you all that ability, and they're highly customizable. Let's talk real quick about, and now I'm going a little bit faster because she keeps reminding me of time. Let's talk a little bit about how they can help you, right? So we already talked about their single push button deployments. The other great thing is we build them once, they deploy consistently. If you deploy that EKS, the Aurora one, or the VPC in US East 1, and then you want to deploy it in Japan, push button, couple parameter changes because you're in a different region, but it's the exact same deployment. It's, you know, there's a couple different parameters because of the region being different, but other than that, it's the exact same deployment model. So they're not only great tools for DR, but just getting you up quickly globally. They're, like I said, they're easily customizable. There's a couple tricks with it that our team can help you out with it to make sure that you don't shoot yourself in the foot. But other than that, there's a lot of things you can do. In the case of EKS, we even have a template that we built to allow you to deploy workloads and Helm directly from the CloudFormation console, which is where you deploy these into your EKS cluster. So you can even do all that as infrastructure as code. You get improved velocity with deployments because we're talking minutes instead of weeks. In a traditional on-premise data center, you're getting minutes versus ours, even in the AWS cloud, because you're not having to go through the console. And then they're already built with integrated security and production ready in mind. With some of these are a few extra production steps you may have to do, like encrypting your data or some of that we don't necessarily do in them based on what the partner wanted. The other great things these are good for, even though it's a secondary use case, is POCs, right? Say there's a partner product you want to use. Maybe you're not sure how you want to deploy it on AWS. We have a quick start for it. You can go deploy it. You can work with the partner. You can work with us to figure out if it's going to meet your exact use case. If not, you can work with us. We can figure out how to help you adapt that quick start into your exact use case, right? Working between us and the partner. Real quick here, just some customer success stories that the I&E team with the quick starts have seen. Biotech Blueprint has used it for Third Rock Ventures. They started 53 companies in 2018 and 2019, as well as more than 50 other advisory board startups, including Maze Therapeutics, Goldfinch, and Decibel with their quick start. Maze went on to use the quick start to bootstrap another sister company, which has since raised 140 million in funding. A little bit older reference, it's actually a lot more than that. And then SeaWorld committed to using AWS and is working with SourceFuge to deploy Sitecore, the beta of the quick start, which was a 43K MRR opportunity. That's actually now fully complete, and I can't remember the exact MRR number for it, which I actually don't even think is public referenceable. So this is probably a good thing. Was there a question? Thought I saw arm or a stretch. A stretch. Okay, fine. All right. Yeah. So the point here is, look, and along with quick starts, we have solution builders. We have a lot of other teams that do the same kind of things, just a little bit different. Our main focus is working with the partners. Solution builders, more cloud native. There's a lot of options, right? There's a lot of ways to make your life on AWS easier, faster, and more cost efficient. This is just one option. If anybody has any more specific questions about this, we'll be here the rest of the day to talk about any of this. I love talking about quick starts. So if you have any questions, let me know and we can have a really good chat. All right.
Do I get to talk now?
Yeah, you get to
Cool.
talk now. This is your slide.
Yay. Okay, so we have a lot of ways to enable customers. That's a customer in the middle. This is kind of a weird diagram, but that's supposed to be you right there in the middle. So we have, these changes. A lot of this stuff sounds super foreign and like, okay, well, maybe it's easy and we can do that, but this is my business, right? Like I can't let my customers down. The stakes are pretty high. And we recognize that. And so we want to make it easier for you. So we have a ton of stuff. Our managed services, there's a growing list, 90% of the new features and functionalities we roll out are at a customer request. But these managed services abstract your infrastructure away from you so you can concentrate on your business, right? Your database as a service, whatever it is, right? You don't have to worry about how it works. It's just going to work. You just have to dump your application on there and go. We have a lot of training and certification. So your people who are running this stuff can build up their confidence, really get that in-depth knowledge. We redo the certification exams pretty often, and they're good. We have to get new certs every year. So we eat our own dog food on that or drink our own champagne. That's a better analogy, right? And they really help a lot because you're going to be a lot more confident walking into something that you've learned a lot about. We have a huge number of partners, right? Because you work with, really specialized stuff, right? Where you need them embedded in that process. And we are good at bringing them in and doing that. We have AWS IQ, which is our AWS certified experts. So if you don't want to hire folks and pay their payroll tax, right, you can expand your workforce without expanding your workforce. AWS support, right? Once you're living in the cloud, you can get whatever level you need, right? If you need that technical account manager who knows your infrastructure, is on call, will help you plan and improve and run your stuff. they're there for you with good SLAs, you know, quick response stuff on your very important infrastructure. If you get, you know, a serious alert, we're going to respond within 15 minutes, right? And get you back on the road and rolling down what you need to do. And then my favorite one is at the top, professional services, right? When you are doing a really critical project, right? Something new, we come in and help you. And so you get a team of us who really come in, and it's very high touch. We have a learn, see, do model, right? When we've scoped out what you want to do, if it's a migration, if it's a modernization, whatever it is, we're going to say, okay, we're going to tell you conceptually what's happening. Then you're going to watch us do it. And then you're going to do it while we look over your shoulder and say, oh, don't click there, you know, go over here. Because, I mean, let's face it, how many of us learn well from lectures? Not so much, right? I have to drive in order to remember. So we really help you do that. And then the not just changing your technology, but the people and processes, right? So the billing and compliance and reporting and change management and stuff is all built in, and we're going to help you do that and say, look, we've walked 1,000 customers through this very same process. Here's what we learned. Take this great stuff. All right, I've got 5 minutes. I'm going to go faster. All right. And then our advisory services and the partner network, right, are just going to speed that up even more. So we come in and help you through those things. And then we accelerate these business outcomes. We start small, safe experiments, right, and iterate really quickly. So we're not going to start with your production migration. We're going to do a little dev thing, make sure it works, get that landing zone good, and then pull in all of the rest. And we're going to really start freeing up your IT resources so that those folks can do some higher level work, more valuable work, more dedicated to your business. And once things are in the cloud, you have access to like crazy amounts of data and analytics. Where your stuff was kind of siloed before, we can really gain some new insights and move forward. I think this is back to you, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But we have to go turbo speed.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we don't want to
so-
make Brittany upset. She's on a schedule.
Yes, we're trying to keep Brittany's schedule. So like one of the things that there's two things you probably heard us and hopefully you picked up on. AWS is customer obsessed, and we want to help you and we want to partner with you. And AWS loves its partners, right? We love having our partners available to help our customers. Not every customer is going to become a partner, but for some of those of you here or on video today that may have an idea of wanting to do that, look, we're going to help you build. Once we get you into the APN, which is the Amazon Partner Network, we can help you build, we're going to help you market, and we can help you sell. We have a lot of different programs. I'm not going to go into depth about them. If you'd like to know more about this, we can talk outside because I'm trying to keep the Brittany schedule. But, you know, AWS innovates. We drive a new SaaS solution. So we even have a ton of partners that are just straight SaaS, right? You know, you can see here we have Cloud Triangle, Signet, Dynatrace, Okita, you know, and Okta, thank you. Jeez, I'm not having a good day today. We've got a ton of partners out there that can help you do a lot of things with Aurora, Dynamo, serverless and Lambda, which is a great way and where a lot of people want to get. We see kind of in the industry today for those people that are more cloud native is running container based as a stopgap to get to serverless, right? So you kind of do that lift and shift over to EC2. Then you look at moving to containers. Now that you've got everything decoupled and you kind of know what you're doing, makes it really easy to move into total serverless and not have to worry about any of that infrastructure. Of course, Dynatrace is huge in AI and machine learning, and then identity and access management. We can get you started, right? If you want to become a partner, you can have that conversation. We'll help you build what you need to build to be the partner with AWS, which includes your resources internally. There are some requirements to becoming a partner, like you have to have so many people certified at certain levels and stuff like that. They're not that hard though. We're going to help you market again, sell, and then iterate, right? Once you become a partner, we're here to help you, right? we want you to succeed just like we want our customers to succeed. So as new things come up or changes come up, we're going to be here to work through that with you. It also opens you up to things like working with quick starts, getting into the marketplace, and a lot of other services that we offer. All right. Sorry. So in the presentation, which will be in the PDF, we just had a couple quick resources here for some of and the slide in the deck has been updated. So in the PDF, there's actually 2 other links that are missing off this one. That's my fault. I apologize. Not general AWS links, but these are kind of more focused on the automation part that I talked about. And then what the other 2 links that are missing are the migration piece that Amy talked about that will be in the PDF. So you can kind of go out and look at some of those solutions that we talked about, right? You can go out, look at the quick starts, look at the solutions library. We have a great blog on infrastructure and automation that not only talks about some of the quick start stuff, but just other stuff in general about how you can automate your experiences on AWS. And then Amy's got one for professional services and for Launch
Center.
Center. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll partner with you the way that you need. And it's huge. Like, it's hard to know what all the pieces are. So our email addresses, like, we're not salespeople, but we will help you find the right folks. Like, if you remember nothing else, just send us a note and be like, hey, I just need to talk to somebody. We'll get you in touch.
And like Amy Claire and my wife remind me, I don't know all the answers. So feel free to reach out. If I don't know it, I will find somebody that does, and
That's
we will
right.
make sure they get back in touch with you. Because there again, like if you're coming to me, I'm gonna make sure whoever I send you to gets back to you, right? So feel free to use that as well. Like I said, we'll be around all day to have conversations if you'd like to. Other than that, we're gonna end with what problem can we help you solve today with AWS and questions.
I know, right? We wore them
It's all
out.
good. All right.
Everybody take a nap.
Any virtual questions? Nope. All right. If you
Okay.
have any other questions, feel free to reach out. We'll be here all day. And again, I really appreciate you
Yes.
inviting us here today. And it was
Thank
great
you.
meeting all of you.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we thank you both. And we're going to have chance for them to get in touch with you afterwards in the next week or 2. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a short 10-minute break if we can, and then we'll come back and have our next presentation on bringing the Amazon customer experience into the claims. Again, I'd like to thank Amy and Troy for coming here from Texas. And also, I would encourage you, if you haven't gone to the Amazon site to just poke around, please do so, because there's a lot of stuff to learn, and there's a lot of free stuff to learn. So I would encourage that you do that. Thank you. Folks, okay, I think we're ready to start up our next session. We can please take our seats if we can. Okay, we're going to get ready to get started. And as Peter mentioned, we did have a hiccup in the schedule. And I just want to thank Tim and Liz for stepping in last minute to do the presentation for us. Greatly appreciated. So we've got sort of a hybrid presentation. Tim Christ is on video here, and Liz Simmons is right here. And they're going to be giving us a presentation on bringing the Amazon customer experience into claims. So thank you very much, Liz and Tim. So.
All right, this thing on, it is. Good deal. Hi, y'all. I'm from Texas. Y'all is a proper pronoun. Yes, we are very happy to be here. Thank you for having us. It is my first time in Pennsylvania, so I actually pulled my daughter out of school from Texas and told her we were going to go see the birthplace of democracy in our country. So she is currently in the hotel room having pizza and watching television. And let me get logged into my. I told her she could come watch mommy present if she wanted to. And that was a hard no. So, yeah, cable won the day on that one. But anyway, we're very happy to be here. It is our pleasure to be visiting Pennsylvania as a tourist for the first time, as well as speaking at this conference. It has been quite some time since I've presented, so this should only be minor train wreck. I have done it before, but it's been quite a while. I'm Liz Simmons. I'm VP of Customer Success and Operations at Claymatic. We're a San Antonio-based insurtech startup. My experience personally is in technology, not insurance. So I've been in the insurance world for about a year now. And my background is helping really large multinational, multi-billion-dollar companies chart their course for innovation and implement that. Everything from what technologies should they use, evaluating those, how to integrate those in with their current ecosystem, and all the change management fund that goes around that. So sort of the end-to-end process of enterprise change management. And coming here today and learning a little bit about insurance, one of the things I've learned is that mutuals have a very specific value proposition in the insurance industry. So policyholder retention is incredibly important. You don't exactly have a large pool to pull from, which places customer experience and therefore claims experience, which is what we're going to deep dive into, as a very high priority. You don't have an incredible advertising budget to go out and just paper the market with. You're incredibly reliant on your independent agency networks being highly engaged and wanting to put your company above the other options they have available. So for your captive agencies, they've got to believe in the mission and the end product to give them the fuel to get out there and really mix it up for you every day. Great customer experience creates good local stories, that positive word of mouth that you really need within your communities where you operate. It creates goodwill, it creates referrals. So we're here today to take a deep dive into how IT modernization, so some of that Amazon customer experience that you just saw, where they take the nuts and bolts and just get you up to the operations that you need to focus on and take away some of that minutia. How do we do that type of experience in the claims realm, which is really my friend and colleague, Tim Christ's experience. He is a very tenured claims expert, and I will let him introduce himself.
Thank you, Liz, and appreciate you guys having us today. So flip through that one there. Yeah, well, now I've got gray hair, but probably the favorite thing that I ever got to do was present at the Lloyd's Library in London. So if you haven't been there, that's a really cool place to get to go. But yeah, no, we're super excited to kind of dive deep for you guys just a little bit on, specifically the claims process, to kind of give you some insight on what's going on within the business world that we've talked about. So if it's all right with you, kind of what we talked about with Peter was, let's talk about the current claims process and experience. Let's talk about IT's pivotal role, and then we'll talk about what pressures are on the business and also how you guys can facilitate meaningful discussions. And obviously, we keep this open. So if you guys have questions, Liz can stop me and we can answer it at any time. But hopefully it'll be a pretty engaging discussion for you guys. So the major complication that we have in claims is it involves three different parties, right? So we've got not only the policyholder, we've got the adjuster, but then we've also got all the other claim vendors that have to get involved as well, whether they're water mitigation firms, direct repair shops, or auto appraisers or others. And so managing the complexity around those three groups of people is inherently difficult, which is why we have challenges within claims. So, and I'm a hardcore insurance geek, and so the cool thing is that all of us are also consumers of insurance. And so when I think about it, there's an 8-step process that all of us go through every day just to buy our own policies, whether they're our homeowner policies, our auto, our umbrella policies, or if we've got small businesses to buy those as well, right? So we research some policies, we get some quotes, we bind a policy, we make the payment, and then a lot of times we'll have a question about coverage, right? And this just came up for me the other day because I'm renewing my flood coverage right now, is the standard NFIP policy doesn't cover ALE, or assisted living expenses, for those that aren't hardcore claim guy folks. So obviously, if my house flooded, where am I going to live while the house is getting repaired? If we have to strip out all the wood floors and cut the drywall 2 feet up all around the perimeter and take out everything that's basically on the floor, which would include the toilets and whatnot. Well, then how are we supposed to live in the house while we're managing that? And also, obviously, removing all the base cabinets in our kitchen would create a real issue for us if we ultimately had a claim. But so we have got questions about our coverage, right? And so then a lot of times too, what happens is we have events in our life, obviously, that are going to change the type of cover that we need. So we're going to have a baby, we're going to, get married, we're going to get older, we're going to build a house, we're going to build an addition, we're going to put a pool in, we're going to do any one of a number of things that fundamentally changes what the type of coverage is that we should have for our own families. And then some of us, at some point in our life, will have a claim event. I mean, hopefully not a lot of us. Liz can take a poll with you guys later, but I've had a half a dozen claim events that have happened to me personally in my life. And so what we find when there's a claim event is that you have about a 50-50 shot. If you have a good experience with that claim, then you'll stay a client. But if you have a bad experience, you're gone, either immediately or at renewal. And so obviously, again, for mutuals, that's hugely important for that policyholder retention. And so those are the steps that we all go through as an insured, right? Just for everyday life. One of the issues that comes up is when we have a claim event, we now get signed up for a 16-step process that we never knew existed the day before. And so it's incredibly frictional for us, right? So not only is it already a emotional headache, so I'll give you a great example. So we had a water softener in my house. We had installed it. About 3 weeks later, we come home and there's water running out of the garage. And so come to find out there was a PVC fitting that had fractured and blew. And so when the system backflushed, it spewed water all in the garage. Well, the wall in our garage, the other side of that wall was our baby's room. And so my wife is a train wreck, right? So now the baby's carpet's all wet and the sheetrock's got to get cut out. She's all pissed. And so we're dealing with not only the emotional side of it and, just the challenge around the house piece, but there's also a financial aspect of it because most of us now have 1% deductibles. So for a lot of people, that's, $2,500, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 that you're out of pocket for before insurance kicks in. And then you've also now got this time issue where you've got to manage these 16 steps. And so from a claim experience perspective, what you're seeing carriers do is they're trying to reimagine that process to make this easier on policyholders going forward. And so we'll talk about how technology obviously can implement that. And so it's a shame. It's the year 2021, but here's what happens, right? So actually Liz and I's colleague just not too long ago had a claim with Progressive. Called Progressive, was on hold for 45 minutes with 7 different people to just file a first notice of loss. And it's the year 2021. Like that should never happen anymore, right? So, I mean, something's broken within that process. But so you file a claim, you receive hopefully a little bit of guidance. Obviously, we schedule the adjuster inspection, whether it's virtual or in person or whatever. Then, like I said, obviously we'll receive the good news or the bad news, depending on your point of view about our coverage and deductible. Obviously Liz and I were in San Antonio, so we had the Texas Freeze event here in February. If you've got the basic HOA policy, there's no coverage for frozen pipes. But if you've got an HOA plus policy, then you've got coverage for it. If you've got an HOB, you've still got coverage for it. So a lot of policyholders didn't get the good or bad news. What happened in our house? So the water mitigation guys, of course, they're buddies of mine because I've been in the business forever. They did a great job coming, getting the water out of the house real quick, getting it dried out, getting the sheetrock cut. But then they were really busy. So there was a 3-week gap between when they were in the house, drying out the house, and when they came back to repair it. So now my wife's pissed about the 3-week gap process, right? So for the contractor to finish the work. And then also what happens is obviously, especially if it's a first party claim, my insurance company mails me a paper check, which is not only made out to me, but also made out to my mortgage company. So now I've got to take that paper check and mail it to Atlanta to get processed by my mortgage company to get endorsed, mail it back, and then I can finally take it to my bank, deposit it, and write checks and pay the contractors. So this is what happens still today in insurance, which is obviously, as you can appreciate, is incredibly frictional. And it's the year 2021, and there's a better way to do it. And so that's what we're going to talk about coming in our time. So when we think about technology and how we can leverage it, we can take 8 or 10 steps of that process out real quick. Now, let me give you guys a little peek behind the curtain. So when you think about all the claims adjusters you guys have, and I always tell everybody in insurance, we have the same issue, no matter whether you're in underwriting or in claims. We're trying to make a decision with a certain amount of information at a particular point in time. So if we're underwriting, hey, Tim's asking for a quote. Do I want to write his house or not? So I know what his address is. I think I know what his flood risk or fire risk is, or hail risk, whatever. Here's the price that I'm going to tell Tim it's going to cost to insure his house. But if all of a sudden I found out that there's no fire department within 30 miles of his house, well, then that changes my price incredibly. And so there's a perspective from underwriters about getting data at a point in time that they can make a decision. On the claim side, we have the same issue. So Tim had a claim, and so we're investigating. Oh, well, we just found out that Tim lost his job the day before, and so he's in financial straits and he's got a mortgage payment. So he's trying to figure out where he can get some cash. And so if we don't have certain data elements available to us at a particular point in time, we are fundamentally way off in what we're doing, whether it's underwriting or claims. And so when you think about the adjuster's journey a little bit, and McKinsey will charge you a couple $1 million for this, and we'll give it to you for free in 10 minutes. When you think about the adjuster's journey, they've got a 24-step process that they've got to follow for every single claim they've got open. And most adjusters are going to have anywhere from 150 to 250 open claim files at any particular point in time. So you multiply that by 24 steps, and you can quickly appreciate how stressed and how busy they are with their world. And again, it's 2021, right? So this shouldn't happen, but contact tip number one, contact tip number two still happens today. We literally, and we've seen with a couple of insurtechs here in the last 3 years, we've just now gotten the ability to text message with our policyholders. Most of us have had cell phones now for at least 15, if not 20 years. And a lot of us remember texting, on the old 10-key keypad, right? So if we wanted to hit O, we had to hit the number 6 3 times. But think of the evolutionary process that we've now gone through of text messaging for 15-ish years. Insurance companies have just now started to text message with policyholders in the last 3. So there's just a whole gap in time frame and evolutionary ability to how we ramp that up and how we fully utilize that leverage and that mode of communication that just doesn't exist yet. So, and especially in commercial losses, everybody and their brother's trying to get a hold of the policyholder at that point. So, voicemails very quickly fill up and whatnot. So text messaging is a very viable mechanism just to reach people very, very quickly. And so obviously you have that initial, or the adjuster has the initial discussion. They verify or clarify the situation, and they do a number of other things within their own process. When we think about what technology can do to speed up the adjuster's process, again, it can cut, 8, 10, 12 steps out of their 24-step process. And so obviously for you guys as IT, how do we facilitate these technological tools to shorten and speed up their cycle time? And we won't spend a lot of time here, but I will just mention it because it bears on the discussion. So from a vendor perspective, insurance companies can be very, very painful to work for. So there's one particular insurtech that we know of that worked with a very large carrier. It took 5 years from initial conversation to deployment. And so guys, we've got to figure out a way to speed up that time frame. And so the top 8 steps we talk about are just the typical sales cycle for vendor acquisition, but then the bottom 15 steps or so are what actually vendors do within the claims journey. So we've got to figure out a way to be more nimble and agile on which vendors do we want to use, how do we onboard them, how do we bring them into our environments, and how do we leverage the services that they provide. So, and I'll end my soapbox on on vendors. So to give you guys a little bit of a deep dive in the pool for a second. So historically, we've had a traditional claim process, right? So I have a hail claim, at my house. I call up the insurance company to file a claim. The adjuster comes out, looks at my roof, does an estimate, writes me a check, mails me a check, whatever. The problem is in the last 2 years, well, now I don't want a guy in my house. And so we've had to figure out how to do remote adjusting, desktop adjusting. We've done it for a while in auto because we've had direct repair vendors obviously just send us the pictures and whatnot of the damaged cars if it's just a first party claim with no bodily injury. But so now we've not only got one claims process that we've got to manage, we've got 4. So we've got straight through processing that obviously a lot of people are talking about now, which we'll talk about in a second. The fast track piece, which we has been historically done in auto for a while. We've got the virtual, which is a new thing that's only really popped up here in the last couple of years. And then we still got traditional. So we're inherently trying to manage 4 different processes. And we frankly probably need to be able to seamlessly jump between 2 or 3 of them, depending on where we are within the claim or depending on the decision of either the policyholder or the carrier at a particular point in time of the claim, depending on what's going on with that particular claim function. So straight through processing, we talk a lot about Lemonade is probably the easiest example. So if I have a renter's policy with Lemonade and somebody breaks into my apartment and steals my TV, I can file a claim on the app. I can take a picture of the wall where the TV, with the wires hanging out, take a picture of the door to show them busting in, and I file the claim and I get paid $400 in 3 seconds, right? So they, via API, they ping to say, okay, does Tim have a policy in force? Does he, is he an elevated fraud risk? Has he filed a claim in the last 2 or 3 years? If all those answers are no and everything's fine, then I get automatically paid. No human touch involved in that whatsoever. That's part of what we talk about the Amazon experience is we all recognize how easy it is to get stuff. And so being really good at service doesn't mean that it has to be a person all the time holding our hand to do so. It just needs to be quick and easy depending on what I want as a policyholder at a particular point in time. And so I'll let you guys ignore a lot of the peripheral stuff, but understand that the claims process at its core is about 6 steps. And so what we have to understand from first notice of loss through claim settlement is there's a lot of opportunity that we've got to improve the speed and the efficacy of each of those 6 steps, and possibly even to reimagine what those 6 steps should be, and should they even be 6 steps? If not, maybe they should be 4. And so that's part of what we talk about from a claims perspective. It's sort of a good news, bad news situation from you guys' perspective. So when we ask what can be improved for claims, the short answer is everything. So obviously in the last couple of years, we've seen self-service tools. So you've got like the Hovers and the Planers of the world. I can walk around my house with my iPhone. I can take content inventory, upload it to the cloud. I can take pictures of the damaged kitchen or, a water leak in the garage, whatever it happens to be, pictures of my car, upload it. You can ping CCC's database, return a severity score, and say, oh, Tim's got $1,200 worth of damage to his truck. So we've got all these self-service tools that have now come into play. It's funny when we talk about first notice of loss data gathering, we were given a presentation in Columbus, I guess about a month ago. And we asked the audience, we said, hey, what % of information do you guys believe is accurate at first notice of loss? And I'm fairly cynical, Liz will tell you that I always say that's probably 30 to 50% is accurate. But the group there in Columbus was even more cynical than I am. They were saying 5 to 25% of the information they get at FNOL is accurate. So obviously you guys from an IT perspective, if we think about data accuracy, if we're fundamentally starting out with crap, then it's just crap all the way through, right? So how do we improve FNOL data gathering to make better decisions at the point in time where it's necessary? We've already talked about the insured communication piece, obviously fraud and subrogation. And I've been a National Association of Subrogation Professionals member for 15 years. We publish studies every other year to talk about where subro is on the list of priorities. It's typically 1 to 3% of total claim costs, but the opportunity is 3 to 5x of that number. And so we still have not fundamentally realized the value of subrogation and being able to bring those dollars directly to the bottom line, because a lot of times a subrogation file doesn't get flagged for subrogation for 30 or 60 or 90 days. Or like in the case of my garage, if we just swept up the water and took all the broken plastic pieces and put them in the trash, we've lost the evidence. We can't recover. So there's fundamentally some process changes we've got to make subrogation happen and make that an actual revenue generation and a profit generation center for our insurance companies. Triage and assignment, Liz can talk ad nauseum about that. And then we talk a lot about vendor management, where there's still just a lot of transparency challenges within the system. And we've got to get better control over that as well. Lien holder title release, even on auto, can still be a 30 to 45 day process. So if you fully wreck your truck, you might not get a check from your insurance company for 60 days. So what are you doing for 60 days? I mean, there's just fundamentally some things that we've got to do to drive better outcomes for our policyholders. So, as we talked about with Peter, we're definitely not going to push any particular product, but we're happy to share our experience with anything that you guys ask us. So the picture on the left is the Guidewire ecosystem. The picture on the right is the Duck Creek ecosystem. So just understand that there's specific tools and functionality available for just about every part of the claims process. And so what happens is you've got to do an internal look at your own business to figure out what lines of business are we in, what levels of complexity exist, what levels of segmentation do we need, any one of a number of different factors related to your own business, and then go figure out which technological tools match that particular business need. But they definitely exist. So we talk about how automation benefits. Obviously, it reduces manual touches, brings down cycle time, brings down cost, can improve staff efficiency, all the wonderful things for the organization, which is obviously pretty common. I'll give this, we'll obviously share the deck with you guys, but Brittany can share this later. If you want to watch this video later, we found out on Zoom that if we stream live video, we crash the system. So we don't do that anymore. But it's a really cool video. So Beirut had an explosion back in August of 2020. And so what happens from the claims perspective is that there's 12 buildings in the port of Beirut. So if we're an insured or an insurer, there's 12 insureds on property. There's probably 25 or 30 carriers between primary and excess policies and whatnot. But there's an explosion. We're trying to help our policyholders out, but we need information in order to be able to make immediate decisions, whether it's regard to advance payment, we need to file subrogation actions, et cetera. But the port, something exploded. We don't know. So we don't know if our insured was at fault or if we were simply a result of the explosion. This video shows you a 12-minute video of what they did was they went and scraped all open source media. So all the Twitter feeds, Facebook pictures, and LinkedIn footage that was taken that day, and they built it into a digital timeline of events. And so if you're on the claim side, we've built animations forever based on what we believe happened in a claim event and shown that for mediation or trial. But this is actually a live recreation of the actual footage of the event. So from a claims perspective, now we can make immediate decisions. We know which building exploded. We know which part of the building caught fire first. So we know any one of a number of great pieces of information that we can make better decisions on. And so it's just a really cool video. I think if you share with your claims teams, they'll get a kick out of it. And I'll pass it over to Liz.
I will vouch for the video. It is very cool. Sorry we couldn't show it to you here. So as IT professionals, there tends to, not always, but largely be a disconnect with the business, right? You take orders from them. They don't understand your processes, your rigor, your metrics aren't aligned to their metrics. And there can be a collision course there. And to make it even worse right now, insurance, candidly, is further behind than any industry that I've dealt with previously. So a lot of the conversations that I was having with other industries, I was having them 10 years ago that I'm having with insurance now. So that's okay. They got there. You're going to get there and it'll be good. But that puts you in a really weird place in this environment right now, because there's so much capability that hasn't existed before. Brand new, art of the possible, stuff we used to talk about being sci-fi, AI capabilities. It's real now. And everybody, your business executives hear about this and they want it. It's sexy, it's cool, it's new, it's hot. How can we get that? And you're like, we still are on a legacy core system that can't integrate with this because the APIs won't work that way. And yeah, no, and it is a very uncomfortable conversation. So how do you manage that? You become air traffic control. There are more good ideas than you can possibly implement. There always will be. So you have to really be strategic about working with the business to evaluate those and partner and decide what is critical for your business, what's going to move the needle the furthest. You have to talk about hard truths like that. I've worked with insurance companies today. They're still on mainframes. I kid you not. AS400s, they're out there. And you got to have those conversations about, I understand what you want and here's a vision how to get there. But right now, this cannot be done tomorrow, which leads to the we can but conversation. Yes, but we have a decade's worth of legacy tech debt to dig out of. And we can do that. And here's what that looks like. And meanwhile, if you have the capability and the funds, you can do some R&D on the side to start playing with some of the cool tools that are out there and understanding how they might work with your ecosystem. But first, you've got to get to Azure, to AWS, to somewhere in the cloud where you can plug into all these capabilities that are out there and ripe for the consumption. If you're not there yet, having that conversation of yes, but no is never a good thing that the business wants to hear. So, and how do you be proactive rather than reactive? Who in your IT organization is tasked with keeping up with business trends, not IT trends, business trends in your industry? Who in your IT organization is tasked with going to the business and proactively telling them, I think this will help us. I think this will make you look good. I think this will help us attract or retain more customers. Who's got that responsibility? And often, especially in smaller companies, you don't have that role. And that's a key role. And it doesn't have to be somebody's full-time job. It can be whoever, the most knowledge hungry person is in your organization who has good ties into your business executive. And then evaluation experts, they're going to come at you with crazy stuff that will never work in your current ecosystem. And you have to have a way to intelligently express why that will or will not work, what another alternative will be. You need to understand if your application breaks with certain security controls, if you need to understand all of your integration capabilities and lack of capabilities, but you need to have a framework that the business understands, and that's key for evaluating everything that they bring to you. And it can't be inconsistent. If you create that framework, it creates trust. So if you just shoot this one down for these 2 reasons and shoot this one down for those 3 reasons, they don't understand that if they're not in the tech world. So creating that sort of checklist of these things must be true for us to hit green light is very, very helpful to the business. And then aligned value-based objectives and metrics. This part is absolutely key. This is the most central. I don't care. I've worked with huge retail organizations, multinational consulting firms. I don't care who you are, what you do, what business you're in. This is insurance. It's true for all of them. To bring the business and IT closer together, you've got to have aligned business metrics. And so we're talking about claims. What is that? That's customer retention. That's NPS, things of that nature. If you're still measuring ticket response time, ticket closure time, uptime, those are table stakes. Those business is not interested. So if that is how your IT is measured, you need to kind of work with them to create a shift towards what is the solution supposed to do? What business, you don't implement tech for the sake of tech. What business problem is this solving and how do we measure that? And then you and the business agree to those metrics, and that's how you measure. And then with that, we're back over to Tim.
No, and I mean, Liz is exactly right. So let me share a story with you guys. So our old engineering firm in 2004, we were fully in the cloud. So we had our primary office was in Chicago, we had a rollover server in Columbus. And so if Chicago ever lost power, Columbus picked us up in 5 minutes, but every other server was virtual. And so we never had downtime, but that was in 2004, right? So Guidewire, just to pick on them for a second, they just came out with their cloud version in 2020. So 16 years post of all, like as Liz says, all these other industries and companies that have already been managing things in a cloud and digital environment. So that's just where we are, again, as kind of the playing field and how we step from there. So the pressures on the business for you guys, and Liz touched on some of these, obviously, when we talk about the metrics, is obviously, especially from a mutual perspective, NPS scores are hugely important. Improving policyholder retention. There's now, I just found this out the other day because I used Neptune just because I wanted to test them for my flood quote that I got. But we have a 2-question underwriting process. So the days of 17 pages and 157 question submissions, those are long past. Like, policyholders expect speed and instantaneous quotes from giving you very, very basic data points. You should be able to find everything else out, right? So you can get on Zillow, you can look at my house, you can have aerial, pictures, you can understand who the builder was, so you know what type of construction it is. There's all this information available about my house that's already out there online. I shouldn't have to tell you what type of roof I have. And it's funny, we talked with a carrier the other day. Part of their quoting process, when we were going through the application, there was 17 different possibilities of what type of roof covering did I have. So how many policyholders know, do I have composition shingles, a 20-year, 30-year? There were 17 different options for what type of roof do I have. That's just really frictional from a policyholder perspective, and we've got to figure out a better way to do that stuff. Obviously, and it's not just insurance; it's in any industry. But we always say that all the money is made at the buy. So for insurance, if we don't price the risk appropriately at the time of underwriting, nothing else matters. And so what we recognize is we've got some real challenges in accurate underwriting. I mean, the carriers for the Surfside condo, obviously, had they known that building was going to collapse this year, there's no way in heck they would have ever written that policy. So we've got to recognize that there's a whole lot of information available to us that we're not taking advantage of at the underwriting stage. We recognize, again, from a policyholder experience perspective, as well as from just an internal cost perspective, that we've got to speed up our claims process. I mean, straight through processing is great for, right now it's typically being used for like glass claims and some very, very low, minor stuff. We've got to figure out a way to do straight through processing for more of our claims book, which brings down our frequency and severity piece, which obviously reduces our cost structure. So we need to reduce loss adjustment expenses, we need to reduce fraud, and we need to improve subrogation recovery. So for you guys, when you're talking with the business, bring some of those, points to bear and see how you can align the discussion to meet those mutual objectives. And this is, again, as Liz talked about, it's not an insurance specific thing. This is any business over time naturally becomes inefficient simply as they grow. It's just a typical business outcome. So, for example, Sally, that used to do all adjuster licensing, has now grown. So now it's Sally and her entire department. And so we've developed all these silos around claims. But the challenge is that, Sally in adjuster licensing has version 1 of the spreadsheet, and John in logistics has version 2. So we're not even talking about the same data piece, right? So part of what we talk about in technology is if we have a common platform, we're operating from a single version of truth, as well as the fact that now we speed up communication, we speed up processing, et cetera, within the business. The challenge with the tech piece is it's a flip side of the coin, right? So it's great to fully implement it, but it means that there's a larger change management aspect on the backside that's got to complement it, right? Because if we can put all adjuster licensing in a system, well, now we don't need Sally and 12 people to do that. It may take 1 or 2. So what do we do with those other 10 people? Redirect their efforts to some area within the business or something else. So we've always got to have the discussion about change management when we talk about any sort of tech adoption. Just to give you guys, again, help you kind of give the perspective. So claims leaders on a day-to-day basis, here's the questions that they're asking themselves. So the first question is, how do I balance the volume coming in with my team's capacity skill sets, right? So how many claims are coming into the organization and what resources do I have available to manage those claims? That basic load balancing every day is job 1 for claims leaders. For some, if they've got it down, pretty well, it may be a 30-minute job. For others, it could be a 3-hour job. So part of that is just figuring out how much time that takes the claims leaders. If they get claims assigned, then the next question they're asking themselves is, for the types of claims that are coming in, how do we resolve them the fastest at an appropriate cost? So, what we used to talk about 20 years ago was, I don't ever want to overpay a claim, right? I want to only pay exactly what I owe. So that way my indemnity dollars are accurate. That way my actuarial tables are correct, et cetera. What we now recognize is there's a cost per claim hour that file is open. And so I'm actually okay with overpaying claims if I can pay them faster, because net, I'm still better on my balance sheet. And so now we talk about the appropriate cost for claims. The third question the claims leaders are asking themselves is, how do we optimize process excellence, right? So whether we've got 30 adjusters or 3,000 adjusters within our organization, Sally closes claims in an hour and John takes 4 days. So how do we implement at least some level of standardization across to have a better line of sight into the processing piece? And then their fourth question is typically very personal: is how do they leverage their own time in the most effective way? And it's interesting because some carriers have actually put out some edicts about this, like Hartford, for example, has told their claims leaders, we want 50% of your day spent on coaching, mentoring, training your staff, which sounds all well and good. But then you think about what claims leaders are also responsible for, which is the load balancing, which is staffing and recruiting, strategic planning, financial budgeting. So you can very, very quickly see how their time in the day gets stressed. And we're all human. So what happens is whatever we're least good at is what we do last. And the challenge is whatever that thing is, how important is that to the business? And so that's the effect on business efficiency. And so when we talk about what's next, so obviously there's a number of things coming out in the IoT realm, telematics. Hippo has come out and said, hey, if you install our smart home meter in your house, so there's a sensor that goes on your front door, on your back door, a smoke sensor that goes in your kitchen, and then there's 2 water sensors, one that goes by your washer and one that goes by your water heater. And they'll give you a 25% reduction in your premium, but it's a condition of coverage for you to use their equipment. And so if you think, for a 25% reduction in premium, it's nothing more than an early warning device. But we've got an automatic water shutoff here installed in our house. And so if we have a water loss of more than about 15 gallons, it immediately cuts off. So it takes what could be a catastrophic water event and makes it a negligible, mopping exercise really, really quick. So part of what we see coming down the pike is leveraging some of these technologies to do risk prevention. And so what happens is an HSB will tell you that if we fully utilize some IoT devices and sensors, we should be able to reduce premiums by 10 to 40%. And so if you think about that hit to your top line revenue for your carrier, but then you also have to think about, okay, well, what does that all impact in downstream? So if we fully recognize the benefit and the opportunity of those technologies, we're now essentially a risk prevention company, not a claims company, because our frequency and severity has just dropped off the table. So then also now we've got, a 10 to 40% reduction in our top line revenue. Well, if we're paying HSB to access that data, which we didn't used to do, obviously we would just send them a piece of the premium for the equipment breakdown coverage. Well, now there's a realignment of the primary policy, the equipment breakdown policy, the excess policy, and what the sharing of that premium dollars is across that entire value chain. Also, it fundamentally changes the game at underwriting because now there's a lot more data available to us, so we can get very, very prescriptive on what risks we're writing, what our supplements are, what our deductibles are, what our co-insurance penalties are for specific risks, as opposed to in the aggregate, which is typically how we're doing it today. And then obviously, if we reduce claims pretty significantly, well, then that fundamentally changes the hierarchy and the look of our claims department. We may need 20, 30, 40, 50% less people because we don't have the claim volume to keep all those people busy anymore. And if we're bringing in less money on the front end and we're paying claims faster, well, then that changes the float and the investment process that we've got for surplus. And so there's a lot of potential changes that are coming to the insurance community based on some of this technology that we're talking about. And I'll pass it back to Liz.
Yeah. So a slide ago, Tim talked about what business leaders are thinking about right now. So these are some of the questions that they're facing. And what he just went through was some of the technologies that they're thinking about in terms of how to solve some of those problems. So your job in establishing mutual trust, are we going, as IT professionals, are you going to the business and presenting that? Because this is your opportunity to do it. He just gave you a few areas that would absolutely resonate with your business leadership, rather. Do you have regular collaboration cadences where you review those aligned metrics that we talked about? Do you expose challenges and risks openly and communicate those back to the business? So you know they're going to come at you from every angle. You see the whole plethora of buffet, whatever term you would like to use, smorgasbord of options that are out there, and the vast potential to really resolve some business issues here of all these different technologies. Take the helm. Don't wait for it to come to you. Take the helm and go to them. Create those aligned business metrics. And then you become more of a trusted partner and advisor rather than a cost center or a roadblock, which is what a lot of business, unfortunately, can tend to think about IT. Once you get to that point and you've established this, you're having your cadences, you're having your aligned vision, you understand each other, you've got some mutual understanding in place, then it's the build versus buy. A lot of what we talked about earlier in presentations with cloud, I could tell by some of the expressions and raised hands and think whatnot, kind of there are different points on that journey here in this room, and I'm sure there are online as well. So ask yourself, are you in a position to really be an innovator? Is your core business, is that what you need to do? Or is your time better served taking care of core business issues and being that trusted advisor? There are so many applications off the shelf right now that are purpose-built for insurance, for very specific needs within insurance. Yes.
Liz.
Uh-huh.
Liz and Tim. And you might have to repeat the question if Tim can't hear me. Within the 16 or so steps inside of the claims life cycle,
Yes,
as you had on the slide before,
yes,
can you pick a few that our participants are technology leaders in handling technology in our member companies? Maybe pick a few areas where you think are juiciest opportunities to make some kind of quick wins, or with new technology. Maybe there's some things that come to mind you can offer about technology examples or specific things that we can do to make some quick improvements using new tech in our claims process within those steps of the life cycle.
well, I will absolutely plug our product.
You can
Claim
pick a few.
that.
Well, maybe pick a few of the
Yeah.
parts, the features of your product, but other competitors.
Oh, absolutely.
What can we do today that could improve our life cycle without changing the claim system out?
So we're a plug-in at Climatic. So we do automated triage and assignment. I'm not here to pitch to you today, but since the question was
Could be
thrown,
any vendor.
I will take that opportunity. But the opportunity there is you have so many data points coming in from FNOL, as Tim alluded to earlier. A lot of people aren't happy with the integrity of that data and the accuracy of that data as it comes across through FNOL. So you have the opportunity with automated triage and assignment tools such as Climatic to bring in to get sort of a consulting experience on the front end. What do I really need at FNOL? What's truly critical? It forces you through a critical path thinking process to raise that up so that you really understand your business segmentation. And too often I see folks take their legacy thought processes and business processes and try to put that with new tech. And you need to reimagine it. When you throw new tech at something, you've got to rethink the business processes around it. So when you go through that process, you're really looking at all of your intake information at FNOL and deciding, is that really how I need to segment my business? Should I be geography based instead? How do I want to do this? You get to bring in all of your resource information. So if you have 1099s, FTEs, IA firms, you've got just a whole smattering of different types of resources. You've got litigation people, you've got SIU people, all of these different folks. Where are they? What are they good at? What are their skill sets? What are their licensing that they may have? Are they on PTO? All of that, or time off, all of that type of information, pulling that into one source and then automating it. I'll give you an example from Hurricane Ida. A large IA firm that I won't name went 48 hours without assigning claims during Ida. Why? Because they couldn't. Because it's that complicated. When you're looking at that influx of claims, when you're looking at deploying your resources to a specific territory, people have to get up and move. They're not just going to sit at home. These aren't desk adjusters, right? So all of that complexity comes into play, and they have to do it real time, real fast. And that can be a very difficult shift if you don't have a tool that lets you do that very quickly. Exactly that is purpose built for that. A lot of folks are still doing that on spreadsheets, unfortunately, even very large companies when it comes time for a CAT event. Tim, do you want to touch on a few other claims related tech that would be especially ripe for the picking right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think so for you guys, I mean, payments is a huge issue. So, I mean, and think about it too. I think the way that you would probably want to think about tech is what's internal to your business that's not necessarily customer facing that you can try to optimize and get more efficient on first before you do the customer facing stuff. But payments is a huge issue. So if you're not digitally paying your claims, you should be. And so there's a huge sea change in the insurance community right now of going through the digitization of claims payments. I will tell you that the reimagining FNOL is going to be a very painful thing for carriers. And that's going to be probably the last piece that we get to. So what's happening right now is we're digitizing payments. As Liz said, we're automating, triage assignment, which primarily is an internal function. We're obviously modernizing core. So a lot of people are moving to, some sort of connected type platform. But the fundamental piece at FNOL is going to be the last piece that gets dealt with just because it's the first piece in the customer lifecycle journey on the claim. And if you screw that up, then it doesn't matter how great anything else is. You've already pissed off that customer. So we're going to get to FNOL, but it's going to be painful to get there. So some of the internal tools, like some of the fraud detection stuff, some of the auto pieces too. I mean, if you're not, there's a vendor and actually they're buddies of ours in Dallas. So they've automated the total loss payments for auto. So that can be a 30 to 45 day process to get title, lien payoff information, title release, et cetera. They've automated all that and it happens same day. So if you haven't done some of that basic stuff or, like your auto book, then that's definitely something you should, try to consider doing in the short term.
And Tim and Liz, you could pick any part of your product set, right? And you could pick one common loss or, one part of your line of business and just focus deeply on that, right? And try to streamline that so it happens, within hours instead of days or weeks, right? That's a good tactic that I know that we talked about before for, inside of the claims life cycle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, take a particular type of claim, streamline the heck out of that. Like if you want to do glass claims, get those to straight through processing. That's an easy first step into the arena. And then first party auto PD property damage with no bodily injury. That's a second easy step to take. And then you step into the more complicated stuff down the road. Absolutely.
And the fun of all this, so to kind of tie it back to some of the earlier presentations that you guys heard, once you get to that panacea serverless, or you don't even have to be there, but at least be in the cloud. Once you get to that realm, there's so many tools that you can plug and play. So right now it's a little bit of because everything is highly siloed, it's a little bit of guesswork and intuition about where the most critical problem is. It can be very hard to measure within your business. And so you kind of go with who's got the loudest voice and the biggest bully pulpit. But as you make that transition to cloud, and I'm sure Troy and Amy Claire would be happy to talk about it, but you can plug in AI to all of that and it will tell you where your problems are. You can plug in machine learning. It will tell you where your problems are. You can plug in AI and it'll tell you how to fix them. So it's really cool what we can do as we start to modernize our applications. But to wrap up this portion of the conversation, we talked a little bit about build versus buy. We can talk about that ad nauseum. I think really critical right now, you guys assess your staff. It is a real talent crunch in the tech space right now. Unless you can outbid Silicon Valley, you are not getting your top tier developers and whatnot. So think about that before you plunge headfirst into, I'm going to own all this and develop myself. And then the organizational change management, cannot stress that enough. The number one reason that new tech implementations fail is because people can fail to consider the business process changes around those and the people changes around those and the functional operational issues that can arise. And I think we're pretty much at time. I don't know that we need to wrap up anything further, Tim. Yeah.
But this is more than we. You were talking earlier about how to reduce the friction in the claim process space. There's many ways to do that. But I want to ask a question about how your system or your solutions deal with using public policyholder public adjustment. Because that's always a big friction in the settlement of claims. How could your system address that particular kind of situation? They need to repeat that for the people.
Yeah, I don't know if you were able to hear that, but it was
I couldn't hear him.
how does our tool or any other automated triage and assignment tool, how does it account for when an insured wants to use a public adjuster? You may have stumped the speakers. I told you we were pinch hitting today, right?
No, I mean that so I guess to give you a story to hopefully answer that. So what we've seen is we've seen a change in the way that people do NPS scoring. So at every single interaction with the claim person, we're now seeing surveys go out to the policyholder to say, did they answer your questions, correctly and, fully, blah, 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 whatever. And so what you're able to do is you're able to get real-time information about how the policyholder feels about that claims process. And so if the numbers are lower than what they should be, obviously a supervisor, that can be a red flag. The supervisor can immediately jump in, call the policyholder, try to bring things back on the track. So, we're trying to get better at our ability to determine that stuff in real time. And also, obviously, the faster we can pay claims, the less likelihood there is of either public adjusters getting involved or getting, going to get an attorney. But as far as from a tech processing perspective, there's nothing that really tells us that a public adjuster is involved until the carrier gets the representation letter. Hope that answered the question.
Anything else, guys? Sorry, y'all. Sure. Is it though? So Tim, I know you can't hear the question, so I'll repeat it. So talking about the long turnaround time on issuing a check, then it having to go through the mail, get signed, turn around, come back, et cetera, and the insured experience in that. If the insurer has enabled digital payments, how is that a bank issue? But that can be automated as well. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that can be automated. It can completely be seamless. Yeah.
So I don't even have to answer that. You took care of it, Liz, right?
Yeah, but the bank's not going to initiate that process. That's why I said, is it really a bank issue? Because the person who is writing the check is going to have to initiate that sort of integration. Well, every bank's going to be a little bit different, but you're going to have to look at the end-to-end process of how that flows. But it can absolutely, I haven't process mapped out that in particular, but digital payments in general, even with tons of legalities left around them and counter signatures required, can absolutely be automated. So basically you do all of the signing stuff electrically, can happen same day, and deposit funds same day. Yeah, it just removes the back and forth. But yes, we are all frustrated with USPS right now. I understand. Anything else, guys? All right. Thank you for letting us join your conference and having time for us. Thank you, Tim. I'll see you when I get home.
Appreciate you guys. Thank y'all.
Okay, we're going to go next door now and have some lunch. Okay, folks, we're going to get started with the afternoon session, and we have two outstanding speakers, people that play a very important role in the life of the insurance industry in Pennsylvania, more specifically with their licensees, including our insurance companies, as well as other licensees. With us today is Mike Humphreys, who is the chief of staff. He's the person that makes sure the department runs like a top. You want to just raise your hand so everybody knows who you are. So he's the tall, good-looking guy. I have to say things like that because I need to work with them, and I need to be nice to them all the time too. So, but actually, they're great guys to work with. Also with him is David Buono. David started during the early part of the Wolf administration, and he's had a couple of different roles. And more recently, he's been named the deputy commissioner for market regulation. And that was the position that I had at the department when I retired in 2014. So the only thing I can teach him is don't listen to what I have to say. Okay. But with that, they're here to talk about something that's very important. They're going to be talking about the cybersecurity model law. I think it actually has a different title at the NEIC, but basically it's creating a regulatory scheme to deal with the increasing problem in the world of cybersecurity and insurance and all those things that go on there. Now, we do have a law in the books that deals with reporting these kinds of things. And I think that went on the books back in the mid 90s. But really after that, we haven't had a whole bunch of stuff. But as IT folks, you know that this issue of cybersecurity is growing in intensity and frequency and even severity using insurance terms. And the department wants to start putting their arms around, how significant is this? So there is a draft of a bill that they're going to be talking a little bit about. And these are this is the brain trust of the department on this kind of stuff too. So we're very fortunate to have both Mike and David present this information to you. I told them that you guys are a great audience, ask lots of questions, and hopefully they'll be able to give lots of good answers and correct answers at that, right? It all depends, right?
we couldn't feed them. So there, maybe you won't get correct answers. I don't know. Anyway, with that, I'll just turn it over to you folks and thank you very much. So
So
Okay.
as Dave works his way up, just wanted to set the expectation that we are glad to have questions. Both Dave and I prefer kind of the give and take and look forward to questions. If you have them throughout on a particular slide, can go ahead and address them at that time. Otherwise, we have planned to leave enough time at the end that we can do some Q&A then or have a discussion at the end. So Dave is going to start off talking about what we've seen in the cyber world, and then I'll roll up and talk about the model drafting and where we are in the process and where we're going. So I'll kick it over to Dave.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, and it is on. All right. So what I wanted to start talking about is, some of the new technology that's out there, and some of it isn't really all that new anymore, but figured I'd talk about it. So these things, cell phones. So you're probably trying to think to yourself, how would a hacker get into my cell phone? Well, I mean, this is Ron's cell phone, so they could steal it. Or, the pins, I had spoken to my IT guy one time. He was helping me with my cell phone. He goes, "What is your password? I need to get in your phone." And I said, "I can't tell you my password. I know the rules. It's a trick." And he goes, "Dave, I want to fix your phone. Can you give me the password?" And I was like, 1. And he goes, "Okay, 1, 5 ones." And, you can't do that. That's not a smart way to do. But right now, there are people probably looking at their phones going, "Crap, he knows my password. I need to change it." The next thing that we have here, these smartwatches, which are really cool. They do so many different things, but the evildoers have figured out ways to use them for evil purposes, such as there's new technology where they can start figuring out pins by the way that your wrist moves, or they can figure out locations and reverse the location to find out where things are. So, got to be careful with them. Smart speakers. These are really cool, but scary too. Some neighbors one time were having a conversation about their neighbor, said all sorts of nasty things about him, and the speaker sent them the message. So they're always listening. So you have to be sure that you have password protects and the system itself safe. Smart TV, you have that on, it's monitoring you, to protect yourself. You can keep the Wi-Fi on and do all the great things with that. Or you could turn it off and make it a regular TV, but it's monitoring what you're doing. Be sure that you go in and select the applications that protect you and your security cameras. You always hear those stories where the cyber folks can figure out ways to get into those security cameras and monitors. So, this was more about just showing you, hey, there are some ways out there that people can get into to your things. So Americans reported a record number of cybercrime complaints in 2020. There were 791,790 losses exceeding $4.1 billion. So we have a lot of really cool stuff, and there are folks that really want to take advantage of you with that cool stuff. Now in Pennsylvania, there were 18,636 victims with losses exceeding $108 million. To make you feel better, more victims in Pennsylvania than Canada, India, Australia, France, Germany, and Mexico combined. So, we're in a place that cybercrime absolutely exists. So what is a data breach? So there are numerous types of different attacks. So first, there's hacking. A hacker is a person who illegally gains access to your stuff. There's phishing. I have another really funny, not that funny, phishing email story where, that's where folks will send you that email and it has some misspelled words in it. You click on the link and then all of a sudden it's asking you for all your personal information. The state sends out fake emails to see who will click on those links. And every time that same IT guy, I send him an email that goes, "Hey, I think this one's real. I clicked on it." And he goes, "Oh, please tell me you didn't." I'm like, "No, I didn't." And I really didn't. Well, the joke was on me though, because I was talking to Deputy Commissioner Logue a little while ago, and she got a certificate for turning it into the state that it was a fake email. I'm like, oh man. So all this time I've been playing a joke. And I could have had a really cool certificate that said I was smart, but I didn't do that.
It actually says you're a fish finder.
Is that what it
Dave.
says?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know because I was too busy sending it to our IT guy going, I pretend to click on it. You know, those are things that we have to take serious, that they are out there, they are real, and sometimes they're very good. So malware, that's software that is specifically designed to disrupt, damage, or gain unauthorized access to your computer. Ransomware, I'm sure we're hearing a whole lot more about that. That's malware that requires the victim to pay ransom. That's scary stuff. That can shut down communities. Brute force attacks. That's one of those where it's trial by error, the 11111, you know, the password, you know, that's where folks will just continue to try until they get in. Denial of service attacks. That's a security event that occurs when the attacker prevents a legitimate user from accessing specific computer systems. They basically flood the system with traffic to overwhelm you, and you can't get your stuff anymore. And then there's privilege of use. That's when your own people are the bad person. You know, the ones that you trust that may be doing things for the forces of evil. You know, and I hate to, you know, we all have good people, but in every organization, sometimes those things happen. So that's why you have to be ready. And then the physical infrastructure attacks, and that's where you snip the fiber optics or the cables or cause real damage. So what are the top 4 cyber threats? There's business email compromise. And what that is, that's an attack that deceptively convinces businesses to wire funds to a criminal bank accounts, pretending to be their business partners. Often criminals will send an email from a spoofed account. It appears from someone within the business. So they're very clever. Ransomware, that's, once again, we already talked about with encrypting data. Now the physical systems, that's ransomware that could be targeted at the physical, whoops, I hit the wrong button, physical that are internet enabled. So this is kind of scary because it's not funny, but in Austria, a hotel had this type of attack and people couldn't get into their hotel rooms because everything was connected to the internet. So, you know, just catastrophic to be locked out. There's other malware, and that's, you know, ransomware is the one that gets the headlines today. But there are still significant risks at being affected by other types by hackers, you know, especially with banking credentials. So you'll see from 2018 to 2020, the number of reported incidents rose from 1,493 to 2,474. That's ransomware attacks. From 2018 to 2020, adjusted losses from ransom attacks rose from 3,621,000 to 29 million. You know, the bad folks are getting better at collecting money for this. Researchers have found that the average ransom demand has skyrocketed 518%. An average ransom paid has climbed 82% the same time period. And between 50 and 75% of ransomware attacks target small businesses. So, you know, sometimes we feel when we're in a small business or a small agency, we're safe. Nobody's going to mess with us. They do. So true or false? I know you're all nervous right now because it's going to be a really hard question. Data breaches aren't really a big deal for businesses. What is it? True or false? You guys have been listening. Thank you. Makes me feel better. All right. So, you know, how do you protect your business? All right. Conduct a security and self-risk assessment. Determine what to protect, what protections exist, and where there are gaps. You know, really look honestly at your business. Develop a plan to protect your property data, operational data, and client data. Identify tools you need to protect your information. Implement cybersecurity procedures and training for employees. Educate your employees on smart use of social media, how to spot suspicious emails, and not connecting to public Wi-Fi on company devices. You know, I made a little bit of a joke earlier about those emails that the state sends out, but it's a fantastic way to catch if folks are going to click on those links. And I don't have the data in front of me, but I'm probably safe to say people click the links in those emails. And you really hope that they're not, but I'm sure they do. And the good news is when they do, now you can educate them on why they shouldn't. So don't be afraid to make sure that your folks know what to do. Have a disaster recovery plan. Is cybersecurity insurance something for you? Develop procedures for your business. Understand your vulnerabilities. Test an internal phishing campaign against employees to check your company's vulnerability. Once again, a lot of times, folks, your employees are how the evildoers get in. You know, you have to invite them in. They just don't always get in. It's mostly when we let them in. You know, always back up your important business data. Implement settings that encourage regular password changes. I know it's annoying. Every couple of days, it feels like you're changing your password, and you can only use passwords so many times before the system tells you that you can't. But there are different ways to creatively think of different passwords. Like right now, I'm into sentences. You know, I'll make sentences out of things with and believe it or not, I actually remember them because, you know, when you get the cable and you get your Wi-Fi password and it's everything that doesn't make sense, you'll never memorize that. But you can make it into different ways using those same emblems, you know, for an S, a $sign, or for a 1, an exclamation. You could do those little things, write the sentences and create a really good, safe password. Restrict website employees can visit. You know, there are some websites that folks just don't need to go to. You know, restrict the ones they don't need to be on, you know, and you know, it's the best way to protect you. Have strong security software. Don't be going cheap on the security software. Do the right thing. Protect your clients, protect yourself, protect your business. Another true or false question. I know you guys did really great on the first one. This one's harder. And I don't know how many people are going to get it right. I'm nervous about this one. You should educate your employees on smart use of social media. True. Thank you. All right. So in the headlines. So from an insurance standpoint, Anthem, there was a breach in 2015, 80 million documents potentially compromised or exposed, $16 million in fines, $115 million settlement due to that compromise. Bankers Life breach in 2018 had 566,217 insureds impacted. Premera Blue Cross in 2015, 11 million Americans records compromised, and they were accused of destroying evidence of the breach. Does that sound like a good idea to destroy evidence? You know, probably not. But what Mike will be talking about are different ways that we can work together to try to figure out when. You know, hopefully it's not a when, but it does seem like as the years go by, it's not an if, it's a when. We're prepared and we can protect people as best possible. Independence Blue Cross in 2018, 17,000 members affected. And it was reported to the insurance department's task force. We do have a cybersecurity task force that I have the privilege of being part of. And we want to have an environment where you feel comfortable reaching out to us when these things do occur so that we can figure out ways to work together. All right, challenges and potential solutions. So what are some challenges that we see at the insurance department? So in today's world, and I tried to get that as small as possible for the folks in the back, if insurer is hit with a ransomware encrypting all their systems, they can restore their systems and move forward, okay? So why is that a problem? Well, we'll never know about the issue at the insurance department. We can't verify if the insurer identified the attacker, that they communicated appropriately with the customers, that they took steps to prevent a future attack. So just because you reset doesn't mean that the equipment where you got it from, do they have a vulnerability? You know, who else does this spider web impact? What if the insurer has a network of other insurers and they all use the same software and nobody tells anybody about it? You know, do the other insurers know about the attack? Did they correct the issue? Did they protect the consumers? So by not working through and try to having a good plan, we could inadvertently create additional problems that are far larger. So, these are very scary questions when you're trying to figure out our world of cybersecurity. And as you've seen in the slides before, it's not getting less and less each year. It's getting more and more each year. So what does the department need? And, I feel like this is a great transition spot for Mike Humphreys. Mike, would you like to come up and talk about what the department needs?
Absolutely. Thanks, Dave. So what do we think we need? That's explicit authority to review cybersecurity incidents and review your cyber posture at the companies, reporting of all material cybersecurity incidents and consumer protections, quality, timely disclosure to the consumers that are impacted. So what we've been working on, I'll just get all three of those up there, is a version of the NAIC Data Protection, Data Security Model Act that is quote unquote Pennsylvaniaized. So the NAIC developed this model in 2016, started to, finally adopted in 2017. Right after, I think, New York had gone their own way, as New York has been known to do, and implemented data security protections through reg. But the NAIC model process had been working. South Carolina actually quickly adopted the NAIC model after it was passed. And right around the time that it was passed, the US Treasury Department, which, as you all know, houses the Federal Insurance Office, that you collectively and through NAMIC actually, is a sidebar, were aggressive in limiting the authority of the FIO. Quick digression. I used to work for state insurance legislators at the time Dodd-Frank passed. I was NCOIL's director of state federal relations, was in Washington at the time Dodd-Frank passed, worked with members of Congress on Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank created FIO. There were few voices that really pushed against a federal insurance office. NAMIC and NCOIL were some of the louder ones, with the idea being we are sufficiently regulated at the state level that Congress, when you have an issue and need insurance data, the Treasury Department, already has access to state information and insurance information through the NAIC, which is a very sophisticated organization and can help you get the data information that you need. Ultimately, they created a FIO, but its authority was limited generally to international agreements and lots of report writing. They could opine on nearly anything FIO so chooses to weigh in on, except generally health insurance policy. It has very limited authority. But anyway, FIO has written a report now, started in October of 17, saying, we believe that states should uniformly adopt the NAIC Model Act. If states do not, Congress, you should come in and preempt the states. You should come in with legislation that is both a floor and a ceiling. And it's something that us on the regulator side have opposed through the NAIC, any such legislation that would really put a ceiling on what states could do in terms of data protection and the regulation of the companies surrounding data. There are some companies, I think, in large part, some of the larger companies, particularly large bank financial institutions, that would like to see one size fits all out of Washington in this regard and have a ceiling. So different states didn't have those limits, but it's not something that we would support. And as such, in recognizing all the issues that Dave has already talked about, we have prioritized making the data security model law in Pennsylvania, hopefully sooner than later. So what does the model do? It really requires the entities to develop an information security program based on a risk assessment that you, the company, would do. There's a number of items that companies are suggested to look at as part of that risk assessment, and what may be applicable or not as part of the security program that they put in place as a result of that risk assessment. And it also requires the licensees to both investigate cyber breaches and then to notify the department of a cybersecurity event. The notification in the model law was 72 hours. I think in working with you all, and I'll talk a little bit about the process in interested stakeholders, we're fine with it being, I think, 72 hours, I think is where the pivot has been. And I may have that backwards, but 3 business days. So it was 72 hours and now we're okay with it being 3 business days. I thought I might have had it backwards. So that's something that as we work with you, we recognize that breaches can happen on weekends, breaches can happen on Friday nights. To the extent a breach happens on a Friday and you're reporting, we, the department, don't have a whole lot of people in there to receive it over the weekend either. So we're trying to be as reasonable as we can in working on the language with you. It also requires an annual certification of compliance with the Act. And that is something that would essentially just come into us on a form that we would work to develop, saying that you would attest to you are compliant. You've developed the program based on your risk assessment, and that would come in annually. It's not a one-time attestation. That's something that continues to come in. And the bill would grant us power to examine and investigate licensees to follow up on those compliance pieces. Now, there are a number of companies that are exempt in the Model Act, and that we are continuing to talk to industry representatives about. The Model Act exempts licensees with fewer than 10 employees. We are comfortable with that. Our drafts that have been going back and forth included independent contractors as part of that. At our most recent conversation on Friday afternoon, I think both PAMIC and the Big I representatives expressed reservations around the independent consultants or contractors being counted as part of that number 10. And that's something that we're going to look at. And actually, I had given the Big I a homework assignment from that meeting to give us some language that they suggested that they had seen in another state that really tried to differentiate contractors that are day-to-day in your business programs versus the contractor that's hired to mow the lawn, or really other contractors that are outside of business operations, would never have access to any confidential information in the first place. I haven't said this publicly yet, but I think I'm leaning towards striking that altogether and just leaving it at 10. So it would be 10 employees. I think to the point you all made, to the point the Big I made, it's just cleaner and creates an easier to understand threshold of who it doesn't need to apply to. Because really the point of the exemption section is to carve out those smallest companies that would have a significant challenge complying with the Act. So there are 2 other provisions that I didn't include here that relate to exemptions on kind of annual revenue and net worth at the end of the year of 5 and 10 million respectively, that I think all parties seem to be comfortable with. We're comfortable with it. So I think that'll go into that section as well. On the health side, a lot of, as you can imagine, consumer protection is regulated at the federal level through HIPAA. So to the extent that there are HIPAA or high-tech requirements that govern the data security, data privacy of personally identifiable information, they are given a safe harbor exemption provision for compliance with those acts. So there's not kind of duplicative regulation in those areas. So where we are today, there's 18 states that have adopted the model in some version. Unfortunately, it hasn't been uniform, as kind of FIO and the Treasury Department have suggested, but uniform enough, I think, in concept that if I was still wearing my DC hat, I could make the argument that it's substantially similar across the states, and would push back against the suggestion that you needed a federal overlay on top of it, at least within our business of insurance sphere. So each state has kind of had their stakeholder meetings and gone different directions. There's a lot of what I would call non-substantive technical edits that we've accepted that have been suggested to us from the Big I, the IFP, and you all. I think we're really down to three issues. One relates to kind of the impact on not necessarily consumer privacy information, but data breaches where systems are accessed and business operations are accessed as part of a cyber incident. There's been a suggestion that we pull out this, and this gets kind of technical, so I'll keep it as high level as I can, but there's been suggestions that in defining personal or non-public information, that we exclude from the definition kind of business operations language. We are resistant to do that. And I'll tell you in large part because we've actually seen in the last year a potential breach that we think had potential solvency concerns for the company. And it's not one that it was immediately known that PHI was actually accessed, but there were substantially important systems that were accessed that could have a detrimental impact on the financial well-being of the company. So we have resisted pulling out business operations, and I still feel pretty strongly about that as we negotiate. So take that for what it's worth. We're waiting to hear back on our last round. We've sent out a fourth version of the model for additional comment, and really are accepting about as much as we feel comfortable with. The second piece that with the IT folks in the room, I'll be very interested to hear just kind of your thoughts generally, and had asked a couple companies to go back after our Friday meeting and actually talk to their subject matter experts, because I think lobbyists can say one thing, but when the government relations team ultimately needs to come back to those of you that are in the room and dealing with the cyber programs, to let me know if this is an unreasonable ask. And this deals with materiality in terms of reporting cybersecurity incidents. I am comfortable bringing forward a materiality threshold, so that we're only receiving those that material impact a consumer or materially impact business operations. What I have asked, and so far the industry has pushed back against, that I'm having a challenge with, is I'd like something on an annual basis that is maybe even just a commentary, a summary discussion of items that wouldn't be so substantial as to fall into your material impact bucket, but that your IT teams see, to let us know really what's material. I don't even really want it. Okay, we've had 56 phishing incidents. We've had 21 potential penetration issues. 19 of them were rebuffed at security level 1, the rest of them at security level 2. But just more of a discussion of, on an ongoing basis, we generally see this kind of effect or attempt to impact our systems. Yeah.
Like a self-report, kind of characterizing that year.
Yeah, without going in any detail, maybe a paragraph or two is part of like an annual. We talked about the annual compliance. In my mind, maybe it's like an addendum to that with just a self-reported discussion of what you see that doesn't rise to that level, just so we all have a level set. Right. And just so we know, and I mean, if it was something where if you told us, oh yeah, we've had an incident where 50% of our emails were down in consumer data may have been accessed, but we didn't think that was material. Like, it would also give us an idea, because the purpose there isn't a gotcha purpose. It's just to better understand what else is going on at the domestics, what those IT teams are dealing with on a yearly basis without being, I'm trying not to be unnecessarily burdensome. I don't want a new 50-page report that outlines every possible issue that you have seen, all of the issues that you have put back, but it would be helpful to know that you're aware of and have these processes in place and what is not triggering the material threshold. Exactly. Something like that is what I would like to build into the statute. So far, the answer has been no. But I think that answer was largely before some of the government relations teams had the homework assignment of really go back to the companies and talk about whether it's feasible. And if everyone comes back to me and says, no, it's just a ridiculous ask, we'll have to make that determination then. But I'm hoping to get something potentially as early as this week that could speak to that issue. Yep. Another question. I appreciate that. And before I go to the next question, we'll note for Ron that so far that's 2 votes in favor of some sort of language, 0 opposed. One more question.
So, you're not asking for like fishing stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was supposed to reiterate the questions every time someone asks me. Apologies.
Yeah, you're asking for, we've seen an increased level of phishing events come through our organization. Is that some kind of paragraph that you're looking for, or that's around not necessarily data breaches, but just attempts? Or
yeah, maybe just general trends that you're seeing, and our systems are set up. We catch all of these, but this is how, and we have seen more phishing. We have seen more potential penetration issues where they're trying to come in a different way that's not phishing. Just really kind of a state of the market that isn't, we've been breached, it impacted this many people, and one that would trigger that reporting to us. But just, I think having a look at that would also help us understand what's happening in the market a little bit better that doesn't trigger that materiality piece.
Yeah, so just a suggestion on that is there's a lot of new software packages out there that do a lot of that work for you, like with an organization like Proofpoint, or I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but they monitor like a lot of those incoming pieces, and carriers or organizations that deploy them. There's a lot of those are mitigated, but they do have, like, if somebody had that kind of software that they're looking at on a regular basis, that would maybe just knowing that they have that would be something even more in a paragraph. You know what I mean? If we're like monitoring, if we put things in place that are monitoring things, that should give you a lot better of comfort.
Yeah.
And when you do come and audit, I mean, as far as you'd obviously have access to those reports and that kind of thing, but, for a company that's not even looking. So like a company that's not even looking, that they know these they probably don't know that what cyber things that they're getting hit with.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. And
That's why I'm saying the time, if somebody's brand new in the program, it's gonna take a little time to get those types of tools in place.
Yeah.
If they're new.
okay, so I'm going backwards for those of you who couldn't hear the previous question was about timeline and implementation. It would be better to have more time to implement, or at least a period of time to implement. I didn't fully answer that question, and I don't know what the effective date is off the top of my head. I believe it's a spring effective date is when the first report would be. At this point, I'm perfectly willing to look at that. If we're talking about passing the bill in November or December, I'm willing to look at whether the language says April, May of 2022 versus the following year, because I think that's reasonable to have it the following year after that.
Mike, this is Ron.
I hear you.
You're correct. There is the way you had laid it out is that the bill becomes effective so many days after it's been signed into law. And I want to say that maybe 6 months, and then the reporting responsibility kicks in as of every April 15th. So if we use the timing that Mike just stated, that you get it through this fall, it wouldn't even be implemented until after April 15th of 2022, likely with the first reporting. The earliest would be April 15th of 2023. I think that's how it worked out when I did the math. Even though I don't know how to multiply 5,000 times 20, I think I did that one right. That's an inside joke with Mike.
I don't remember the answer, Ron, but yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. We fully hope and intend to pass the bill by June, I would hope. So I think the expectation would be that these first reports would come in on the 2023 schedule. And then back to the more recent question. Yes, I do think that would be the type of information that would be helpful. And actually, there's another part of the act that's currently being debated about oversight of third parties that we use in kind of the assessment and review process of those and the security of those third parties. And the question has been raised like, well, what if the answer is we use Microsoft and we can't verify what Microsoft does to its security protocols. So I think your comment actually dovetails into that nicely, because maybe that language we could back off on some, because it would be something that you would include in a commentary, a summary commentary at the end that we have this number of vendors that provide us this protection from XYZ type of issues, including the updated scanning for phishing schemes. So, well, that was the end of actually. So where we are again, hope to get it enacted will be 19, 20, something around there. I'd like to get it introduced soon. I would like to be able to introduce it though, and be able to tell the sponsors and the chairs of the respective committees that the industry is at least neutral. And I think that's why we've been having these email vetting with the industry and our call on Friday. I think there's those 2-3 issues that are left. Hopefully can resolve them maybe this week or next. And then we'd look to get it introduced and hopefully if we're all on the same page, then a bill can move pretty quickly. If we're not, and there's efforts to amend, and if it's an amendment that we'd have to oppose, then it's just going to slow down the process and really threaten the bill. And we want the bill and we'll push the bill. So hopefully we can come together on the issues of materiality, the business operations. Again, less willing to negotiate on business operations, but certainly willing to have the discussion on materiality and appreciate the thoughts today. And then there's one on exclusivity and what other state laws apply. And we're working on language that would talk about how this bill is exclusive in terms of the licensees contracts and disclosures and that sort of thing, while protecting obviously the references in the law to other state acts that currently apply to disclosure information. So with that, I think we are all set and we are happy to continue the discussion and or answer any questions. And it looks like we're at 1:55. So that's exactly when Brittany told us to end. Questions, comments, concerns?
Mike, it's Ron. Simple question for you. I really mean this simple.
Sure.
So you said, I thought I heard you say that draft 4 is out. Is that based upon our discussion on Friday?
No, draft 4 is pre-discussion. Maybe it was.
Oh, is the
draft
one,
3.
okay, draft 4 was the
Was
one
the
we
one
talked
that
about.
led to our
Okay.
discussion.
And just for clarity for the audience, there is no bill yet. It's in draft form. That's why it hasn't been released. And we're just working through the language with them. And quite frankly, there's not a whole lot of serious concern on the part of the industry generally. There's just little concern on some of the sub issues there. Materiality, he mentioned one of those. Aaron, I'm not so sure that that's a game stopper for us, but you know, one of the concerns is there is a part to this bill, and this is just point counterpoint, that also gives the department certain market conduct authorities. So in the event that you submit a report to the department, we're concerned about what potential action could they take with that report, even if it's just simply to inform them. So it's just those kinds of things we have to work through, but nothing that I see is ultimately going to be a game stopper. In fact, Mike, I personally want you guys to be my regulator on this, because there's too many other bills that put this within the Attorney General's office. And we already have enough regulators. We don't need to add more to that input. So generally, we're just helping create a better bill for the department so that they can implement it.
Are you saying that this model law is not available, like the draft 4 is not?
Ron has it. Ron's welcome to share. I mean, we, as part of the sausage making of public policy, a lot of we don't put what the draft legislation looks like on our website. Like the NEIC model is public. We have reached out to the stakeholders that would be impacted by the bill with a Word version and essentially say, hey, take a pen, do a red line, we'll take a look at it. And we've done that now 3 times and we've accepted different changes and kind of gone back and forth. So once we get to a point where ideally we solve these last 3 issues, and then it would be sent over to the legislature to be introduced as a bill, that part would be widely available online. But what I refer to as draft 4 is with the stakeholders, with your association. So, I mean, I don't mind it being shared as you kind of have provided feedback on it. But I think once the final draft version is done, because I mean, part of it is it gets confusing if kind of it's just publicly sent around the various versions, and it'd be hard to keep track of what's changing as part of this process of developing a good bill. So happy to take other thoughts on it though. Other questions, comments, concerns? Anything for Dave? Yep.
Beyond the insurance department, because everything that you're talking about, it makes sense because we have a duty to protect the data.
But outside the department, are you aware if there's anything being done for the businesses? It's a significant investment, for some smaller companies, it's over, 10% of an IT budget just to get started with the basics. And so are you aware in the state of anything to go after the root cause, right? Because it's the businesses that we have to protect, but I just in general rarely hear any conversations in cyber discussions about going after the criminals themselves, and so that's just a question, like I said, kind of goes outside the department, but just your insight to the state. Are we kind of looking more at that economic and business disruption impact for businesses and people as a whole? Is there like a place I can go on a website to read through that, or?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And I think part of the answer is, while we're looking at it from a protection piece at the state level, because these regulated entities are entities that are primarily regulated by insurance departments, there's a underlying criminal component too, right? That crosses state borders and international borders, that really triggers a law enforcement response. And a number of the breaches so far have brought in FBI and other actors as kind of foreign nationals or entities from other countries have allegedly been behind some of the attacks. So I think it's really on the enforcement side. I think it's a collective law enforcement piece that in large part the insurance department would be outside of that scope. I would think potentially that some of the law enforcement within the Commonwealth has those contacts and regular meetings with federal law enforcement authorities on different threat actors. I don't know that to be true. That's just kind of an assumption that there are ongoing conversations about international and domestic cyber threats. The other piece is interesting too, because it is becoming increasingly more costly to protect your small business with a cyber presence. I'm not aware of any programs through like a Department of Community and Economic Development or anything that would have kind of like an incentive program or other sort of financial assistance programs to assist particularly smaller businesses in accessing these services. But that's certainly something that we can take back as a thought. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, I agree with everything you said, Mike. And I think, a lot of the challenge with the folks that we're dealing with is they're very good at what they do. And trying to make sure that we're putting the protections in place on the upfront to maybe stop it from happening on the upfront is an important priority, and catching them is an important priority too. But it's I think back to some insurance related items. A lot of times it's I want to educate the consumer to prevent them from falling into the fraud, because getting the money back after the fraud is very hard to do. And finding the people that did it can be very hard to do. So I definitely think it needs to be part, but for right now, we're working through trying to do everything we can to be protecting as it happens. It's great thought and question though. I hope we can get there.
Is there another question, comment, concern? Okay, I guess I will pass it over.
Okay, we're trying to stay on schedule, so if we can take a quick break and be back in here at 2:10, that would work. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We'd like to get started. So next in our lineup, we are fortunate to have Andy Pelson here. Andy is from Buckle, and Andy joined Buckle in 2019. Andy Pelson has 25 plus years of insurance, risk management, analytics, and operational excellence experience across multiple industries. He recently served as the VP of Claims Analytics at Chubb, and he developed predictive analytics across global claims that saved 500 million plus in claims costs. I'm sure a lot of other interesting outcomes from that as well. Andy also developed predictive analytics for Comcast, Aramark, Arkema, and Total. Prior to his risk management insurance work, he worked in academia. He taught at the University of Pennsylvania and Bryn Mawr College. He has a PhD from the University of Pennsylvania in anthropology and archaeology, I found out, which is not that far off from data analytics if you think about that, if you really think about it. And he has an undergraduate degree from SUNY Buffalo. And if you stay for the cocktail reception, then we're going to learn the secret of why he made the change from archaeology, anthropology into insurance and risk management. So that'd be really fun. So the mystery will be revealed. So everyone, if you could buckle into your seats and enjoy the ride with Andy Pelson.
Yeah, if that's not a reason to stay for the, I don't know what is. There's a couple of very good stories in there. If you'll indulge me for a minute, this is not a sales pitch because none of you are customers, potential customers, but I want to give you a quick, what is Buckle? Maybe a little bit of why did I join, and then kind of, hey, how does this fit in? Because I'm really going to talk about is analytics in insurance, right? But there needs to be a little bit of a setup for that first. So Buckle is a especially insurance company building financial services for the gig economy. What does that mean? It's think about Uber and Lyft drivers or delivery services. And when there's someone in that car, it's a commercial product, right? It's not necessarily, should it be a rider on your personal insurance or should it be commercial insurance? We're trying to build a hybrid product of what does that look like? And how do you really cover that individual for the entirety of their driving? But twisted into that is the people who drive in your Ubers and your Lyft and deliver your Grubhubs, they're really in a credit struggle mostly in their lives. And so using credit score is, I won't go into, you all know what it's like to use that, right? How discriminatory it might be. This is a segment of the population that it's even more discriminatory. What we figured out is even more discriminatory. We took it out, never put it in, actually. It was never in the model and the rating. So that's a chore in and of itself, as you can imagine, but we're advocating for that level of the economy. And as you are all aware, right? So I joined in 2019 prior to COVID. It seemed like a really good idea to join this insurance company. Things were growing. COVID happened, right? That no one's driving Ubers and Lyfts. No one needs our insurance product, right? It was a really interesting time. Now, one of the great advantages, actually, I should ask this as a question. Let's be interactive. If I said, hey, you get to join a startup, what would be the most exciting thing to you? Come on, we talked about it this morning. There's no legacy system. There's no legacy system. That's awesome, right? You know what the worst thing about joining a startup is? There's no legacy system, right? It's a double-edged sword. You have no data. You have nothing to look at. You have no ability to do analytics because there's nothing to do analytics on, right? Interesting problem. Hey, that awesome. I joined right before COVID. We bought an insurance company. Guess what they had? Legacy system. So I got some of that data back. But as COVID was kind of ramping up in the United States, we took a step back and said, look, it's obviously not good for our business model for this to happen. It's a great time to rebuild the system. And so in 6 months, and the reason I'm inviting you to the happy hour was with Business Dynamics help, we rebuilt from scratch policy administration, sales, right? All of the API connections, because there was no business to be had. And we were very fortunate to put that all together in a time that just worked out really well, right? And so I'm actually not here to pitch either Buckle or Business Dynamics, right? But I just want to kind of weave that in. I'm going to go, right, again, this is not the pitch, and I really want to talk about analytics, but this is what we're trying to do. I was lucky enough to be the interaction with the Business Dynamics team. We designed a system straight up so that we could do the analytics off of it, right? You don't put the analytics guy in charge of systems design and not expect that the system is going to be designed to do analytics. And so I was fortunate to work with the Business Dynamics team and get that piece so that now we are in a place where I do have some idea what's going on and we have some analytics. You might have noticed that my title is Research and Insights because they let me pick. I think we heard it a couple of times this morning. Data and analytics, are those the same thing? They always go together, right? In your head, they always go together. This is a Thomas Davenport's book. If you came to work for me from 2007 on, day one, that copy of that book's on your desk. Day one job is to read as much of it as you can, right? The book is called Competing on Analytics. It's been revised in 2017, I think it's up there now. Yeah, in 2017. It's a great way to look at analytics. And I love this chart out of it because that chart very clearly defines reporting versus analytics, right? And hey, if your bosses are saying we want to do analytics, right? You can say, hey, you know what? I know the median age of the buildings that we're insuring. That's above the line. That's statistics. We're doing analytics, right? And below that, we're doing reporting. You know what? You do analytics already. Everybody does analytics if it's defined this way. It's the nice thing about the graph or the graphic is I see the progression, but the progression is a fallacy. You can go into the top and say, we talked a little bit, there was some optimization, what's the best way to do this? That's analytics, right? Let's do predictive modeling. Most people think predictive modeling when they think analytics. Davenport's gets this separation, right? And the book itself is about, well, am I an analytic driven company? Because everybody wants to be one now, right? That you hear that all the time well, we want to be, data driven decisions, right? At least here you have a differentiator to say, well, that's analytics, that's reporting. You don't have to do them in the steps. You don't have to follow the arrow. I've been doing this for 25 years in the introduction after being an archaeologist. The first model I built was for fraud. It's 1996. The second model, still in 96, was for identifying subrogation. I think Tim was talking about in the claims presentation, right? 25 years ago, we were building the models that Tim is suggesting we should have. And that's, curious to me. I think someone else was talking about how backward we are. And I'm sorry, I listened in the car on the way here. So faces, they're kind of all blurred together. Are we backwards? Is the insurance industry backwards? I've been doing it for 25 years. I'm making the same models I was making 25 years ago. Maybe, right? But go back to does the insurance industry do analytics based on the Davenport, right? Hey, the median house, the median structure that we are insuring is 31 years old. In the next 6 months, the average is 29. The buildings are getting newer. Now I've done the next step, right? What does it mean? What's the outcome? Well, if we're insuring newer buildings, then the fire protection is better, right? It's all obvious stuff, but it's analytics in the way that this gets defined. Make sense? Also, interactive, even though you didn't answer my first question, please, if something resonates or you want to ask a question in the middle of this, happy to respond. I love these. So these are off the internet within the last 5 days when I was making the slides, except for the one from the Insurance Journal. It's from 2012. It says predictive modeling has revolutionized insurance, right? But February 13th of 2021, we're saying predictive analytics, here's this top 6 use cases. Has it? Right? I love when you start to really delve into When did it come? Are we behind? Are we ahead? Sure, it's company by company, but there's actually a bigger way to look at it in my mind, and that is analytics is changing, right? Analytics is taking over the world. If we go back to the Davenport slide and I say predictive analytics is everywhere in your life, you've probably experienced it today, right? If you asked Alexa what the weather was, that was predictive analytics. Alexa doesn't know what you said. She's trying to figure out what you said in a predictive analytic way. But do I have that right yet? Natural language processing, right? Like it happens, right? The movie you watched on Netflix, the things that you bought on Amazon, right? You see the next thing. Some of it's predictive, some of it's advertising, right? But it's everywhere. It's in our business more than we think it is. And there's just more and more opportunities to get and embrace it. This, to me, if you think about, I've been doing this for 25 years, and right, 90% of the data that exists is less than 2 years old. So I must have been doing a really bad job 25 years ago, right? Or that same model needs to be changed and updated. And if you think about, we talked a little bit about the Internet of Things, right? What data is getting generated? What could you do with it? How would it change the model that you're building? Right? The models don't change. We model for fraud. We model for ultimate claim severity, right? The things that we're modeling for don't change, right? That's why the Internet blurbs, yeah, it's a great idea. Hey, we should be modeling for this. That's not a new idea. The new idea comes from this. There's so much more information that we never had access to, right? And how that can be used into, right? If you think about, if you've got somebody's name, right? Just their name, you're looking at your policyholder, you have their name, right? Sure, you've got the traditional, doesn't display as well as it could. The traditional insurance information, you've got social media. Has anybody ever used social media to do anything in insurance? We had a great model at Chubb looking for fraud within workers' comp claims by the things you post in Facebook, right? And as soon as I say that, you go, well, that makes sense, right? Here you are, you're out on disability. Here's the ski trip you went on, right? Can we get, if you can figure out how to get that social media posting, characterize the image that they have of them skiing, bring it back and put it into your model, right? You didn't change the model, you changed the data, right? The model itself is not anything that's, well, I'll get to that. I'll leave that one there. Things like Google search, right? Do you Google search your insureds, right? Your kids Google search their dates, potential date, right? Like, think about the change in the world and the things and the information that you can get about someone, right? I'll talk real fast about Plaid and Argyle. Anybody familiar with Plaid? Got a head nodding. Plaid is a bank, consolidate your bank information, your banking information. As stunning as it is to me, people will give you their Plaid information, which means we can use in our models the transactions you have in your bank account. Right? Again, at my age, I would never sign up for Plaid, but I will readily take anyone who wants to sign up for Plaid and bring them into my models because it's a phenomenal thing. We are, Buckle is looking at trying to build a model to lease cars without credit score to the gig driving population. That's interesting. Getting some set of information where I can see the bills that you've paid, how you're building them, what gig money's coming in, what other money's coming in, right? It's really interesting. Did we have something like that 25 years ago? I couldn't have even probably thought of it 25 years ago, let alone if someone had suggested to me, I would say that's crazy, right? Because I still won't do it. But that's out there, and the data that's out there and the data that people are willing to give up is unbelievable. And that's where you can start to pull some of that into the model. The Argyle tool is a company that will confirm your earnings across, if you work for Walmart, you want to get a mortgage and you work for Walmart and you drive for Lyft, they will combine those two populations. They have a way to get the Walmart money and the way to get the Lyft, and they'll bring it together, right? Well, that was really fascinating to us. And then we found out that they also figured out how to get your driving history. If you come into our website and sign up for insurance, one of the things we ask you to do is, well, will you authenticate with Argyle, right? Tell us who you drive for. We need that information to know how much you drive in the gig economy, right? Because that we're gonna price based on how much you drive, right? I need to know how much commercial driving you're doing to put that into the model. When we got that and the data source opened up, and I realized that there's a whole bunch of other information in there that you can get, and I've got another slide in a minute that will show you like just that one data source, 60 behavioral attributes, right? One of the things you really want to know is, how are people acting? What's their behavior? That data source has been instrumental in the changes that Buckle's been able to do from our modeling perspective. Yeah, go ahead. So that's a great question. The question was, how do we get around the regulations of getting that predictive model approved? Depends what you're doing with that predictive modeling. Am I pricing your insurance with that? I'm pricing your insurance with the number of miles that you drive, right? I'm using predictive analytics outside of and I guess I probably should have clarified that, outside of pricing. There's way more things you're going to do. Are you going to, the likelihood that you're going to cancel your policy once you've purchased it, right, is not within those regulations, right? I can build that model, right? You come on as a customer, I gave you a price as filed with the state, absolutely, right? But now I can take that and say, oh, you're 90% likely to cancel because I see the behaviors that you're taking, and you look very much like the sample of people who have canceled, right? I can put you in a different spot in the queue when you call in. I can remind you more times than the others that you need to make your payment on this time, right? So again, I'd separate it from, don't just think that I'm trying to underwrite. In fact, yeah, and I think the biggest things, and I learned this from the cable company, so, right, is everything you do and every interaction you have with me should be modeled around the ultimate lifetime value that you have as a customer, right? So if you're look, when I first heard it from the insurance or I worked for Comcast, I thought, boy, that really sucks. And then I realized from a business process and optimization, it's absolutely the way to do it. From a customer perspective, it sucks. From do I have the right number of reps and am I paying the right? It is absolutely the way to do it. And so the trick in Buckle, to go back to that reference, is I don't know how long you're going to stay in the gig economy. And what I will tell you is no one knows how long you're going to stay in the gig economy. People come in and out. I'm an Uber driver. I'm driving in the summer. Oh, I'm going to go deliver for DoorDash. I do it once a month because I want to have beer money. Like, the gig economy is something that is very poorly understood. And one of the reasons I came to Buckle was things like that Argyle data set to say, first crack, if you want to be an analyst or a data analyst, the best thing you can be is have first crack at a data set. Because no one's ever looked at it. You get to find what we call the fruit's not low hanging, it's sitting on the ground. You just take your basket, you scoop it up, right? People think you're brilliant. You just happen to have a set of data that nobody ever had. So no one ever looked at that graph to say, oh, I can predict you're going to cancel by the way you interact with your bank account, right? Nobody's had that data before you get first crack. It should be your goal. And that's one of the reasons why I came to Buckle, is the realization that the gig economy is misunderstood or little understood, and getting the first crack at it, particularly with an anthropological background. It's just fascinating. The gig economy itself is just fascinating. If you think about the people coming to deliver your food and how different their cars are, and like there's just it's not a thing, it's not a single thing, and we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out how those pieces fit together. All right, demographic stuff, I think that's pretty obvious. If we do that same thing with the address, and I think somebody said this earlier, which is great, means we're weaving these things together, right? Something like weather. Well, first of all, something like you give me your address, I can get the longitude and latitude of any address, right? Instantly. With the longitude and latitude, you can interact with the weather map. You can actually pull up what the Weather Channel showed you on any given day and have that clouds and the rain actually pass across the screen for an individual location, if that's something that you're looking for. I mean, Zillow, I know Zillow was mentioned this morning, right? Like all the information on that house, if you're doing just houses, it's out there, right? It's not, I don't need you to fill in the information about what roof you have. I don't need you to tell me how many rooms you have. I don't need you to tell you, right? Any of that information. I shouldn't ask it. I don't need you to tell it to me, right? I'm going to go find it. It's going to be as accurate as it can be. If I ask you, it's probably less accurate, right? Zillow could be wrong, but it's probably more accurate than your ability to tell us what the answer is. And I'll tell you something like when we first started interacting with the gig economy, we used to ask people how many hours they drive, right? An average month, how many hours do you drive? Nobody can answer that question, right? They drive intermittently for different reasons. They come in and out, seasonally. I'd much rather have your driving history and go calculate it, right? I'd much rather have what Zillow says about your house than have you come tell me. I think the weather's the same way. Google Earth is everybody's free, if not quite up to date, drone, right? Like you can go see that there's a fence around the pool. You can go see that there's a trampoline in the yard, right? It might be a couple of years old. How often they refresh it, you have to look at those things. But it's a set of data that you can go and get, and you can go and look at it, or you can go and get an AI that interprets the photo and tells you what's there, right? So you can look at the number of trees they have in the yard and what the storm likelihood is, or how close they are. Like all of that on a photo with a scale, you can actually measure it. And you could come back with the information that says there's 17 trees in the yard and the closest one is 1.5 meters away from the house, or it's overhanging the roof, or like, right? You're not asking those questions. The data sets are out there. You can go and get them, right? And then finally on the addresses, all of that stuff. There was a notice. We talked a little bit, I think, in the claims piece. I think it was Tim that was talking about, hey, we have this monitor in the house, and if it goes 15, if more than 15 gallons come out, it shuts it off. A different world, but Chubb, we used to install those, incur the cost to put that monitor in the house because high value customer, right? It was cost effective from a Chubb perspective to put those things in, and we got the data of the monitoring, right? Because now you have that piece of information. It's a whole new set of data. All right, this one is maybe a little hard for you to read, but it's the actual example of the Argyle data that I was talking about. So what we would get, or what we get from you when you authenticate, is every trip you've ever taken as a driver, right? Where you started, where you ended, how much money you made, how much of a tip you got, whether it was a delivery or whether you were a passenger or you're delivering food, or from an Amazon perspective, packages. That's great, right? You can rate on it. I can get my underwriting off of that information. You know what else I can get? I can tell whether you're a morning person, right? Do you drive trips to the airport? Do you interact? How do you interact with the customers, right? So the color coding is, are you a morning person? Are you a late night person? Do you drive at dinner time, right? Do you drive on the weekends? When do you make your money? Well, as that sample size grows, we can do things like, do you make your money when the most money is made? Now I can take an evaluation of how good you are at being an Uber driver. Does that make sense? Then I can tell you when you should drive. So if you think about the steps through this of advocating for the people in the gig economy, you can take that step up and say, hey, you drive at this time, 70% of your money is made at if you do 7 days a week and 24 hours a day, there's 168 boxes, right? So you break those hours down and you say 70% of your income is made in the lowest earning time periods. You'd be better off driving in these times. We actually got to the point where we have figured the math out to say you'd be better off working at Walmart, right? So, right, Uber and Lyft don't want us telling this, but if you think about it, how do you do that? You grab the data that says, what's the minimum wage in this area, right? I know where you are. I know every place you've driven. What's the minimum wage? You could even go to Indeed and find the jobs and pull that in and say, I'm advocating for you. I want you to do the best. I want you to make as much money as you can, right? Because I'm about to lease you a car. You should do this, right? Now, we haven't tested it yet. I don't know how people are going to react to us telling them when they should drive and where they should drive. And I know that Lyft and Uber are going to be really pissed off at us. But, right, you start separating when the data becomes available. There's a whole bunch of other things that you can do, right? And so if I think about what models we're trying to put in place and what, go back to the Davenport curve and, right, we're kind of in statistics, right? We're not even predicting yet what you should do. It's merely bringing diverse data sources together and presenting them to an individual, right? So you imagine you bought a policy with us and part of the customer portal that we're giving you is a page where you can come and look at, well, what are my driving statistics across all of my TNCs or my ride shares? And then an evaluation of whether that's good from hey, you could be more profitable if you did this. And then an evaluation of, hey, there's other things you could do. That's advocating for the customers, right? It's way beyond, did I price you correctly? And right, but it's right. The data I got originally was just right. And what's again amazing to me is no one drops out at this part of the process. You come and say, hey, this is me, and I want to get an insurance, and I say, hey, can you authenticate with Argyle or with Lyft and tell me when you drive? Nobody drops off. They just go, yeah, sure. Like again, back to the banking. I'm amazed that it works that way, but the world's changed since I grew up, and so I'm very right. I listen to the cyber conversation and go, wow, yeah, I probably shouldn't use my phone. Right, but that's not the culture anymore, and it's not the climate, and we need to embrace that as an industry because the data is available. What can you do with it? And then I have one last data piece of this. This is data you probably have in your possession that you don't know about. And again, we're going to thank Alexa for getting to this point. If you have recorded phone calls, you can turn those phone calls into text, and you can mine the text just like you can mine the text in the claims notes, right? And so you could bring together, hey, I have the interaction that this customer has had. I have the notes that were taken by the claims adjuster when it happened. I have a customer service interaction, right? You can bring all those things together. You can run that data. There's a, and I don't want to misspeak, but there's an AWS plugin that you can come and take this data and just turn it over, right? It's no longer a phone call. It's no longer voice. It's now text. Now you can do the semantics of that text, right? Were they happy? Were they mad? Right? You can pull all of that stuff in. That data might be in your possession already in these recorded phone calls. That, hey, we never did anything with them. We record them because I want to make sure that if something happens, I can go back and check. You're sitting on a gold mine of, yeah, I can add that into the predictive models that we're doing.
And ironically, a lot of companies who have started that process with semantic analysis don't view that. Some of the organizations don't view that as the same as valuable as getting feedback directly from the survey or how is your interaction, right? But you can read so much about the sentiment and the disposition from what you just said that they don't provide it to you.
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm supposed to say, but from a past previous insurer that I worked for, yeah, we were working on that, right? Like,
can I see NPS score in comparison to the actual interactions that happen and try to get a sense of how accurate that NPS score is or not. I'll lead you to the or not, right? It's way more to do the sentiment analysis on the conversations that actually occur. 100% agree. I love this slide because this is when there aren't any data scientists in the room. So I apologize. Here's what I've learned in the last 25 years. The math is easy. Math is easy. You can learn Python in 10 minutes. You can build a predictive model in Python in 10 minutes. Now, I don't believe that that's true, but I did find it on the internet. So if it's on the internet, it must be true. It may be more than 10 minutes, and it may not be a very good model. And you can actually buy the service now where there are companies, startup company called Data Robot will come in and build the model. They'll suck your data in. They'll build a whole bunch of models. If you don't know what's going on, you just go, wow, you got 10, there's 10. Wait, nobody from Data Robot's in the room, are they? It's amazing, except you don't know what you're doing, you could get in trouble, but it's amazing, right? The math is no longer, 25 years ago, the math was everything, right? It was everything. You had to have a place to do it. You had to have a way to do it, right? That's gone away. The data is everything now, right? The models are easy. The Georgia Tech logo is up there is because I have 2 modelers on my team at Buckle. They're both interns from Georgia Tech, right? What they need is guidance. I need you to take this information. This is the target. Build me a model, right? But I don't need a data science. I don't need a $200,000 data scientist to build that model. I do need someone who understands how to explain the model and how to bring which elements you're going to use in. But the math is no longer the restrictive piece of this. It's the first time I presented that in public. Do you have a comment? I've lived that for a long time, but it is, you know, if I was in a room of data scientists, I would have presented it slightly differently, but with the same sentiment. That's really no longer the piece of it that matters. You've got to go back 3 slides and think about the data that I have that I could put in this model. The fact that I have recorded phone calls, the fact that I can Zillow your house, right? How do I bring all of those things together, put them in the data set, you know, feed them to Data Robot, right? Bring them into Snowflake and do something with them, right? Probably not options in this room, right? Right. I don't know that any of you are Data Robot. It's an expensive prospect. You all could, but don't do it at Georgia Tech. Recruit intern, right? Like the skill set. I posted a job 3 days ago with the requirements that you knew Python or R, right? I have 180 applicants right now. A lot of them I think had bots that were sending them out because I think they post the job. Hey, there's 25 people have applied in 4 seconds, right? My mind, by the way, goes to, well, I want to talk to that person because they figured out how to apply for my job without reading the job description, looking at but if you think about it and what I've been describing, that's the exact person you want. I don't care if they know anything about insurance. I want to know if they know how to take data and to do something with it, right? It's a message that does not always resonate with the data science community, but in a room in an organization like this is exactly what I think you guys should be thinking, because you can do this, right? You can do Davenport analytics all the way to the top of the arrow, and you can do it fairly cheaply, right? In the sense of you might not have been thinking that you could do it, but the message here is you can do it. It can be done. The trick of it is you have to know how and where to implement it. And the bio, I cut a piece of my bio out. I was the VP of Claims Analytic Implementation at Chubb. Right. Chubb's a big enough company that they have a VP of Claims Analytic Implementation. My job was not to build the models. My job was to deliver the models from the IT group or from the modeling team into the workforce so that they accepted them and used them. That's the piece you have to think about, right? It's not, again, the math is easy if you know how to put the math in place and run the model, but when are you going to run that model? How often does the data that I have change? Right. And I think we've had some derogatory comments about Excel spreadsheets today. You can implement a predictive analytic model in an Excel spreadsheet, right? In fact, I would suggest that's the first place you should do it, right? If you have data set that changes once a month, right? It's not getting refreshed. You want to run a model on the likelihood that this customer is going to cancel on me, right? You could run that model, stick the results in an Excel spreadsheet. You're on the phone talking to somebody, right? You can look them up while you're talking to them. Oh, here's how I'm going to interact with you. Think about it, right? It's the same thing as if I was able to put that into the user interface of my member services team member so they could see it. That's the way, right? Because of the ease of the math now and the way that you can do what you want, as long as you understand I can model for this thing and this is how I'm going to model, you think about how do I get it into the hands of the people who need it. Now, the hardest one, unfortunately, is underwriting, right? Because you really need real time, or usually you need real time decision making in underwriting. A real-time model with data that has just been entered somewhere is by far the most difficult thing to implement. It's the most costly thing to implement. You could argue it's the most valuable thing to implement, but I would say particularly for this group, think about it in the other order. Here's something that I get once a year about the refresh data from this policy. Can I run a model off of it, put it in an Excel sheet somewhere I can go get it when I need it? Like, that's the first step. Can I refresh that model nightly and deliver it somewhere within my system? If you're operating in a green screen, you're operating off what was said earlier, an AS400. Don't try. Like, my advice is don't try to put it in the system, but don't think that it's impossible to model off of that. Right? You can, and that's, when you think about it from a smaller insurer, right, or a startup, right, we have models in Excel sheets, right? I'll stand up and admit it, like, not say that it's something that I'm embarrassed that they're in an Excel spreadsheet. I know how to do it. We know how to get it. I can put it in the hands of the people. We're going to deliver them in Power BI, right? Because that's a place where I still don't have to necessarily interface with my system directly. So if you envision that I have a customer service rep, they have a screen right now, system that we built, put in place. They can have a second screen or a second place on the screen to be looking at Power BI and either look that person up or pass the information of who they're looking at. And you can go and see the model scores, right? We update that model nightly. I don't have to do any real-time modeling. I can still convey the information. Again, I put my implementation VP hat back on. The thing that matters of building a model, and the reason why I step past the math and say, what you really need to think about is, what am I going to do with it? How is it going to change, and who's going to accept it? And so in the graying of the insurance community, particularly at Chubb, that was a real issue, right? Because I'm a 35-year vet adjusting claims, and you're about to tell me that you should do this, right? You got to get some buy-in, right? And you want to get that buy-in long before you've spent the money to put it into the system and show them in a refreshed, instantaneous refresh model, right? Because that 35-year vet's going to really struggle with you telling them anything, right? And I've learned that over the years. Well, I'm going to put it in a spreadsheet. I'm going to put it in Power BI first before it gets into that integrated into the system. There are many, many ways you can do this. And so I'll circle back to, well, if you're talking to your leadership and they're saying, we want to be an analytic driven organization, first answer always is, if you have any statistical piece, that you already are, right? Because analytics defined by Davenport, we already are. The second one is, there's a lot of steps to do that. And even in Chubb, we're not delivering, or they're not delivering real-time analytics anywhere, Even in underwriting, they're slightly delayed. And that to me, the message that I wanted to give and the kind of the takeaways are that, right? Can you get to a place that you're an analytic driven organization where decisions are being made from a modeling perspective? You can, and you can do it with Excel if you need to, right? But you need to think about the steps, think about what you're trying to do. What outcome are you really trying to get to, right? And I'd say there's a bunch of steps in here, probably more than you've thought about. There's way more data than you think you have, even if you don't, right? I'm 2 years in, but how long, Kieran, how long have we been in place? Really in place? 8 months, 9 months? Yeah. I have 9 months of data, and I have a whole bunch of supplemental information that's flowing in that we're now feeling fairly confident about what we have and what we can do with it. And, I think the exciting part from the Buckle experience that I've had is there's a bunch of people, which I'm sure none of you are familiar with, but there's a podcast called The Rideshare Guy. And he has a couple 100,000 followers, and they talk about rideshare issues, right? And every year they do a survey. Last year he sent out 70,000 requests, got 1,075 responses, right? And then published all these results. Hey, these are the demographics of the rideshare. It's the only published multi-rideshare group data set that exists today. I have 5,000 people in the state of Georgia who've come into the system, who've given me their data, who've allowed us to sync and use the information. I can tell you that they're statistically significantly different than what the guys published, what the rideshare guy published. 6 months. It's actually less than that. Some of it's 6 weeks. As we keep adding these data sources in, but right, we now have something to say from an advocacy perspective, from a pricing perspective, right? I think I know more about the gig economy than anybody else anywhere, certainly in the United States. And right, because we built the system to do that, and now we can model on it and we can do some other things with it, but that's right. Like, think about small steps, incremental pieces, right? There was a way to do this. Now, I hope that resonated. That was my last slide. I hope that resonated because I was really excited to be asked to come. And then I realized that I had to give a conversation to mutual insurers in Pennsylvania. And that was a little bit of a challenge from my perspective, in that I think you guys have different needs. And I was struggling with what examples can I use. Right. And so if I didn't hit them and you want to have a conversation about, well, what about this? I'm absolutely open to that. If not, and you just want to hear the story of why an archaeologist is running analytics and insurance company, you have to come to the Business Dynamics happy hour, because they asked me to make sure that I plugged that. So. All right, questions, comments? I have actually no idea what time it is, and oh, it's pretty close. Yeah.
Andy, who do you see, what other insurtechs or startup firms in the insurance industry are doing something as, let's say, specialized with data and analytics? What are some others that come to mind that you think, oh wow, they're also doing really good stuff?
So there are a whole bunch, and I shouldn't have belittled the Data Robot, because it's really cool. It's just expensive. Oh, I'm sorry. What other? The question was what other?
Either insurtechs
yeah, there you go.
or firms, startups in the insurance industry are doing interesting and very specialized things with data in a comparable, not competitive, but in a comparable way, like also creating good value, interesting niche value.
There's actually one that I used one of their internet slides. A company called ForMotive. They are collecting data on the actions you take inside the field that you're filling out. Right. So if you come and you put your name in, right, they're checking to see how long it took you to take your name, to write your name down. They're looking to see whether it had got cut and pasted automatically from your computer. They're looking to see if you made mistakes, how long it took. backspace keys. Okay, so if you think about it, so we all have that data, right? I fill out my name, you've got it. It says it's Andy, right? What you don't have is whether I wrote Bill first and then went, no, I'm going to use Andy, right? Like it's a whole nother level of data that you're like, that's pretty cool. Where is it useful? Well, their model is it's fraud, right? The auto populate becomes very interesting from the perspective of auto populating from where, like your phone will generate, right? It'll answer questions. We're trying to figure out what else you can do with it, because the piece of it that's intriguing to me is I do want to see where you're backspacing. I want to get a sense of how you're flowing through the system. The other great thing about that tool is that it has because of the way they're storing the data, you can go back and watch the experience that the individual who came into your website to in this case, buy a policy, what they had, where they failed, what confused them. Yeah. It's a really, and there's a lot of that stuff. There's a company called Tenetica, which is accident spelled backwards. And I think that's how they say it, to be honest with you. They are taking telematics data and merging it with accident data from across the United States and making a measure of how dangerous every road that you drive on is, allowing you to do two things, right? From the perspective of, I've got all your gig driving. I now know you're driving, earning money at a certain time, and you're doing it in a very dangerous place, or you're doing it in a really great place. But even more than that, I can draw a circle around anybody's house and talk about it, because almost all the travel you do is in within a certain radius of your house. What's the risk score inside the radius around your house versus someone else that we're insuring, right? So not now, we're not talking about territories. We're talking about really the roads you're going to drive on, how dangerous are they? And you can cut it by time, and you could there was another vendor that we were working with that did that. They got bought. And the thing about these is they're all out there to get bought. By the way, we're not right. We're not out to get bought. But very many of these startups are there trying to solve a very specific problem. And when you start to partner with them, the one concern I would give you is they sometimes go away. And not because it's a bad idea, actually, because it's a good idea. And we had one and we were all set up and they got bought. And then they decided to make it proprietary, and you're like at ground zero or square zero. So, I mean, there is all kinds of stuff that's going on that, like, again, with the Argyle, with the Plaid, stuff that you probably never thought about, that when you hear about it and you go, that's interesting, like that. And I know I'm giving auto examples, and I was told not to give auto examples. So I apologize. My best examples are auto examples.
The equivalent exists in the property industry.
I think the Internet of Things stuff is going to really probably be the next explosion of what information you can get. What is in the security camera, and how am I going to do the analytics of the visual, take the image and do the analytics. And I do think that that's probably the place. Probably not for us. Am I done? Anybody else? So I am done. So it's a really good story at happy hour if you stick around. Thank you.
All right, great.
Brittany and Ron, we're going to move into the panel. Right? Good. Okay, perfect. So we're going to invite to the front our four panelists. I'm going to introduce our session after that terrific primer from Andy on analytics and using data for value. So we'd like to introduce Michelle Furjanic from Penn National Insurance, and we're going to set up 4 chairs up front, if that's okay. Frank, do you mind if we get? I'm sorry. Yeah, we've got the 4 right here. Thank you. So Michelle Furjanic from Penn National Insurance, Aaron Self, Pennsylvania Lumbermans. We have Nathaniel Waite from Goodville Mutual, And we have Kiran Rangaswamy from Value Momentum Biz Dynamics Group on behalf of the Buckle project work. So I think we're very lucky to have the 4 of these great professionals join us. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to turn this and not up, cause a technological havoc. That's okay. Exactly. Look, it's on a 360 swivel, I'm sure. So before we start into some of the meat of our conversation, I just would like to say that first highlight Andy's distinction between reporting and doing something with the data, right? Which we would call analytics. So analytics being defined that systematic analysis of data and using a volume of data to get some value or some value or some insight, right? For use, as Andy would say, how do we use the data? What are we doing with the data? And I want to broadly say that there's 6 areas, and like to hear our panel of experts describe these in more detail. But if you think about what's involved, maybe the 6 ingredients, we could agree that it's data structure and definition. That's sort of one key ingredient, right? And then you have the data platform, right, where you would collect and compile and create aggregates and try to have a definition that's in a shared language. So maybe we could call it data platform. We would then have the actual analytics, the practical use cases, right? What are we going to do with that data in a systematic way, right? Statistically or predictively or what have you, but some analytical, action on the data. And then, of course, we'd have our tools, our mechanics, right, of the interface or the feed of data, the techniques of how we're going to get to the user, or will it be through, one system to the next system or trigger another step? So that's like the mechanics. And then we have the training part, right? We've talked about that together. And then there's the services or the protocol, right, of the actual in production of that analytics data in action, right? So there's 6 parts. I'm just putting that on the table roughly so we can share that language. And then overall, there's change management. Okay, so I know Erin's going to speak a little bit about change management from her experience as well. Okay, so given that, I want to run across the panel's professional profiles first, just so we get a picture of who we have in our group. Okay, so for each of you, we could start with Kiran and going across. Just a simple question of what company are you here on behalf of, right? So in Kiran's case, it'd be on behalf of Buckle for this case, even though he's from Value Momentum. So just talk a little bit about, it's a startup, we know that, but we want to hear from each of you, the company, rough size of the company, number of users, and then your role. That'd be a good start. And then we can kind of proceed from there. So maybe we start with Kiran.
Hi, I'm Kiran. I'm with Value Momentum and I'm working for Buckle projects. And at Value Momentum, we have about 4,000 people working. And what are the other questions you also?
Just your role. Your role at Buckle in the projects.
At Value Momentum, I'm Vice President of Product Management. And I think probably that's
great. That's great. And Nate?
Yeah, my name's Nathaniel Waite. I work at Goodwill Mutual. I work in a system architecture and data analytics part of it. We lead the data analytics team. And Goodwill's about $190 million company with around 200 employees.
That's great. Okay, good. Erin?
Hi there, I'm Erin Self. I'm the Vice President of Information Technology at Pennsylvania Lumbermen's Mutual. We've got about 165 people scattered throughout the country with our headquarters in Philadelphia. And as I speak, we've got servers spinning and data flying in for a brand new implementation of our new data solution.
Terrific. So as we speak, probably today even, right? Probably getting text messages emails as we speak. Great. And Michelle Furjanic.
I'm Michelle Furjanic. I'm the data warehouse manager at Penn National Insurance Company. And Penn National has a direct written premium of $792 million and about 850 employees. So I'm partnering with our advanced analytics department on many projects, but my side of the house is providing and preparing the data for them in data warehouse.
Terrific. So if I could just ask for each of you to just give a short status statement, meaning this is our current status with data and or analytics. And then secondly, it'd be nice, I think, for our group here to hear about the practical, analytics use cases that you're after, right? Whether it's predictive in pricing or if it's something in claims or if it's something else altogether. I think it'd be good, useful to hear what you're planning or what you're already doing with the data. So when we, if it's okay, we just keep the format and then we'll loosen it up a little bit. Kieran?
Currently, at Buckle, we have about 6 internal data sources and about 10 external data sources.
6 external?
6
internal.
6 internal and
10
10
external.
external. Yeah. And as of today, we have, I think, probably unified around about 800 data elements.
800 data elements. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And most of the use cases today are mostly around dashboards and reports, mostly focusing on acquisition, customer acquisition.
Customer acquisition, okay.
And as Andy was talking, there's also other analytics which are being used.
Great. That's great. Very, very modern and valuable in today's terms, right? Real-time stuff.
Yeah.
Great. Nathaniel?
Yeah, so at Goodville, we've been going through a modernization journey with our data. You know, Goodville's been around since 1926. I was talking to a couple of people about that before. But, you know, through that modernization effort, we've just engaged with a lot of other different member partners like MCA Analytics, and that is helping us doing some analyzation into our auto products and things like that, as some of those have changed, and working directly with, you know, Cloverleaf Analytics, setting up tool sets and that kind of thing, and just pulling that data out and trying to get out of that, just the reporting that we traditionally build. Kind of the things that we're driving around is to start to help the business as they're working in their different fields. For example, marketing's, you know, visiting agents and stuff, and bringing that data that we already have there, and helping them, you know, help the agents, you know, do a better job at the business that they're trying to do. So it's just one example that we're trying to take real-time or near real-time data and, you know, provide it in a usable form out to.
And like insights for the marketing group, for example.
Yeah, insight, you know, when they're you know, we're in a independent agent form, as most of you guys are, and as we're trying to work with the agents on whether they're performing correctly or writing enough business, we're all competing against a similar group, and that the marketing staff can have not just reports, but you know, graph analytics to where it's on top of maps and
some visualization,
you know, like some visualizations, you know, where they help them understand those areas of the territory they might not be performing in. So, you know, and it's like plugging a lot of those different tools in. So we've been, you know, we're a smaller organization, and so we're, you know, working with other people to help make that happen.
Some partnerships, right?
Yeah.
Good. Very nice. Erin, you're.
I think out of the data, like, so we have an existing legacy reporting environment that we're moving over to a more modern BI solution. But the two areas for analytics that are hot for us, one we've been at for about 3 years is predictive analytics. We use Valin, and that's on our commercial vehicle. And we've had that rolled out for a little over 3 years. And we are seeing some improvements. Of course, you know, when you're firing at a certain problem area, which was vehicle, as it is probably for a lot of people, you can't attribute to one particular thing. So I can't say because we're doing predictive analytics, that's why we're starting to see some improvements, but you have to think that multiple things, you know, you're starting to see a positive trend. And we think, you know, we strongly believe that's due in part to the predictive analytics that we started, because, you know, the tail is moving now.
Takes
We're
a long
starting
time,
to see that. Yeah. So,
but in the pricing area also,
and that's been
mainly in the
hot
pricing
for
area.
us. Yeah, it's more about, you know, the risk.
Okay, risk profile.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, just thinking we do all commercial, so it's, you know,
Right.
fleets, construction vehicles and things like that. So the area for our new implementation, the timing was very good, that with our solution, we're able to do regional profitability. So we're trying to be a little bit more granular at our planning for our field. You know, we're spread out across the country, but yet our planning was pretty much vanilla, didn't take into consideration those differences. And so now we're trying to be a little more granular in our planning, but couldn't measure it. So now with the BI tool, we are able to actually put the measurement into that regional
Wonderful.
profitability
Probably
model.
some basic statistics and get some good measures in place.
Yep, kind of
Wonderful.
slice and dice and
Beautiful.
all
Great.
good.
Okay, Michelle.
Well, Penn National, we have been doing predictive analytics for about 15 years now, and the majority of our initial use cases were pricing models where we built scorecards and then used those to identify characteristics that were predictive of profitability. We continue to do that, but we've also begun to look at claim severity modeling and subrogation modeling, and used our claim adjuster notes to do data mining and identify terms that are used in the notes to help us develop scorecards that are predictive for claims and that may turn into severe cases. We're also looking at models that, well, let me say this first. We use emblem tools for those pricing models, and those were developed by a company called EMB that was subsequently purchased by Willis Towers Watson. We used Willis many times to help us with consulting and to get our models started, the first iteration. And then the second time around, we took over developing and deriving data that they did for us and doing it ourselves and automating that. So with each revision, the process gets a little bit shorter and shorter. That first one can take a year just to pull the data together from all the different data sources, even with the data warehouse. Right. But we've gotten faster and faster at it. We did look at Data Robot. I was really excited at a Gartner conference where that was the latest thing, and it was really hot. And this will save you from having to hire data scientists because it'll do the work for you, right? And so I brought it back and said, let's look at this, to our data scientists. But the cost is a big consideration. It also, in the insurance industry, as someone pointed out earlier, there's regulation around modeling and what you can use in your pricing that would be considered discriminatory, where a model might just look at it very objectively and say gender is predictive. Well, yes, but that's not something you can use in your ratings. So we instead, our data scientists have opted to start learning R and Python themselves, and have found that they're very quick to learn, and they are tools that they are able to develop models in fairly quickly.
10 minutes.
So, well,
We saw
I
that
don't
a
know
few
about 10
minutes ago.
minutes, but much quicker than the 9 months
Of course,
that we were seeing before.
Let's set it on the internet. That's why I said that.
Right. So anyway,
Michelle.
we've done some models to help us identify, let me think, on homeowners quotes, which quotes are worth doing homeowners inspections on
I
site,
see.
Right. Or which
Versus self-inspection.
yes,
No,
exactly. Which policies that have final audits, do you need to go on site and do the inspection versus self-reporting versus phone call?
Save some expense.
So exactly. So we've
Good.
kind of changed some of our newer development and using R to that kind
Nice.
of model.
That's great. Okay, we appreciate an overview. So I think maybe this is the time now to ask each of you about your story, meaning where did it start for your organization? And maybe why don't we start with Nate this time, and then we'll just sort of mix it up a little bit and get more conversational. But we'd love to hear the story. We know, I remember you said it's been about 4 or 5 years, kind of a thing for you, as opposed to Michelle, where it's been maybe 15 years for their company to start today's evolution. So why don't you tell us about it?
So I'm here to just say that small companies can do it too. So that's it takes. We've been doing modernization for around 5 years around data analytics, and it does start sometimes in Excel documents. A little bit, of trying to understand a particular part, whether it's around rating or quoting, and why people are, why they're in a particular bucket or that kind of thing. We do have an analytic team that's, that's focused around rates. We have a couple of people that are doing that. But the big part that we want to do, that we've been going through, is just trying to have consistency of data. And as we started to, we have, a couple different writing companies that we have, is to merge that data consistency and, having the data in a similar format where you can pull some of that analytical piece out and you can share across systems has been really important for us. And so we've been working real hard at that.
And you started with data governance or data?
Yeah, so
data
we brought in, like I said, third party. For us. A lot of our staffing has been with third parties, Cloverleaf Analytics and Rob Clark and them have come in and just really helped our organization understand the different key performance indicators. Understanding, underwriting might have one particular KPI that they use and understand, and accounting might have a different one, and claims might have a different one. They all talk about the same thing, and they report differently. And so, even as a small company, we have to try to bring those pieces together so that we can report on them the same ways. I think that's key. I think I don't want to give away Penn National's thing, but I mean, as far as, you guys started with data first and trying to understand what data you have,
right,
and then trying to create a common definition. And it starts with the executive team and the people that are leading. And so that's where we've been in doing that.
Are there good conversations about what Andy would call, okay, what are we going to do with the data? Now we finally get our hands around it. We're agreeing what it means and we understand what the definition and the aggregate is. What are we going to do? Like,
Yeah.
are there is there good dialogue going on that, or has there
Yeah,
been?
I think that there is. And I think sometimes you have to be willing to even start small. I mentioned marketing a little bit, and just showing, location and price point on a map. It is an analytic piece, and start giving that to people to start to use. And what you'll find, and what we're finding is, as we're adding those little layers over time, that provides additional value, and people start understanding how to actually interact with that data. It's, we're all really data scientists. We want our executives to be data scientists. And in fact, that data scientist definition is, that somebody that looks at, analyzes, and makes decisions on data. And so we want our executives to be making their decisions with the most robust data that we can. So I'm not saying that we're there, and it'll probably be a long time before there, but I do recommend
the
that,
journey.
you start that journey and start small and start to define your KPIs. And we've been doing that.
But the port for you would be power to the management team, power to the people,
Right.
so they can
And
do stuff.
I think in no time in history, we have Power BI out there, and you have different analytic tools that are almost super easy to plug into your dashboards and plug into your intranets and that kind of stuff. And you can throw charts and graphs up that speak about it. There is one caveat. It's just that you have to be talking about the same thing. You have to know, like, you don't want to throw a dashboard out that talks about, your earned premium when somebody is calculating it differently. So, you do need to make sure your data governance is there. And we've been working at that and just start to help communicate that with the business.
Very careful about the definition.
Yeah.
Good. Let's go to Kieran for a moment. And just Kieran, how did things start in the project work that you did at Buckle? How did things start, and what's the origin story, if I could say that for you?
Sure. So I think for us, it was not a modernization project. Everything was
Not modernization by contrast, right?
Yeah. So, but when we looked at the Buckle landscape, current and future, right, we knew that there is a lot of data sources and there's a lot of data elements to be unified, and also it needs an advanced analytical platform. So we started kind of sizing exercise in the beginning, capacity of, so we tried with on-prem, right? And we found that we had to size it for the peak value, and then it was very expensive for us, especially when a startup, which is, starting small. Then we looked at cloud. We looked at Azure. So we found that the on-prem was a CapEx, capital expenditure, pricing model. Whereas on the cloud, we saw everything is a consumption-based pricing.
So you saw the consumption-based pricing on the cloud.
Yeah.
and
So
with
which
Azure,
is,
and you said, let's do that instead of.
yeah, I think that was one of the critical decision for us to start a modern cloud-native data platform.
Right, native cloud.
Because it gave us the run cost, much lower run cost. And there were also other key decisions we made, like That's first one is the cloud economics, but also the we wanted. I think the other need from what we noticed in Buckle is that it was just not the business users like management or actuaries or underwriters or marketing and sales who will use this dashboard and reports, but there was also others like data scientists, there are citizen data developers, and there are digital app developers who need access to APIs. So there was always ever-growing data consumer user groups with diverse skill set, and we needed to provide every user group demanded that they need a self-service access to data.
So now you're trying to catch up to their demand, their requirements. Their
Yeah,
demands, right.
And it's not the old way of, the business, the data consumers asking,
right.
I need this data in this form, and the
Right.
IT delivers it, right?
Right.
It goes through the whole SDLC, the long turnaround cycles. That's not what we see now. It's like I need access to data, and
This
I
is
will
what
build
I
it.
need, right.
I will self-service it, right?
Right,
So it's a quick turnaround. It
Right.
eliminates that IT bottleneck. But I think its objective is data democratization. where,
Democratization of data.
Yes.
Right.
So, ultimately the goal is to build high value data sets faster.
Great. Let's go to the other end of the table, and for first Michelle and then Aaron. And Michelle's got, I think, a great story about how Penn National started and what's evolved to democratization of the data. Right now, they've got a real process going, like a factory almost. Why don't you tell us, Michelle?
Well, we didn't wait to start to begin working on predictive analytics until our data warehouse was built. But certainly having the data in the data warehouse and having it curated and data cleansed and data definitions and those kinds of things has been very helpful. And in giving our data scientists and others, citizen data scientists, self-service access to the data has been really beneficial to them. We started predictive analytics modeling 15 years ago, but that's about the same time that we started the build of the data warehouse. And we had a data strategy that encompassed first putting a governing body together, the Data Governance Council. And that was starting to identify the skill sets that people needed to understand and the training that people needed to understand as data stewards and data users, how to start building data literacy, how to start. We took direction from that body to determine what to bring into the data warehouse. We took time to build certified definitions for key terms, not every single field of data, but things that were being defined differently from one department than another. How do you calculate earned premium? How do you count policy count? Claim counts, they were all being done differently and showing up as different numbers when you brought a report from one department versus another. So bringing the Data Governance Council together really helped us to be diligent in defining the data and having a clear understanding of data.
And if I can interject, that's the exact opposite of what Andy and Kieran are describing, where they're starting from a clean white piece of paper, right? So you have to resolve differences from legacy and from different perspectives, as opposed to this is how we're going to define things. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
So our data strategy, the first 5 years was mostly working with that body to identify the architecture, what data to bring into the data warehouse, how to define it. Then in the next 5 years, we started defining tools and reporting and cubes that would give folks access to self-service access so that they could begin drilling into the data. So our data scientists, as they were building their models, had lots of questions about what does this data mean? And we're able to get raw data and access it and understand it better. That we also began building data visualizations at that point with Tableau, a little bit of Power BI, but our folks have invested more time into Tableau. So that helped both the data scientists in their storytelling, showing the data, but also telling the story about the data, but also gave folks another means of getting self-service access to the data. And in our subsequent data strategy, we have focused more on people and processes and technology. And begun to look to the future. We've been looking at the path to the cloud. We
Mhm.
certainly would like to be there.
Migrate,
You know, it's exciting to talk to Karen about where they are now, and it kind of gives us an idea of the
Right.
vision of where we want to go.
Good.
We've done some disaster recovery testing
I see.
in
I
AWS
see.
for our data warehouse,
Right.
but you know, I'm excited
first
to
cut.
get there. Yes, right.
Very nice, Michelle. Okay, great. Aaron, maybe tell us the story at, PLM and kind of what started it all,
Yeah, well, we are 126 years old, so we've been at data for a while in many different forms, nothing really crazy, and I don't have an exciting story too much to say on how we got where we are right now. But I just say our business model's a little bit different. We're an open brokerage. And because we write, low volume, high severity, and with that distribution model, we're very close to our insureds, right? And with that amount of loss, if a sawmill goes up in flames, that's pretty critical to us. And so we've always been after the, analysis by, class and kind of slicing up those risks a million different ways to Sunday, not a lot of data, right? So we were able to pull that off in some Excel spreadsheets and, Band-Aid a couple of SQL databases off of the COBOL system. So, and it worked for a while. It's not working anymore because we're a textbook, right? The COBOL guy is leaving in the next couple of years. So, but there are, I would say, 3 modern day drivers that said, all right, we got to, other than just the fact that you got a legacy environment around, look at the world of innovation. And Michelle talked about trying to, try some new things and do predictive analytics. As we all know, that's really hard when you don't have a decent, a good, solid, managed place to go for the data. AM Best is looking at, innovation is built into part of your evaluation, and a core piece of innovation, if you've studied the AM Best model, is data management. Right. So it's getting more important for them as well. And in reality, to drive innovation and culture. Our company is changing. People don't stay around as long. And, there's a push for individual accountability throughout the organization rather than the critical top few people that have been, running the company and stay around for a long time. So we're, that whole data-driven organization you read about. But if you're trying to really implement that accountability, again, that was kind of the driver
challenge.
for,
and the driver
looking
for
into
it too. Okay.
that kind of cultural change. So like I said, technology is a legacy standpoint, the innovation, the drive for new things, the cultural aspect, and then again, just really needing to get in and dig through, what's going on.
And create your
in
data
the
foundation,
niche.
your solid
Yeah,
platform.
Yeah.
Just very nice. Good. Good. We're going to invite our other participants for questions as well. And while you're thinking of your questions, I'd like to ask the challenges. I remember from a conversation previous with Michelle, actually with each of you, some challenges that came to mind, but I'd like each of you to speak about the challenges that you had to get to the progress that you are. I know there's been some failures and lessons learned. We all have those. I've had like 100 today, but it'd be nice to hear maybe with Nate first. Going from legacy system, right? And I know you said you had like
The rest of us ideas on what to talk about.
and tell me if I'm right about this, Nate, but you had with each of the lines of business in a true legacy system, the inherent business model, a data model is different.
Yeah. So, being an older company and having a very robust data model. In fact, I was talking a little bit about our IT people are very proud that, our data model has lived so long. It's developed in the 60s and 70s and, and we're migrating off right now. So with that comes, enormous amount of different kind of fragmentation of that data and pulling that together. And so, it's a real challenge for us to actually kind of standardize that pieces and trying to bring them back in a coherent system. we currently are running a home built, or I shouldn't say home built, but a custom built system that we've developed over the years. And it has, even though it has one data model, it probably has 4 or 5 different data models that are in it. And so bringing that data together and trying to standardize those to pull analytics off to help answer some of those questions, that's been our challenge. And it's impacted us into moving into the data warehouse in the timely fashion that we wanted to, just because we spent a lot of time on that complexity.
Yes, understood.
And
So
it's not around just even the IT structure. It's around how the products are formed and that kind of stuff. Because we all deal with coverage codes, right? And we have 1 billion of them, and we all define them differently. And this is where my heart is, that we as an industry start to standardize a little bit. So when we're talking about specific stuff, it's very similar, and we could pull better data analysis around it. But we really struggle. That's something that I think we're all redoing that. Like even in your own organization,
even within your own group, right? Within your
Yeah.
groups.
So
Nice. Let's go by contrast from legacy and the constraints that come with that to natively modern from a white piece of paper, tabula rasa, blackboard, whiteboard. So, Kieran, just in your view, what characterizes a great modern cloud data platform? How do you characterize that, and what challenge do you have to get there?
Yeah, I think a couple of them we spoke, like the cloud economics, and also the democratization of data. So those are the very important characteristics of modern data platform. But there are others also. I'll just take a few minutes to say that. Is also that the need in Buckle was, we need to release every month a data to production, right? It's an agile development is one need. That's one very critical need. And second one is, we have data coming from varieties of data sources, which external data sources, we don't know where they are from. Are they in Amazon? Are they some other, we don't know which cloud it is. And so hybrid data integrations, and not only just that, some of these data have different formats, there were different, volume of data, different velocity. So we needed not only just an agile unification platform on the data management side, but we also needed a platform which can scale up and scale down based on our need, right? So this is not something, you cannot do this in on-prem kind of infrastructure.
Right. It's not on-prem. It has to be cloud. Right. And
not just it has to be cloud. And I think it's just that there is also need, the modern use case need, what Andy was talking, all the analytics from variety. And these data sources are growing. As we speak, there's probably Andy has a strategy of next 30, 40 data sources.
Would kill you in the prem model,
right? So I think we had to choose a modern cloud-based data integration platform, which is built on agile software development methodologies, right? So that's another third key. Good. But I also think very important, I think we should not miss, which we spent a lot of time to make the decision, is data security. And we chose a very comprehensive data security, which is not just about encrypting data in flight or on rest. We needed a data security platform, which is data analytics platform, which will even provide you security at authorization, authentication at record level, right? Who can access this at record level? So that's on the cloud, across the platform, across data lake, across data warehouse, across your operational data stores, and even your semantic model in BI. Across all of them, we can actually, define security at the record level. Not just that, I think we talked about ransomware before. So we understand these reasons, and most of the threat, what we see in ransomware is usually on the data, the backup data, the data which you back up and store in the cloud. Most of the threats are around backup. These ransomware, they pull this backup and they encrypt it so that you cannot use the backup, or they delete the backup, or they modify the backup. That's how usually the scenarios which this ransomware happens. So we built, not built, but we implemented a ransomware software implementation which is kind of natively immutable data. So it can never be changed.
So you have
the backup, it can never be encrypted, or it can never be deleted.
Immovable, unchangeable, permanent.
So
got it.
So security is also very important.
Right, that's secure.
So these are some peculiar needs what we see which is different from the legacy.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah.
It's great. You described it well.
Sure.
Good. Can I circle back to Michelle and then Aaron? Michelle, what are a couple of challenges that you have faced and overcome?
I would say early on, one was just simply getting everyone to play on the same team and see data as a corporate asset, not claims
Not
data belongs
my
to the claims
department or my
department,
claims,
and I get
right.
to do what I want to do with that.
Right.
Having folks in the operational side of underwriting understand that if the data quality is good when they capture it coming into the system, it's not going to be as good using it downstream. So focusing on putting some edits in up front that might slow the agent down a little bit, but causing them to put the phone numbers and the emails in that we're going to want to use for customer preference analytics down the road and customer behavioral, understanding some of their behaviors. It's worth the investment. And so understanding the purpose of data's use downstream, not just to write the policy.
Which means you have to know what you want to do with the data later. And get
Exactly.
the organization just to support that today.
And having that data governance council has helped with that
Good.
education, but it is a cultural change and you have to have management buy-in to train folks and help them understand. Disparate reporting systems. We affiliated with a company called Partners Mutual about 10 years ago, and they had a completely different set of systems from us. So being able to pull their data in, initially, we just pulled in a very small subset of their data just so that we could calculate earned premiums and, financial data. And very quickly in the last 10 years, it's grown to be quite a request for a lot more and more partners data. And we didn't integrate it into our data warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
So I am anxious to move to the cloud where we have some of that more, those tools that help us with that data preparation and
integrative.
Exactly.
Right.
And then trust in the data. Folks were very used to their mainframe reports and, they didn't want to move over to some of the more modern BI technologies until we showed them that the data is better. And this is 99% better than what you had before.
Good.
I think it's good to hear. I thought it was interesting to hear Andy talk about Zillow might have a more accurate data set than what gets reported by our agents and our clients, our insureds anyway. So we are starting to look at more external
Third-party
data
data
and
sources.
third-party
Right.
data to bring it in and
Nice.
where we have gaps.
Nice. That's great.
But yep.
Well, perfect. Well, let's circle over.
Well,
Go
don't
ahead.
you,
Nick.
just real quick,
Nick, yes.
don't you feel like that it was even like your underwriters had to relearn a little bit about, about how they trusted data, right? For us, that was like, just made me think about
To
that.
lean into the data that you're providing.
Because, just around, there's tools out there that we can use just the risk address to look up stuff.
Look at that.
But the underwriter wants to know, well, I want the insured to tell me about the
Right.
risk and I trust that more. And so there's that preconception. And so it's have you had to have a retraining of people to trust some of those reports?
We built some cubes to just do some analysis of which underwriters are using the predictive scorecards, the recommendations to then show them, here's what the outcomes would have been had you followed those guidelines.
Great.
And, held their feet to the fire a little bit.
That's
Because
funny.
some of our scorecards are not built in that they automatically do the scoring. They're recommendations and their ranges.
That's funny.
And so, you're right. It's difficult with some of the underwriters, especially those who've been there for 25, 30 years, to say, what's this hocus pocus that you're telling me that I should be following this? And I don't understand that algorithm.
Michelle's team had a secret project to build predictive analytics on which underwriter was going to be conducive to change or against change. Right? That's really great. So speaking of change management, Aaron brings a depth of experience in that subject for the data strategies. We'd like to hear a little bit about the challenges in change management, Aaron, if you could.
Yeah, actually, I would say change management worked out well for us. Out of all of the projects, our biggest concern that I had going into this is I'm a $300 million company. I have 165 people in the entire company. The majority of them focused on production, right? So I don't have one of these and two of these and five of these and, that I can pull onto the projects. So we did have to have a strong change management program to get the participation. So, So, change is a challenge, but I think on the positive side, we recognize that upfront and, made an investment in change management to get those folks available. I don't know if you want me to go into that or
Yeah,
not,
tell us
because
a
that
little-
was really a success.
What was
Not as
what
much of a
was-
challenge.
How
I
did you make
think.
that work? How come
So-
that? How did it land successful versus going the wrong direction?
So I didn't do it myself. Thank you for the expertise. I'm expert enough to know, I think that I needed help
But you,
there.
but you
Yeah.
guided it in, right?
Yeah, and that is, it, when I was looking at the costs, when you do these projects, you're spending a lot of money on them. And it's hard to get that extra 10 to 20% when you're already spending so much, which is, in my opinion, what you need to spend to have a decent change management program that's going to go beyond here's how to use a tool, but really to get into what we did was first of all, we had incredible executive support. You hear that at all these conversations. You have to have executive support. Fantastic
down, right? You had
executive
from John on
support.
that,
Yeah, we had a lot of buy-in, a lot of enthusiasm. But really did more content training and making sure, Michelle was talking about, how are you calculating your earned premium, right? So we did have a change person kind of help us through all of that education. Having the, making the best use of the time of the people that we did have. Having them, kind of train what they're doing, go and use the tool for a while, and then come back into formal sessions where a representative from each department would read out to the rest of the group. Here's what I can do now. Here's what I can do better. And when you have a template that you have to show up at a meeting with something filled out on it's a pain, right? Because you're doing all this other stuff, but it forces you to come back and really, okay, I really have to pay attention to this. I have to look at it.
Think about
And
it, right.
along that way, we started to slowly but surely get around the resistance because everybody was seeing everyone else in the same boat.
That's neat.
We're new at it. I could probably talk for a half hour on the model. I think it was very good. It wasn't mine. But we did what we were told to do. And, we were
Right.
educated along the way.
Right.
And I hope that, maybe next year, if we have a similar conversation, I can share
Yeah.
sustainability
that's
of
great.
what the group was able to do,
Mhm.
over the next year. Like, did we really do what we
Mhm.
said? And
And I also hear you saying not just causing the change and a successful change, but catching the ball of change where people then realize, oh, I have to change, and I'm going to now figure out how I change and teach another person to change. And so it's like more of a contagion thing that you just get started. It sounds like you succeeded.
And it was good because, having so much involvement, again, despite it was a lot of time, extra time that these folks had to put in, was not the IT project. But as you know, when you start, the dirt comes out in the data, the dirt in your processes. And, we ran into a couple of really tough challenges, like composite rated policies were huge. And we're like, we're doing it that way? What do you mean? And when we were trying to come up with, all right, maybe now is the time. Everybody says this process is lousy. Maybe now is the time to start to fix it.
Finally fix it.
And they understood, like they could see and they could feel like,
That's
oh
great.
yeah, I could see how it's messing things up.
Right. So it's worth it. Right.
Yeah. And that is
Today,
change. That's
the-
when you're starting to hear
Right.
like, oh, they're getting, they
This is the day,
understand.
right. Instead of let's wait on this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's great.
anyway, sorry, I can yammer forever.
One of
about
my
that.
favorite parts about the subject, when I talk to companies, and you for a perfect example of this, about data and how you're evolving within the continuum that we spoke of. And that is all of your stories talked at one point of resistance or, arguments or tension over how to define things. And eventually with your poor successes to the point where people are saying, I need more of that. Can't you give me more of that? Or, or the requests are pouring in on you, right? Or, there's a demand now against you as a center of excellence, so I find that really interesting that all four of you at different points of this continuum are finding that now, right? There's demand for what you've created. So I think that's very exciting. So questions, comments or questions from our participants? Yes. We'd like anyone virtually, if you can pass your comments into the chat, we welcome that. Any closing comments or thoughts that you'd like to share? Any words of advice to someone who's just starting a mutual that's just starting out with a data strategy, or maybe even getting into analytics and doing something with the data, as Andy would say? Parting comments or thoughts? Say it again. Okay, fine. Michelle?
When you're looking for data scientists, I agree that math skills are not as important as they used to be because of the tools that are available now. But you want to be looking for folks that are curious, inquisitive, want to teach themselves how to do things. I mean, that's the kind of skills that you're looking for with data analytics. I think it's important. I also think another piece of advice is that you focus on projects that are linked to your corporate strategy and objectives. If you don't do that, you'll lose funding and they'll go by the wayside. People won't see the value in them. So make sure when you're brainstorming, make a big list of the different the business pain points that you have and the projects that you could get some benefit from analytics in answering those questions, but make sure they're tied to strategic objectives.
To actual objectives and goals. Otherwise, you become the propeller head group of data and it's not connected to the needs, right?
And I would also lastly say invest in data literacy and the people and help people get used to the idea of making data-driven decisions and understanding the data.
Invest in literacy.
Right. Invest in training, invest in
a short comment from Aaron, Nate, or Kieran about what's the best piece of advice you could offer a small company?
I can go.
Go ahead.
So if you're like, trying to start a new data project like what we did, or even if you're looking to migrate from a legacy to, like cloud, one advice I would say is that do not do a lift and shift of your
Don't
existing
lift and
platform.
shift, as our morning speaker said.
Yes. So, because you lose out a lot of capability,
right,
which is available on this
miss the
cloud
opportunity.
native.
Right.
Because if you look at the roadmap of the same vendor on the cloud native and also on the on-prem or lift and shift on-prem kind of a thing,
right,
there's different capabilities they're introducing for cloud native,
Right.
which is not available on the
Yeah.
regular offering what they had in the past.
Right.
So, and also as we talked about, the cost advantage, right? I mean, even if you lift and shift, you still don't get that cost advantage as much
Right.
as you get on cloud native. So that is one.
Okay.
And two is I've been doing this for quite some time, data and enterprise integration, about 20 years of career. What I've noticed is about 5 or 6 years back, small organizations could not do this. I mean, especially all these capabilities that are available in cloud native, it's available, and access to these enterprise grade technologies are available to small organizations now. So I think you should, if you're starting something new, please start a cloud native data platform.
Start native.
Yeah.
Good. Nate, piece of advice?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're starting on it, you're probably not going to go out there and hire an expensive data scientist that's $250,000 a
Right.
year. or
Especially
something
one
like
that doesn't know any math.
especially one that doesn't know math. So, I just would encourage like your developers or people that are interested in that data to explore. I really like the comment about exploring, on my personal journey and the people in our organization. They just start asking questions, why is this piece of data next to that? And, as we're getting into analytics and we're moving past reports, it's really about the questions. And I do think that you can start in Excel. I mean, and start doing that, some simple stuff. You don't have to have a big data warehouse initially to start doing that.
Right.
I know when I first started, I was taking a lot of comparative rating and analytic data that was coming off of that and asking questions on our, like on our production and that kind of thing, and helping the business to understand that. And that was Excel based. And so just start small, but as you start to grow, think of the governance part of it and bringing that piece in, because you get too far down the journey, you can create some real issues if you don't start governing some of those key KPIs and create a strategy around that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Nate. And Aaron, final piece of advice?
Yeah, technical side and the people side. So I think everybody's doing something. I mean, it's kind of hard to be here and not be doing something already in data, but we're always trying to reinvent and do something new. So On the technical side of things, my advice is try to know as much as you can know about your data before you actually sign off. And because once you sign off on, if you get a partner in for help or whatever, I partner everything, once you sign off, you go, right? You got to go. So try to get in front of that, anticipate where any of your data challenges are going to be, do your own profiling, get as much as you can ahead of time before the eyes are on you for the start of that project. So that's from a technical standpoint. From whether you build it yourself, if you have the skills and people to do so, or you go with a third-party provider, know that data model, look at it, because the strength, in my opinion, is in the data model for the future maintainability, flexibility, and having it applicable to your business. So make sure you do data model. Last, on the people side of things, I want to echo Michelle was talking about. I forget what you said, but you had said something that triggered the people side of and the data literacy. In our predictive analytics solution, our underwriting, senior vice president of underwriting says he's the least technical person in the company, but yet he was the first for us to work with to do this, just very embracing of the predictive analytics. When we rolled it out, he knew and he recognized upfront, he said, look, I've got underwriters who've been here forever underwriting their risks. They're not going to believe the thing that the model tells us. We've got the newbies, the interns, a couple years into it, they're going to believe everything that the model tells them. And then there's going to be that group in between.
All the skeptics.
So recognize that up front, tell them that we know you might be, right? You've just got everybody open to try.
Take the drama out and just be
So,
open.
I think empathy goes a long way
Nice,
in
Erin.
all projects. So.
Very good, Erin. Well, good. Very excellent. Well, we were very appreciative for you, Kieran, Nathaniel, Erin, and Michelle. For your questions, why don't we shift into very short and small breakouts? We have two groups that we're forming. One is what we call Analytics 101. If you or your company want to just discuss together about what it takes to start, and maybe two of you could go next door, the room right here. Frank Giordina is there, and you can just casually talk. Maybe the cocktail hour could start at that time. It's up to Brittany, but maybe that would be the time to talk about, the start of analytics or the start of a good data strategy in your organization. And if you want to talk a little bit more advanced, maybe two of you could stay here, and we can just have that conversation here and just a very easygoing discussion. Sound okay? And you can ask questions of our experts at that point. So let's give a round of applause for our terrific panel. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Brittany, do I have that right? Did I say that correct at the time?
Yes, and I just wanted to repeat for our virtual audience, the Analytics 101 session will be the go-to meeting that was sent in the chat. For everyone else here as well, Analytics 101 is right next door, and Analytics Advanced will be over here.
More advanced. Right.
Yes, more
Exactly. Perfect. Thank you so much, Brittany. So for our virtual participants, see if I can get into how do I get into the view, Brittany? Oh, it's all on your side, right? There we go. Just mentioning to our virtual participants that we have the two breakouts going on right now, and I'm standing with our more advanced analytics conversation, and next door is the 101, right? But they are in here on purpose. Okay, perfect. So if you have questions, please let us know. Raise your hand. Okay, and Brittany's going to make sure to bring it to our attention, and we can have a discussion together. Excellent. No, it's all good. We have some virtual participants still, and this is our what I call more advanced analytics conversation. So always a little bit tricky, but let's just talk a little bit about what's happening in your organizations. And I would love, if you're okay with this, Robin, tell us a little bit about what's happening at Brethren Mutual with data strategy, data analytics. Be fun to hear a little bit more about that, because I know you've advanced pretty far from your old legacy system. So perfect. So do you mind telling us a little bit?
So we have started to migrate off of our legacy systems. We are a DXC customer, formerly called CSC.
They were CSC, right? Should we give them? Okay, good. Sorry. Thanks, Robin.
And
Thank you.
they've also rebranded their systems. They used to be called Point. Now they're called Assure. So we are on Assure claim system, have been live on that.
Are you still all previously
Yeah.
CSC systems, all the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are in the middle of migrating from our COBOL version to an Assure billing system, which is completely Java and server-based and not IBM. But we currently have a policy system that is a legacy system. And we are in the process of going through, a review with DXC to get a cost and a schedule. And we haven't yet made a final decision, but we are leaning towards that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Great.
And as far as data, we have started to push our tables into Power BI. We've been doing that ourselves. And it's been a slow process. I would say it's not something that the executives have kind of embraced.
Not fully
So
embraced.
it's more an IT push where
Mm.
we're like, if we could push all this data into Power BI
Mhm.
and people could see the data, they could see and some are and some aren't. I shouldn't
Mhm.
say none of the executives.
But
We
you're
have one-
finding, you're kind of selling them on the advantage. Of
yeah,
let's
we're
push it.
trying. The claims executive has fully embraced it and he's like so excited about it. So that's positive, and we're just hoping that
Mhm.
others will catch on. But yeah, it's been a struggle to get resources to it. So it's been a very slow process.
Mhm. Gotcha.
We are on point for policy right now. Yeah, which is still on COBOL. It's still a legacy. Yeah.
I gotcha. That's great. And maybe just one other question, if I can.
Sure.
Besides the adoption challenge at the management team level, what are some of the technical challenges that your team has had to, create, a data platform that's, what are some of the technical challenges to get there that you've?
I've been surprised that technically, I think we've been able to port the data over. We have done, I think, a really good job of. Someone said that there was a data governance. We haven't done that. We're a smaller shop, so there was probably 5 of us on
Mhm.
it, and kind of saying, this is what the governance needs to be. This is what the data needs to look like.
Mhm.
All of the fields are named something else. We're gonna. So we did do that. We did it in Excel. We just said, this is, what these fields need to look like. We defined and some of us have been there a really long time, which to me
Mhm.
is a benefit. Some people don't think that is,
I
but
think so.
because we know the data, we
Right.
know how it's structured. We know that field 1 actually isn't field 1. It's it's policy number or something like that. So we were really good at being able to identify the data and relabel it, if you will, in Power BI. But it's just very time consuming.
And do you mind describing a little bit more the layers that you have? You've got Power BI sitting on top of what? On top of what? If you could just describe it.
We have Power BI is it's still on prem. We are not. No, that's not true. Power
something. Okay.
Power BI is in the cloud. Whether it's, I think it's Microsoft. It is Microsoft Azure, and the data that we are pushing from COBOL up. That's just done all in Power BI, where you can
Is it?
grab. Yeah, you can grab the data sources. It runs on Point runs on an IBM iSeries, and it can grab the data sources and pull them in pretty easily, actually.
And
Yeah.
someone wrote some logic to transform it from
Yeah.
VSAM files or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Oh, sorry. Love the Apple Watch.
To get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, you can do all of that in Power BI. You can transform the data.
do all
It's actually a great tool.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Power BI is the tool. Great.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that our virtual participants can hear us, Jay and David, Anand, Mitch, Tom, and Larry. So, okay, that's great. And Michelle is, you probably should speak to Michelle about data governance, because I'm sure there's a long history of evolution of how they went
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
A to Z, that's great. Any other comments about that? Who would like to speak a little further about that? Yeah, that'd be neat. And then Jonathan too, from his business systems analyst.
I won't reiterate everything Robin said, because it's very similar to PLM's kind of path. I can tell you the struggles I'm on the infrastructure side, and I think working with the vendor we're working with and the internal IT staff, it's integrations with all the, getting the data out. Once you get it set and configured, it runs great in it.
Right.
It seems easy, right? But getting to that point sometimes has been a challenge for us, especially on some of the local SQL servers that we had to pull the data from, and we have the COBOL system as well. So I think, once you get it set and it's running, it works great. We're Power BI as well. Yeah, that's what I said. A lot of the stuff you said, we're in the same boat with pretty much the same systems, but integrations has been tough and still is. I mean, we just tried to pull the the GL data. So that's been a recent struggle to get the replication going. So that kind of stuff takes time. And, the fear is that once it's set up and it's running and you let it go and it's like everything's working and say 3 years down the road, you're like, wait, how did we do any of this? And
Right. You can't remember how you configured
so,
it. Right?
and John can definitely speak to more on the data side of it, just from an infrastructure side.
BJ, that was great. Actually, it's more practical, tactical about what we're doing. here.
Yeah, I mean, from the back end, from the trenches, that's the kind of stuff we're
good.
seeing,
And from Aaron's comments, right? Both these guys, Jonathan and BJ, work for PLM with Aaron, and so I think it's great to hear your perspectives, especially now about the change management part and how you got people adopted. And you probably were doing the modeling, am I right? Were you part of the data definition?
So we've been using Power BI for we started like ad hoc. So we kind of just created Power BI reports. Somebody would ask a question. So probably the biggest thing that we started with was we started a program where we used our historical data to identify what buildings, locations we should look at. We used Power BI to display that. That kind of became its own ad hoc project where every year we do the same thing, maybe tweak it a little bit, the SQL data, grab the data, push it, get data from different sources. And the reason we started using Power BI was literally someone came up to me and said, hey, Excel? And then the question was, well, what do you need?
God bless.
What do you need it for? And then it was to combine data
Right.
that was in different Excel. So I was like, we can use Power BI for that and display that, identify the accounts we want to use, and then it helped us not duplicate our inspection. So it was pretty straightforward account process, but our value for it was tremendous. Where
good
from a non-analytical point of view of saying, hey, how did this help? How much did this help you? It helped us be 50% more efficient.
Sure.
Where we use Power BI. So that became like a Power BI thing where we just started creating additional reports. A lot of it, the source is Excel via SQL, just based off of the way our integrations with your ability to access the data was more so you have access via your desktop. Kind of to Andy's point, we were talking about where we do predictive analytics from a vendor, but we also have the ability just to use like say Python, which is kind of to his point I think it was your point where you can learn it in 10 minutes, a weekend, however long it takes you. But we're kind of ad hocing. We're more so like anybody who has the ability to say, hey, can you build any predictive models of value? Our biggest issue is that we're high severity, low frequency. So our significant stats and significance is very low for a lot of our columns, but there is value in that, which hopefully we can use to maybe predict what accounts have high potential of high losses,
When the big one's going to
what
happen.
accounts have high potential of cancellations. So I think that's something we're kind of getting into, but more of like, hey, do you want to try to, like as a BA data analyst, do you want to try to build a predictive model? We also have a data governance where it's more so trying not to mess up different reports or making sure everybody understands what is changed. So we've more so like, hey, if you change this integration, how does it impact it? How does everybody know? So there's some like people soft skills, and then more so to, hey, can you build the analytical skills? And I think what kind of to your point is what people don't understand is how easy it is. More so when you get just the ability to get the data, gets you it. I think we're kind of there to BJ's point where he was talking about is we're building a data warehouse using Power BI to hopefully motivate business to build their own reports. So we're kind of doing maybe 3 different things with Power BI. One is reports, one is analytical, one is try to motivate business to build their own reports.
I like that you're drawing a distinction between reporting and doing something with the data, as Andy was pointing out, right? The statistical part or the predictive part, the analytics part is different from reporting.
So for us, I think the next step would be to gain that insight of saying, hey, what does this actually tell us? And we're more of a historical company saying, we had a bad loss ratio, which,
Mhm.
or we had a good loss ratio, or
Mhm.
maybe identified the SCED mods as a high. So
Mhm.
I think we're talking about as a business, as from the business point of view, I think they're talking about of they want to know who's going to cancel. They want to know what reason, what can we identify that might tell us they're canceling. From a lead point of view, I think what we have trouble, and I might be talking too much, so tell me off.
Actually, no, the
Yeah.
criteria says you haven't spoken too much.
All right.
Yeah.
So the one thing we struggle with our niche business, so we write wood business, is a lot of our agents are independent, meaning they don't really know how to write our business. We don't, probably the one thing that we can improve on is collecting that intake of saying, should we focus on this? So more of like, hey, what accounts should we focus on when they come in?
Mhm.
But I don't think I don't think anybody's looking to not try to write something at this point. Yeah, I mean.
What's that, Barbara? Yeah. How do you get your management team, when you look at your management team, who's asking the good questions? Who's asking, what can we do with the data? What, the curious questions, right? And when they're not, you can say to your management team, who is asking the good questions, right? Because they're going to have a blank stare, or a couple of them are going to speak up real strong and fast, right? Like at Brethren, so there are some ways to get them to engage in.
I think until you can prove what the data says is not what they thought it was, because they'll say, well, I know what we write, I know where we write, I know who we write. But until you prove that the data is actually opposite of that, then their eyes are open. But if it just kind of substantiates what they already think, they're like, well, what do I need that for? I already knew that from my experience. So I think that's part of the thing. The data needs to prove that it, can pull out information they were unaware of.
You almost need to show them something with insight to surprise them.
Everything you're talking about here is data that you have collected and you're reporting on out, or not reporting, doing analytics on out the back end, right? So I just wanted to add, using in real time your own data to do decision making for underwriting, using an artificial intelligence, using, that's a piece that is very valuable, practical. And we're doing things in our system with, popping up and doing upselling, if simple things, the people that buy this usually purchase that, usually cover this much of their limits, whatever. Things like your saturation, if you write this policy in a certain place, is going to be X, do you really want to write it? That kind of thing. So it's important to use your own data for these kind of things, as well as also looking at the analytical side.
The obvious, do you want fries with that? Right? The large fries. I just want to comment, read the comment from our virtual team. Someone wrote, especially glad to see and hear from my PNI, Penn National Insurance colleague, Michelle Frajanic, which is nice. Well done by the whole panel. So it's a nice compliment to you, Kieran and Michelle. So thank you. You can keep sending us comments. Who can see our messages? Oh, no, that's a generic one. That's just a bot. Nothing good there. Okay, good. That's exactly. Neil, yeah, take the microphone.
For me
Yeah, I got it.
So I had a question for Lucia.
John?
Jonathan,
Yeah.
sorry.
Hi,
So
Luciano.
when you look at, are you guys leveraging external data? Oh, sorry. Are you leveraging external data? Are you looking at pulling in external data?
A lot of our data that we collect is so-called internally from a claim system, a policy system. We use Dynamics. We're actually starting to build that ability to get DMB data, actually collect it. We have a Valence score data. We have risk meter data. Those are things that we don't historically collect in the way that we should. We're building a platform that will allow us to do that. We may go live soon with that platform. I would say the biggest probably thing that we don't collect is driver information, driver experience. I know that throughout the year, so we have a commercial auto product. One of the biggest things that kind of identify, in addition to like usage, is the fact that how many inexperienced drivers do you have? What is their driving record? We don't collect that for all our accounts. We use Verisk ISO, one of their subs, to collect the higher vehicle counts. But I would say one of our biggest gaps is just collecting all the data, that all the vehicle driver information that we can collect. I think one thing that would be huge is if we actually collect driving experience. So you make sharp rights, stuff like that, which we don't collect. Hearing the information that's out there kind of is like eye-opening, saying, hey, if we could get that information, that would be great. But that would, I mean, I don't know how you would recommend like getting that information, but I think that would be one of those like things that make your data analytics or your predictive models insanely better. But yeah, to your point, we don't do it the way we're starting to. It would be great if we collect that information, driver, vehicle information. I don't know if anybody else does it in the commercial auto part in regards to getting the other sources that your company gets.
Andy and team are getting everything possible.
You always ask for everything. right?
Exactly.
The Argyle example I gave where I could have just saved the data that said how many hours you drove. Right.
Right.
We made that calculation
Right.
in underwriting. Right. The data is then sitting. We ingested it.
Sure.
It's like, wait, what does that look like?
Shouldn't we look at it? Why not look at it?
Whoa.
Right.
No,
Transactions.
I did want to add that one of my founders, all he wants is real-time premium to show up on his phone.
Wow. That's like the goal, right?
Well, I keep asking him, and there is no decision to be made.
Right.
There's nothing you can do with that piece of information. I think other than show it to investors to say, well, this is what it was, 30
Right.
minutes ago.
Right.
That to me is the real lesson here that has my leadership bought in? Yeah, they let me build a system with Value Momentum right from scratch. Nobody talked to me for like 10 months, right? It was
right.
Go do it.
Right.
But now there's this, oh, well, now it can do it can do
Oh, it's an over halo effect.
Can.
Right.
Yeah.
Halo
And I think
plus. Right.
trying to make sure that everybody understands that there's, that's reporting.
Right.
He's not looking for analytics.
Right.
He's looking for reporting.
Right.
And there's just no decision that
right.
What are you going to do if it's a bigger number than you thought,
Right.
or if it's a smaller number than you thought?
Doesn't change anything.
He's going to ask the next question. I'm
Right.
like, well, all right, tell me what the next
What's the
question
next thing?
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Like open a new market instantaneously. Right. So very good, Andy. I'd like to maybe refer way over to Chris over there at Millville. Chris, tell us about what you have progressed. You've got some good stuff going on at Millville. We'd like to hear a little bit about what you've done with data.
So do I.
So do I. Millville is a quaint, great little quaint town in a beautiful part of Pennsylvania. They got an old mutual with a deep model. And so,
Yeah, I mean, we've got tons of data. We've been around since 1875. So I heard Aaron make a comment like that too.
Wow.
So the data is there, a lot of it on paper still, I think. But I think for us, we're still getting into this game a lot we can do with it. We're moving from what Andy said, from reporting to more analytical analysis.
Right.
We're looking at pulling in big data now because we don't trust what people tell us. Every house we insure was built in 1900 as a coincidence, every single one.
Right.
So that was a good year back then, I guess.
Right. That's because the drop down shows that as a default.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
And you don't
it.
have a validation on there, maybe. Right?
Yeah. When I see 1901, I'm like, oh, they missed that one. Right. So I think, we're trying to pull in big data. We're trying to look at our data to figure out how can we, it's a combination of a lot of things I saw this morning. How can we optimize our experience to be less questions to ask, so use data for that. And then how can we figure out, what makes sense for us to write and where. We write a lot of rental properties, and you can write them on our business lines a lot of different ways. And why do we write one in type A versus type B versus type Z? They're all the same thing. It's somebody's renting an apartment, a house to somebody as an apartment type thing. So what makes sense for us to do? Why did they choose this? Why did they choose that? Should we be pushing them here to type A more, type B more, that kind of thing? We have a lot of it we know we need to do with it. It makes sense. We can look at the data and see it, but we haven't figured out we're still working, figuring out, all right, how do we actually automate this so that we don't have to have people making those decisions, but the computers can do it for us.
What's your largest line of business in a DWP?
Dwelling fire is our largest
Dwelling
line.
fire.
And I mean, we're like 40 million in premium total. That makes up 75% of it probably.
This question is totally just for fun, just to sort of see how the thinking is in small mutual relative to new technology. So have you or your team talked about using, the aerial data that's available for, seeing properties or seeing, structures and using it in some predictive way or some analytical way and combining it with underwriting data that you collect, or looking ahead to a renewal, anything like that going on with, drone data or satellite data?
Yeah, not too much for the underwriting part. I mean, we've had it'd be nice to have something like this
Because it's available now, right?
Right.
You can get that stuff.
But we make one thing we do is we get pictures of everything sent to us. We're looking at
from the insured.
Well, insured or agent,
Okay.
and then we cross-reference with Zillow because insured send us a picture of a front door. And it's a very nice front door, but it doesn't, I
what
can't
Andy
see
was
the
saying,
steps going up to it to see if there's a railing on it, that kind of thing.
Right. Or it's sunken down by 8 inches.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So, Zillow's our number one visited website because my underwriters are always out there visiting it. And
This is exactly what I'm asking.
yeah,
So that's interesting.
My internet page has Google search on top and Zillow search right next to it.
Right next
so
to it, right.
There was a reason for that. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff out there now we're looking at, and we're starting to ask the questions too, like how much do pictures matter? I mean, we're going back and looking at it and saying, well, we've always asked for this, we've always done it this way, and sometimes it does matter. If you see that there's 5 steps and the number 3 is missing, that's a liability concern. But sometimes you start to ask yourself, why do we ask for this data? What are we actually using it for? Protection class makes sense. Is the fire department close or not close?
Sure.
And where
Right.
we're at, a lot of fire departments are not close.
You can get that quick.
Yeah.
Automatic.
Right. We can pull it off the internet. That's not secretive
And
data.
have that automated even.
Yeah. But it's funny, you look at your data and you figure out, yep, this one makes sense. We definitely need that. And we've asked this question and we've never really made a decision on it. So does it really matter anymore?
Do you have any third-party services, or did you talk about using a third-party service and an AI service to analyze the visual or the picture of the property and
Not yet.
and look at the risks that, and to categorize the risks that it's seeing automatically and showing you, so that's, an image analysis, with AI,
Yeah, we're not there yet on that, but I mean, I think that's.
Yeah, I'm putting things out there just to
Well,
kind of
that's
gauge.
that's the stuff I think we're
what kind
trying
of
to get to.
conversations.
Was as we roll out of some of our legacy stuff and spend some more time on this kind of thing.
If I could put one more out there, what about using a Zillow, connector or a Zillow API to, pull that data and automatically, do the comparison or bring the pictures?
Be curious for everybody's thoughts on this. So my understanding was I can't do that. Comparative maybe because Zillow has in their legal jargon somewhere that you can't use it for money making expenses, which we would totally be doing because we'd be underwriting.
And they don't have a commercial, information service. You can
Last
subscribe,
time I
right?
checked, I didn't see that. I mean,
Right.
we handled it over legal and legal said no. So
Right.
we're looking at other big data places that we can.
And with Google has a service, an API service. You can use those pictures.
Google definitely can.
Right, right.
Yeah, I mean,
Or at Zillow, you could use the RPA service that Chris was using, talking about earlier with newfangled screen scraping and, create your own, connector service.
yeah, it's interesting. You start looking at, third party big data. There's a lot of different players
A lot
out
of
there in the
options.
game. And,
Right.
some of them are like geocoding. Some of them are saying we could geocode for X amount of dollars. I'm like, well, Google can do it for 0.005 cents a hit. And it's not that hard. Like it's
Yeah.
so easy. A caveman could do it. So I'm not going to give you,
Right.
$5 a hit at a geocode.
Right.
So part of that and being a smaller mutual, part of that for us is we look at the dollars and cents very importantly because, $5 a hit versus 0.05 cents a hit for us is a big deal. So,
But these conversations are happening a little bit in your management team and talking about how we can use data, right? It sounds
I
like
would
this-
say our management is 100% behind it.
like, right.
They like to have it yesterday.
Right.
So
they're like waiting for these things.
they
right? You
understand
just
it
need to figure out.
wholeheartedly.
Okay.
I think we could start talking to the board of directors and say, hey,
Right.
we need to spend X amount of thousands of
Right.
dollars. And then they're like, what?
Right,
So I
right.
think that's where their challenge is their management, up branch.
What's your current system, your current policy system? And
It's homegrown.
Is it still the same homegrown one from Page, before like years ago?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep,
From years ago.
yep,
Okay. Got
yep.
it.
That's next year's
That's
project.
good. So you got another project coming up. Okay.
Yeah, there's always a project coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
All right. That's very interesting. Good. Any questions for Chris? Thanks for being the center point for a little while, Chris.
Absolutely.
It's great because it's fun to hear how Small Mutual is thinking about these things. Questions for Chris or yeah. Good.
Hi, Chris.
Hey.
Because you said your your core system is a homegrown system, and then today you're doing reporting just on that system, or you're using some BI tool?
We started using Tableau.
Tableau, okay.
Mainly because we hired a person who came from a shop who used Tableau, so she was familiar with it, so it was an easy
Okay.
on ramp. And Tableau is great. I hate it. I love it, but I hate it because it's just slower. I was telling somebody I tried to load a 12 record Excel file in yesterday for somebody, and it took like 20 minutes. And I'm
Okay.
like, there's no reason it should take 20 minutes on this
Sure.
ridiculously fast server doing nothing except for running Tableau, and nothing else is running. But that's just me. So yeah, we're using Tableau. We looked at Power BI. One of the things about the analytics tools I found that I'm still doing a lot of research on, I'm very novice to it, is, and it was something somebody asked earlier, is, how are we going to license this? Not for our internal people. That's easy. How are we going to license this for our agents? We have, a couple thousand agents in total out there. Maybe not all of them look at the data, obviously, but so you start looking at that, it's like, what's the pricing point for us on that? Is there, Power BI was nice, but it was expensive at the time we looked at it, more than we were going to spend to get it to them. Tableau is not exactly the cheapest in the world. So are there third-party tools that we can use? And, agents out there don't care about numbers. They care about maps. In my opinion, they seem to like I put a dot in a map that makes sense to them. I tell them dollars and cents. It kind of makes sense to them, but they see that all day long. So I think they get tired of it, and the message gets mixed.
Okay.
Well, I think there's a lot of real world case scenarios. So like we've done a couple of things where we've showed agents that, here's a map. Here's where here's where all your business is on this map. And we've had agents go, I didn't know I wrote down there, and by the way, here's your office. And, there's no property within 3 miles of your office. They're all up here in this part of the county. And they're like, I didn't know that. It's like, you've got a whole bunch of people you could yell across the street to and say, hey, buy insurance, and nobody's buying from you. And so I think there's cases like that where you can show them visually on a map. If you have geocodes, which we don't have a lot of geocodes yet. We're still working on that. We still have a lot of addresses that say drive past the red barn, turn right, and it's there. Yeah, everything's independent with us. Yeah. So, you're relying on independent agents to get your data, to get your pictures, to give you the values, the addresses. That's good to know. I haven't looked at it in like a year. But I mean, when we looked at it, it was like, there was the per user cost to use Power BI, which wasn't much, but for the server license, it was like $5,000 a month or something at the time I looked at it.
That's right.
Yeah. And so I was like, well, at the time, that was where management was like, I don't think we can spend $5,000 a month to do that.
No, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was more interested in when you said the agents are able to see the Power BI reports on their portal, on the website. So those Power BI reports, you extract those reports and then you push it into your portal, or is it direct access to the Power BI?
Pushed out to the agent portal, like set on the portal. That they have interactive tools where they can just look at personal, just look at farm. So today, in the past, we gave them a green bar paper report, posted it on the internet, and they could view it. This is better because they can change some of it, answer their own questions sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. I think I got the use case, but I think probably I will go back to the kind of question what Chris was saying. Do you the behind the scene, that Power BI server, is that a standard Power BI server? Or there's another one Microsoft offers called embedded BI server, where you can embed. Okay, so probably that's. Yeah.
Quick thing here. Can you just, Robin, say how it works for the people in our virtual with the microphone? Just say what happens that you push out the instead of the green bar.
Well, yeah, instead of a green bar report, which was agency experience, which almost every carrier builds for their agents, we replaced that with we built an interactive Power BI agency experience report where you could, drop down and change just to look at a particular state. We have agency clusters where one agent is a conglomerate, like Iroquois, for example, and they have lots of different branches. So you could even pick your own, sub-agency. So just, look at personal, commercial, or farm, and just a lot of different views. And it actually doesn't even look like the green bar report at all, but it's just an interactive way to be able to look at their data. We'd like to build on that, but that was the first thing we kind of pushed out to them. And we did that, and we are not paying any additional licensing fees for our agents. So the Microsoft guys left, right?
Yes, the Microsoft guys left.
Is it automatically filtered for that specific agent? Okay. Is it automatically filtered based on the agent?
Great. So just to play that back before we close out, Robin was saying that they publish data sets into their own portal, right? And the agent logs in, and then they're using your Power BI engine that's in your Azure instance. Am I saying that right? Without a license fee. Did I get that right? Okay. So it sounds like I have it the way you said it. Exactly right. Perfect. Exactly. Okay. Thanks, Robin.
Microsoft offers there are actually three offerings from Microsoft. One is Power BI SaaS offering, which is per user offering, where you pay $10 or $20 per user. Then there is a Power BI server offer, which is $5,000 per user, what you talked. Then there's also another offer called Embedded Power BI, wherein you can build visualizations and you can embed into your agent app or your policyholder app or your underwriter app, not just the reports and dashboards, but even analytics. You can just, so that, based on the context in which the agent, underwriter, or policyholder are available, the data, it drives those reports and analytics. So that's that even the embedded BI offering is also, it's again capacity based. It starts from about $800 per month. So I think both of these server options are expensive, as I said. Yes. Yes.
Right. Even for your own license. Well, let's just say that the quality of Microsoft licensing is a benefit to some of us and a detriment to some of us. Let's just put it that way. Okay, good. Michelle, do you want to close out with anything? Michelle, any comments or feel free before we close out? Oh, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect.
Well, I thought of a number of different things as people were talking. I'm trying to think. One thing that we did at Penn National about 5 years ago, just to continue to build our data intelligence, data literacy, and understanding of using data visualization, was to create a user group where we had our power users come together and show different visualizations that they had built, or they had a problem and they wanted to know how would you do this, and you might build it right there, during our session, and tried to help build that expertise and have people know where to go within the company to find help when they're trying to use these tools, to try and help with the user adoption of tools like Tableau and Power BI. I will say that I have found that insurance companies are very used to their spreadsheets and really like their grids, so it is still a struggle for us to get them to think about data visualization. Our advanced analytics department has also tried to become a center of excellence to give advice on the best practices in building data visualizations and when do you use a pie chart, which is hardly ever, according to our director of, when do you use bar charts, when do you use different types of graphics, how does the brain interpret data, and, some of those kinds of things. So that's another piece of advice that I would say, to help continue building on the skills of folks who are going to be adopting these tools and making them more capable of doing self-service. That might be an idea for you. And one last thing, I go back to something that you said about the older people don't want anything to do with the models. The younger people just take them as it, believe everything the model says. That scares me too. And so I'm always happy to have folks be a little bit skeptical about the data and willing to ask about, this doesn't look right. This is something that I'm validating against another source, and it's driving the data here, and it has to be wrong. I'm always happy to get that kind of question in IT, because things do make mistakes get made, and you don't want people just taking what the model says or what the report says without any question. I think you want them to have that
Skepticism.
Yeah.
Michelle, what scares you more, that or your data scientists who don't need to use math anymore? Just messing around. So any other comments from our group? It's hard to pull off a meaningful conversation at the end of the day, just before a cocktail reception. But really, it was really nice to sit together and have a good conversation. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to also thank our participants afar, Anant, David, Larry, and Tom. Thank you. We wish you could be here and have a drink in the cocktail reception. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. I think we're going to the Riley's restaurant and join us for a little bit there. Thanks, everyone.